Section 39 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Metrical Romances 1. 1200 to 1500. Part 3. By W. P. Kerr. The plots of the romances are, like the style of them, not so monotonous as at first appears. They are not all incoherent, and incoherence is not found exclusively in the minstrel's tales. There are faults of composition in some of Chaucer's stories, e.g., the Man of Law's Tale, as manifest as those which he satirized in Sir Topas. A great many of the romances are little better than hackneyed repetitions, made by an easy kaleidoscopic shuffling of a few simple elements. Perhaps Sir Beeves is the best example of the ordinary popular tale, the medieval book of chivalry with all the right things in it. It might have been produced in the same way as The Knight of the Burning Pestle, by allowing the audience to prescribe what was required. The hero's father is murdered, like Hamlet's. The hero is disinherited, like Horn. He is wooed by a fair Paynim princess. He carries a treacherous letter, like Hamlet again, and beareth with him his own death. He is separated from his wife and children, like St. Eustace or Sir Isumbras, and exiled, like Huon de Bordeaux, for causing the death of the king's son. The horse Arundel is like Bayard in the Four Sons of Aemon, and the giant Ascapart is won over like Férumbois. Footnote: a resemblance has been traced between Sir Beeves and some things in Firdusi. The East had its books of chivalry like the West, and nearly at the same time. Cf. Deutschbein, Englische Sagengeschichte. End of footnote. In the French original there was one conspicuous defect: no dragon. But the dragon is supplied, most liberally and with great success, in the English version. It makes one think of a good puppet show, for example the play of Don Gayferos, which drew Don Quixote into a passion. Stay, your worship, and consider that those Moors, which your worship is routing and slaying, are not real Moors, but pasteboard. Saracens are cheap in the old romances. King Horn rode out one day and begged 100 to his own sword. Yet there are differences. In Sir Férumbois, which is no very ambitious poem, but a story which has shared with Sir Beeves and Sir Guy the favour of simple audiences for many generations, there is another kind of fighting, because it comes from the old French epic school, which gives full particulars of every combat on the same scale as the Iliad. So far, the work is more solid than in Sir Beeves. There are worse things, however, than the puppet show of chivalry. The story of Guy of Warwick, for instance, is something of a trial for the most reckless and most Gothic reader. Instead of the brightly coloured figures of Sir Beeves or King Horn and their adversaries, there is a doleful, stale religion in it, a most trashy mixture of asceticism, like the legend of St. Alexius, with the most hackneyed adventures. Not that commonplace adventures need be dull. Sometimes even an increased acquaintance with parallels and variants and so forth may heighten the interest, as when Horn returns in disguise and sits down in the beggars' row. It is natural to think of the beggars at the foot of the hall in the Odyssey. There is the same kind of scene in an Irish popular tale, Blamon, where a recognition takes place like that of King Horn. In comparing them, one seems to get, not indeed any clear theory of the way in which the ideas of stories are carried about the world, but a pleasant sense of the communities of stories, so to speak, and of the relation between stories and real life in different ages and places. Traditional plots, like those of the fairy tales, appear in medieval romances. Not often enough, one is inclined to say, and not always with any distinct superiority of the literary to the popular oral version. One example is Sir Amadas, which is the story of the Grateful Ghost, the travelling companion, the old wives' tale. This story, one of the best known in all languages, has a strange power to keep its elements free of contamination. It is found in many mixed forms, it is true, but some of the latest folklore versions are distinct and coherent. There is an Irish version, Beauty of the World, given by Larminy in Gaelic and English, which, when compared with Sir Amadas, seems to prove that the authors of the metrical romances might possibly have done better if they had attended to the narrative, like the simple tellers of fairy tales, without troubling themselves as to the rhetoric of the French school. Another example of the same sort can be obtained by comparing Sir Percival with some of the folklore analogues. Sir Percival is one of the simplest of the old romances. It seems at first almost like a rude burlesque of the Conte del Graal. It is now commonly thought to be taken from an earlier, lost French version of the same subject. However that may be, it shows the common roughness of the English as compared with the French tales. It is full of spirit, but it is not gentle. Percival in this romance is not like the Percival of Wolfram or of Malory. He is a rollicking popular hero who blunders into great exploits. The style, even for this sort of motive, is rather too boisterous. Again, in this case, as with Sir Amadas, there may be found a traditional oral rendering of some of the same matters, which, in point of style, is better than the English metrical romance. The scene of the discourteous knight breaking in and insulting the king is found in the West Highland tale of The Knight of the Red Shield, in Campbell's collection, and it is told there with greater command of language and better effect. Breton lays have been mentioned. The name meant for the English a short story in rhyme, like those of Marie de France, taken from Celtic sources. Some of these were more complex than others, but they were never spun out like the romances of Beeves and Guy, and the best of them are very good in the way they manage their plot. Moreover, there is something in them of that romantic mystery which is less common in medieval literature than modern readers generally suppose. It is not often to be found in the professional fiction of the Middle Ages. But the Breton lays are nearer than other romances to the popular beliefs out of which romantic marvels are drawn, and they retain something of their freshness. The best in English are Sir Orfeo and Sir Launfal. The first of these, which is the story of Orpheus, is a proof of what can be done by mere form. The classical fable is completely taken over and turned into a fairy tale. Hardly anything is left to it except what it owes to the Breton form of thought and expression. It is a story like that of young Tamlane in the Ballad, a rescue from the fairy, for Pluto has become the fairy king, and everything ends happily. Eurydice is brought back in safety. There is nothing wrong in the description of it as a Breton lay, for it is wholly such a tale as the Bretons and many other people might have told without any suggestion from Greek or Latin. The English poem, no original is extant in French, is an utterly different thing from the rambling tales of chivalry. It has much of the quality that is found in some of the ballads, and in time, through some strange fortune, it became itself a ballad, and was found in Shetland, not very long ago, with a Norse refrain to it. The different versions of Launfal, Landeval in couplets, Launfal Miles of Thomas Chester in Rime Coué, and the degenerate Sir Lambowel of the Percy manuscript, have been carefully studied and made to exhibit some of the ordinary processes of translation and adaptation. They come from Marie de France. Thomas Chester took something from the lay of Graelent besides the main plot of Lanval. The story is one of the best known. The fairy bride, the king's daughter of Avalon, that is an isle of the fairy, in ocean full fair to see, and the loss of her through the breaking of her command. The wedding of Sir Gawayne, which in another form is The Wife of Bath's Tale, is from the same mythical region, and has some of the same merits. The romance of Sir Lee Beau, the fair unknown, the son of Sir Gawayne, is of different proportions, less simple and direct than Orfeo or Launfal, but it keeps some of the virtues of the fairy tale, and is one of the most pleasing of all the company of Sir Topas. Adventures are too easily multiplied in it, but it is not a mere jumble of stock incidents. It is very like the story of Gareth in Malory, and along with Gareth may have suggested some things to Spenser for the story of the Red Cross Knight. Also, the breaking of the enchantment in the castle of Bussiran may owe something to Sir Libaut. There seems to have been an old printed edition of Libius Disconius, though no printed copy is extant. The plot is a good one, the expedition of a young and untried knight to rescue a lady from enchantment. It is a pure romance of knight-errantry, very fit to be taken as an example of that order, and possibly the best of all the rhyming tales that keep simply to the familiar adventures of books of chivalry. Sir Libaut takes a long time to reach the palace of the two enchanters, Clerques of Nigremantia, who keep the lady of Sinaudon under their spells in the shape of a loathly worm. But the excursion and digressions have some spirit in them, and no confusion. The elements of the plot in Sir Gawayne and the Green Knight are as ancient and unreasonable as are to be found in any mythology. No precise original has been found in French, but the chief adventure, the beheading game proposed by the Green Knight to the reluctant courtiers of King Arthur, occurs often in other stories. It comes in one of the stories of Cuchulainn in Irish. It comes more than once in the French romances, e.g. in La Mule sans frein, one of the best of the shorter stories, a strange, old-fashioned, chivalrous pilgrim's progress, and this too sets out from King Arthur's court, and the hero is Gawayne. The beheading jeopardy is a most successful piece of unreason. You may cut off my head, if only I may have a stroke at you some other day. Sir Gawayne cuts off the Green Knight's head. The Green Knight picks it up. He summons Gawayne to travel and find him by an appointed day, and submit his neck to the return stroke. This is good enough, one would imagine, for a grotesque romance. One hears the reader quoting Aegri Somnia, and reaffirming his contempt for the Middle Ages. Yet this romance of Sir Gawayne is very different from the ordinary books of chivalry. It is one of the most singular works of the 14th century, and it is one of the strongest, both in imagination and in literary art. The author loses nothing of the fantastic value of his plot. On the contrary, he does everything possible to heighten the effect of it, to a grotesque sublimity, while at the same time he is concerned, as Shakespeare often is, to transform the folklore with which he is working and make it play into his moral scheme. He is a great moralist, and he can use allegory, but in his treatment of this story his imagination is generally too strong for abstract methods. He succeeds, a very remarkable feat, in making his readers accept strange adventures as part of a reasonable man's life, not smoothing away or suppressing absurdities, but getting out of them everything possible in the way of terror and wonder, and using mockery also, like that of the northern myths of Thor and the giants. Allegory comes in it, but accidentally, in the description of Gawayne's shield and its device, the pentacle, with its religious motive. Gawayne as the servant of Our Lady, thus adding something more to the complexity of the work. It is a different thing from the simple beauty of the fairy tales, and on the other hand, the common futilities of the minstrels are kept at a safe distance by this author. His landscape is not that of the ordinary books. Sir Gawayne is not sent wandering in the conventional romantic scenery, but in the highlands of Wales in winter, all well known and understood by the poet, with thorough enjoyment of the season, the flaky shower and whirling drift. This is not quite exceptional, for, though the winter passages of the Scottish Chaucerians are later, the alliterative poets generally were good at stormy weather. But there is none equal to the poet of Sir Gawayne in this kind of description. The 3 hunting scenes, of the hart, the boar, and the fox, serve to bring out his talent further, while the way they are placed in contrast with the Christmas revels in the castle shows, at any rate, the writer's care for composition. Symmetry of this sort may not be very difficult, but it is not too common at this time. The temptation of Sir Gawaine and the blandishments of the lady may have been suggested by the French romance of Ider, but, as in the case of the other ordeal, the beheading game, the English poet has given his own rendering. Sir Tristram is a great contrast to Sir Gawaine, though both works are ambitious and carefully studied. The author of Sir Gawaine took some old wives' fables and made them into a magnificent piece of Gothic art. The other writer had one of the noblest stories in the world to deal with, and translated it into thin, tinkling rhymes. Isunde of highe prise, the maiden brecht of hewe, that weared fow and grease, and scarlet that was newe. In world was none so wise, of crafter that men knewe, withouten Sir Tramtrise, that all games of grue on gronde. Home longest Tramtrise the true, for healed was his wounde. The author is so pleased with his command of verse that he loses all proper sense of his tragic theme. Tristram and Isolde had to wait long for their poet in England. The tale of Gamelyn may count for something on the native English side against the many borrowed French romances. It is a story of the youngest son cruelly treated by his tyrannical elder brother, and coming to his own again with the help of the king of outlaws. Thomas Lodge made a novel out of it, and kept a number of incidents, the defeat of the wrestler, the champion as he is called, the loyalty of Adam Spencer, and the meeting with the outlaws, and so these found their way to Shakespeare, and along with them the spirit of the greenwood and its freedom. The tale of Gamelyn is As You Like It, without Rosalind or Celia. The motive is, naturally, much simpler than in a novel or the play, merely the poetical justice of the young man's adventures and restoration, with the humorous popular flouting of respectability in the opposition of the liberal outlaws to the dishonest elder brother and the stupid abbots and priors. Ow, say the Gamelyn, so brooke I my bone, now I have espied that friendes have I known. Cursed mot he worthe, both the flesh and blood, that ever do prior or abbot any good. The verse is, more or less, the same as that of Robert of Gloucester, and of the southern legends of saints. Nowhere is it used with more freedom and spirit than in Gamelyn. Then saide the Meester, king of outlaws, What seeke ye, younge men, on the wode shores? Gamelyn answered the king with his croone, He moste needs walke in woode, that may not walke in tone. Sir, we walke not here none harm for to do, but if we mete with a deer, to shoote thereto, as men that ben hungry, and mo no mete finde, and ben harde bestad under wodelinde. Gamelyn is found only in manuscripts of the Canterbury Tales. Skeat's conjecture is a fair one that it was kept by Chaucer among his papers to be worked up some day into the Yeoman's Tale. Another romance, less closely attached to Chaucer's work, the Tale of Berrin, called the Merchant's Second Tale, is also, like Gamelyn, rather exceptional in its plot. It is a comic story, and comes from the East. How Berrin, with his merchandise, was driven by a storm at sea to a strange harbour, a city of practical jokers, and how he was treated by the burgesses there, and hard put to it to escape from their knavery, and how he was helped against the sharpers by a valiant cripple, Geoffrey, and shown the way to defeat them by tricks more impudent than their own. The verse of Berrin is of the same sort as in Gamelyn, but more uneven, often very brisk, but sometimes falling into the tune of the early Elizabethan doggerel drama. After these two brethren, Romulus and Romus, Julius Caesar was emperor, that rightful was of Domus. But on the other hand, there are good verses like these. For after misty cloudes there cometh a clear sunne, so after bale comes bote, whoso be the conne. There are, obviously, certain types and classes among the romances. Medieval literature generally ran in conventional molds, and its clients accepted readily the well-known turns of a story and the favorite characters. But at the same time, in reading the romances, one has a continual sense of change and of experiment. There is no romantic school so definite and assured as to make any one type into a standard. Not even Chaucer succeeded in doing what Chrétien had done 2 centuries earlier in France. The English romancers have generally too little ambition, and the ambitious and original writers are too individual and peculiar to found any proper school, or to establish in England a medieval pattern of narrative that might be compared with the modern novel. Sir Topas he beareth the flower, and the companions of Sir Topas, who are the largest group, never think of competing seriously with the great French authors of the 12th century, the masters, as they must be reckoned, of medieval romantic poetry. The English, like the Italians, were too late. They missed the 12th century and its influences and ideals, or only took them up when other and still stronger forces were declaring themselves. They failed to give shape in English to the great medieval romantic themes. They failed in Sir Tristram, and the Middle Ages were at an end before Sir Thomas Malory brought out the noblest of all purely medieval English romances, translated from the French book that was then nearly 3 centuries old. The relation of the romances to popular ballads is not easy to understand. The romances and their plots go through many transformations. Horn and L'Enval are proof of this. Horn turns into a ballad, and so do many others. The ballad of Orfeo has been mentioned, but it will not do to take the ballads in a lump as degenerate forms of earlier narrative poetry, for the ballad is essentially a lyrical form, and has its own laws, independent of all forms of narrative poetry in extant medieval English, and again, a great number of ballads have plots which not only do not occur in any known romances, which of itself would prove little or nothing, but they are plainly not fitted for a narrative of any length, e.g. Lord Randall, Sir Patrick Spens, The Wife of Usher's Well. On the whole, it seems best to suppose that the 2 forms of lyrical ballad and narrative romance were independent, though not in antagonism, through all the Middle Ages. They seem to have drawn their ideas from different sources for the most part. Though almost anything may be made the subject of a ballad, there are certain kinds of plot that seem to be specially fitted for the ballad and much less for the long story. Fairy adventures, like that of Tamlane, heroic defences against odds, like that of Percy Read, and, before all, tragic stories, like Annie of Lochrayan or the Douglas tragedy. The romances, as a rule, end happily, but there is no such law in ballads. It will be found, too, that the romances which have most likeness to ballads are generally among those of the shorter and simpler kind, like Orfeo and the Lais le Frêne. The question is made more complicated by the use of ballad measure for some of the later romances, like The Knight of Courtesy, a strange version of the Chevalier de Coucy. Of Robin Hood and Adam Bell, and many more, it is hard to say whether they are to be ranked with ballads or with romances. But all this is matter for another enquiry. End of section 39. Section 40 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Metrical Romances 2. 1200 to 1500. Part 1. By J.W.H. Atkins. The metrical romances, which form during 3 centuries a distinctive feature of our literature, must in no sense be regarded as an isolated phenomenon. They begin under the auspices of the 12th century Renaissance. They supply a want while feudalism lasts, and they begin to vanish when feudalism crumbles in the Wars of the Roses. It has been already said that legend and love were the 2 main themes of the 12th century literary revolt against earlier religious traditions, and it is not without significance that they were precisely the themes of this new creation, the romance. It is true that the crusading zeal and occasional Christianizing tendencies which characterize some of the romances, still point to militant religious forces, but religion ceases to supply the initial impulse or to give direction. The raison d'être of the romances is of a secular kind. It was felt to be good to indulge the fancy and to hear of love, and so legendary and historical narratives and cheerful love stories were, from time to time, related with no other motive than the telling of a good tale. The romance, then, obviously, forms part of, or is, perhaps, the sequel to, that general emancipatory movement in literature which marked the 12th century. But the form and tone of the English romance were determined by more than one consideration. Political and social connections with France and Brittany rendered available a store of French material, and Welsh traditions, through the medium of Brittany, were found to increase that store. The movements of the Crusaders brought the West into closer touch with the East, and amidst all these alien influences something of what was native still persisted. Nor must internal considerations be entirely forgotten. Neither social nor intellectual development failed to leave its mark upon this branch of literature. Women had come to be regarded as of more importance than ever in the community. The literary tendencies which made for love tales found their counterpart in the striving towards higher ideals of conduct in relation to woman. Manners became more refined, and the code of chivalry was evolved. Heightened sensibility was, moreover, revealed in the increased appreciation of the beautiful, the beauty of womanhood, the beauty of nature, the beauty of noble conduct. And the refinement of fancy made fairyland seem possible. Jean Baudel's classification of the romances has already been mentioned. Regarding them, however, from the point of view of the motives and influences they embody, it is seen that they fall into certain groups: Carolingian, or Old French, Old English, Classical, Oriental, and Celtic. The Carolingian element is represented in medieval English romance by Sir Rothwell, Roland and Vernagu, and Sir Ferumbras. The first is an account of a Saracen attack upon France. Sir Rothwell is the Saracen emissary who insultingly defies Charlemagne in his own hall, and is, in consequence, challenged by Roland. A stiff fight follows, but in answer to Charlemagne's prayers, a white dove alights upon the shoulders of the Saracen, whereupon he capitulates and undertakes to embrace the Christian faith. Roland and Vernagu deals with Charlemagne's exploits in Spain. Its main incident consists of a combat spread over 2 days between Roland and Vernagu, the gigantic black champion of the Sultan of Babylon. At one point of the protracted duel, the giant is overcome with sleep, and this leads to an exhibition of knightly courtesy. So far from taking advantage of his slumbering rival, Roland seeks to make those slumbers easy by improvising a rough pillow beneath his head. Sir Ferumbras relates the capture of Rome by the Saracen host and its relief by Charlemagne. The usual combat takes place, this time between Owlivia and Ferumbras, son of the Sultan of Babylon. The Saracen is, as usual, overcome and accepts Christianity. His sister, Floripa, who is in love with the French Sir Guy, afterwards her husband, assists the Christians, and both brother and sister are subsequently rewarded with territory in Spain. In these works there is obviously embalmed the fierce heroic temper of the Carolingian era. The animating spirit is that of the Crusades. Saracen champions are consistently worsted and forcibly persuaded, after sanguinary combat, of the beauties of Christian doctrine. The chivalrous ideal is still in the making, and the self-restraint and courtesy of Christian heroes are shown to contrast favorably with the brutal manners of Saracen warriors. But chivalry as such is still a battlefield grace. Its softening virtues have yet to be developed in other spheres of activity. The glory of womanhood lies in ferocity and daring, in a strong initiative, if needs be, in affairs of love. Floripa in Sir Ferumbras, for the sake of her love, deceives her father, overpowers her governess, and brains a jailer. and other Carolingian heroines like Blanchefleur and Guibou are similarly formidable. The romances which spring directly from English soil are animated by essentially different motives, and reflect a different society from that of the French group. In Havelock and Horn, in Guy of Warwick and Beeves of Hampton, there exists primarily the Viking atmosphere of 10th century England, though the sagas, in their actual form, have acquired, through alien handling, a certain crusade coloring. In Horn, for instance, Saracens are substituted for Vikings, in plain disregard of historical verisimilitude. And again, in Guy of Warwick, the English legend has been invested with fresh motives and relentlessly expanded with adventures in Paynim. After removing such excrescences, however, we shall find something of earlier English conditions. Such situations as they depict, arising out of usurpation on the part of faithless guardians of royal children, spring, in a great measure, out of pre-conquest unsettlement. They were situations not uncommon in the day of small kingdoms and restless Viking hordes. Havelock is a tale of how a Danish prince and an English princess came to their own again. The hero, son of the Danish king Birkabane, is handed over by his wicked guardian Goddard to a fisherman, Grim, to be drowned. A mystic light, however, reveals Havelock's royal birth to the simple Grim, who saves the situation by crossing to England. They land at Grimsby, a town that still cherishes the name of Havelock and the characters of the tale, in its streets and its seal, and the hero, by a happy coincidence, drifts as a kitchen boy into the household of J.W.H, guardian of Goldburg. This guardian, however, is no better than Goddard, for he has likewise deprived the daughter of the English Ethelwald of her inheritance. Havelock is a strong, handsome youth, who soon becomes famous for feats of strength, whereupon J.W.H, who had promised Ethelwald that he would marry Goldburg to the best man in the country, maliciously keeps his promise by forcing her to marry his cook's knave, a popular hero by reason of his athletic deeds. By degrading Goldburg into a churl's wife, J.W.H hopes to make his hold upon her inheritance secure. The princess naturally bewails her lot when led away by Havelock, but she becomes reconciled when mysterious signs assure her, as they had previously assured Grim, of her husband's royal origin. Meanwhile, the faithful Ubbe, who has set matters right in Denmark, appears in England, when all wrongs are righted and the united futures of hero and heroine are straightway assured. Horn is a Viking story plainly adapted to romantic ends. The hero is the youthful son of the king of Sudin, Isle of Man, who after the death of his father, at the hands of raiding Saracens, Vikings, is turned adrift in a rudderless boat. Wind and tide bring the boat with its living freight to the land of Westernesse, Wirral, where the princess Riemenhild, falling in love with the stranded hero, endeavors, with womanly art, to win his love in return. Horn is knighted through Riemenhild's good offices, but before he can surrender himself to the pleasant bondage of love, he longs to accomplish knightly deeds. He therefore departs in quest of adventure, but leaves behind him a traitorous companion, Fikenhild, who reveals to the king the secret of the lovers. Horn is banished, and only returns on learning that Riemenhild is about to wed. He appears in pilgrim garb, is forgiven, and rescues the princess from a distasteful suitor. But after marriage, the old knightly instincts again assert themselves, and he crosses to Sudin, which he rids of invaders. The treacherous Fikenhild had, however, in the meantime carried off Riemenhild, and Horn, after avenging this deed, returns once more to his homeland, this time not alone. In the ponderous but popular Guy of Warwick we recognize a tedious expansion of a stirring English legend. Sir Guy was regarded as a national hero, who by his victory over Colbrand the Dane had rescued England from the grip of the invader. In the romance this appears, but in company with other episodes which destroy the simplicity of the earlier narrative, confuse its motive, and change its colouring. When he first comes on the scene, Guy is madly in love with Felice, the beautiful daughter of the Earl of Warwick, but his suit is denied on account of his inferiority of standing, for he is but the son of the Earl's steward. He therefore ventures abroad, and returns in a few years, laden with honours, but only to be repulsed once more by his too scrupulous mistress, who now fears that wedded life may transform her hero into a slothful and turgid knight. Once more he goes abroad, and after brisk campaigning he is welcomed on his return by Athelstan, at whose request he rids Northumbria of an insatiable dragon. After this, Felice can hold out no longer. The lovers are united, but now Guy begins to entertain scruples. The rest of his life is to be spent in hardship and penance, and he leaves again for uncouth lands. He returns in due course to find King Athelstan hard pressed by the Danish Anlaf. But Guy's overthrow of Colbrand saves the kingdom, and he sets out forthwith on his way to Warwick. Disguised as a palmer, he finds his wife engaged in works of charity, but without revealing his identity, he stoically retires to a neighbouring hermitage, where the much-tried couple are finally united before he breathes his last. Beeves of Hampton, like Horn, springs from English soil, but the transforming process traced in the one is completed in the other. Beeves presents almost entirely crusading tendencies, but few traces remain of the earlier form. Beeves, who has been dispatched as a slave to heathen parts by a treacherous mother, ultimately arrives at the court of the Saracen king Ermin. Here he is the recipient of handsome favours, and is offered the hand of the Princess Josiane, on condition that he forsakes the Christian faith. This he refuses to do, but the valour he displays in staggering exploits still keeps him in favour, and Josiane, for his love, is prepared to renounce her native gods. The king hears of this, and Beeves is committed to a neighbouring potentate, by whom he is kept in a horrible dungeon for some 7 years. After a marvellous escape from his terrible surroundings, Beeves seeks out Josiane, and both flee to Cologne, where they are duly wedded. The hero's career continues to be as eventful as ever, but he is finally induced to turn towards home, where he succeeds in regaining his inheritance, and is recognized as a worthy knight by the reigning King Edgar. In attempting to estimate the contribution made by these 4 works to Middle English romance, it must be remembered that, although they originate ultimately from the England of the Vikings, of Athelstan and Edgar, they have all been touched with later foreign influences. In them may be perceived, however, an undeveloped chivalry, as well as reminiscences of Old English life and thought. The code of chivalry is as yet unformulated. In Havelock we see the simple ideal of righting the wrong. In Horn and Guy of Warwick is perceptible a refinement of love which makes for asceticism, but the love details are not, in general, elaborated in accordance with later chivalrous ideals. Riemenhild and Josiane both woo and are wooed, but they lack the violence of Carolingian heroines. In Felice alone do we find traces of that scrupulous niceness encouraged in the era of the courts of love. With regard to the existence of earlier English reminiscences, in both Horn and Havelock can be seen the joy in descriptions of the sea, characteristic of Old English verse. Both Guy and Beeves, again, have their dragons to encounter after the fashion of Beowulf. The marvellous, which to some extent appears in Havelock, is of the kind found in Germanic folklore. It is distinct in its essence from the product of Celtic fancy. The plebeian elements in the same work, which embody a detailed description of humble life, and which are in striking contrast to the monotonous aristocratic colouring of the romance elsewhere, witness, undoubtedly, to a primitive pre-conquest community. And last, Guy's great fight with Colbrand breathes the motive of patriotism, the motive of Birchnoth, rather than the religious zeal which fired crusading heroes in their single combats. The English medieval romance levied contributions also upon the literature of antiquity. Such levies were due neither to crusading zeal, which loved to recall Charlemagne's great fights against Saracen hosts, nor to the impulse which clung tightly to native history and homespun stories. They were, rather, the outcome of a cherished conceit based on a piece of ingenious etymology, according to which Englishmen, as inhabitants of Britain, held themselves to be of Trojan descent in virtue of Brutus. In this way did the literature of antiquity suggest itself as, to some extent, an appropriate field for the business of romancing. The geste historiale of the destruction of Troy and King Alisander may be taken as typical of this class. The former of these consists of an epitome of the well-known story, with, however, many modifications characteristic of medieval genius. It sets forth the antique world interpreted in terms of medievalism, Greek warfare, Greek customs, and Greek religion alike appearing in the garb of the Middle Ages, and together with these changes were tacitly introduced fairy reminiscences and magical details. But most interesting of all, in the Troy narrative, are those elements of the story of Troilus and Briseda, taken over from Benoit de Saint-Maur, and subsequently moulded into one of the world's greatest stories. In King Alisander we see fashioned the historical and legendary hero, his career being supplemented with hosts of fanciful stories drawn from the East. His birth is alike mysterious and marvellous. His youth and manhood are passed in prodigious undertakings. He tames the fiery Bucephalus, he captures Tyre and burns Thebes, Darius falls before him, he advances through Persia and onwards to the Ganges, conquering on his way the great Porus of India. His homeward journey is a progress through Wonderland. All the magic of the East lies concentrated in his path. He passes by crowned snakes and mysterious trees, and beholds, in the distance, cliffs sparkling with diamonds. He is ultimately poisoned by a friend, and honourably buried in a tomb of gold. The ruling motive of these classical romances, as compared with others of their kind, is clearly that of depicting, on a large scale, the heroic element in humanity, and of pointing out the glories of invincible knighthood. They concern themselves not with chivalrous love, but with chivalrous valour and knightly accomplishments. Their aim is to point to the more masculine elements of medieval chivalry. The joy of battle is everywhere articulate, not least so in the picturesque movements of warlike bodies, and in the varied sounds of the battlefield. The method of developing this motive is, for the most part, by bringing the West into touch with the East. The treasuries of Babylonian and antique fable are ransacked to glorify the theme of warlike magnificence. The wider mental horizon and the taste for wonders which attracted contemporaries in Mandeville's travels are here enlisted in the work of romance. End of section 40. Section 41 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Metrical Romances 2, 1200 to 1500, Part 2, by J.W.H. Atkins. Closely akin to the Alexander romance is Richard Coeur de Lion, which may therefore be considered here, though its story is not of either Eastern or classical origin. The scheme in both is much the same. Richard's birth is mysterious as was Alexander's. In early manhood, Richard wrenches out the lion's heart, Alexander tames Bucephalus. Both march to the east to perform great things. Both are presented as types of valorous greatness. In the romance, Richard appears as the son of Henry II and the beautiful enchantress Cassodorian. He is imprisoned in Germany as the result of an escapade on his way home from the Holy Land, and it is here that he tears out the heart of a lion set loose in his cell. The proclamation of a general crusade soon afterwards appeals to Richard, and he joins Philip of France on his way to the east. The French king is consistently treacherous and jealous, while Richard is no less hasty and passionate, and in consequence ruptures are frequent. After avenging an insult received from Cyprus, Richard hastens to Syria, where fight succeeds fight with great regularity, and the Saracens under Saladin are gradually discomfited. At last a truce of 3 years is arranged, at which point the romancer is content to conclude. The romance is one of the most stirring of the whole group. It deals with the Crusades, but its central theme, like that of the Alexander saga, is the glorification of the romance of war, the exaltation of the fighting hero. It is, moreover, fiercely patriotic. Scorn is heaped on the braggadocio of the French, and the drawing of Philip's character is far from flattering. On the other hand, Coeur de Lion's haughty arrogance is the glory of Englishmen. On his side fight St. George and big battalions of angels. His humour appears as grim as his blows. He feasts on Saracens, and provides the same dish for Saracen ambassadors. The ideal man of action, as here depicted, is one in whom the elements are mixed. He is by no means deficient in knightly instincts and courtesy, but mingled with these are coarse-grained characteristics. He is rude and blunt, forceful and careless of restraint, all of which traits represent the English contribution to the heroic picture. Oriental fable appears in English romance with other effects than were obtained in the work of King Alexander. The more voluptuous qualities of the East, for instance, are reproduced in Flores and Blanchefleur, and result in a style of romance tolerably distinct. In the 7 Sages of Rome, again, the story-book is employed in Oriental fashion. The heroine of the first, Blanchefleur, is a Christian princess, carried off by the Saracens in Spain, and subsequently educated along with their young prince Flores. Childish friendship develops into love, and Flores is promptly removed, but not before his lady has given him a magic ring, which will tarnish when the giver is in danger. Danger soon threatens her in the shape of false accusation, but this peril, being revealed to Flores by means of his ring, is duly averted, though subsequent treachery succeeds in dispatching the princess to Egypt as a slave. Thither Flores pursues her, and by dint of bribery and stratagem he succeeds in entering the seraglio where she is detained. The inevitable discovery follows, but the anger of the emir having vanished on his learning all the circumstances, the trials of the lovers come to a pleasant end. In this work the central theme is, once again, that of love, but in the manner of treatment there are visible certain departures. According to Western standards, the tone is, in fact, somewhat sentimental. It is felt that soul-stirring passions are not involved. The whole seems wanting in the quality of hardihood. Flores, for instance, swoons in your true sentimental fashion. He finds heart's ease in exile by tracing his lady's name in flower designs. He wins his cause by dint of magic and persuasion rather than by the strength of his own right arm. An Oriental colouring is also noticeable in the sensuous descriptions of garden and seraglio, as well as in the part played by the magic ring. We have here material and motives which enlarge the domain of the medieval romance, and which appealed to Chaucer when he set about writing his Squire's Tale. In the 7 Sages of Rome, other aspects of the East are duly represented. Diocletian's wicked queen, failing in her attempt to ensnare her stepson Florentine, viciously accuses him of her own fell designs, whereupon Florentine's 7 tutors plead on his behalf by relating 7 tales of the perfidy of woman. The queen, as plaintiff, relates a corresponding number concerning the wickedness of counsellors. The tales are told, the queen is unmasked, and duly punished. In an age dedicated by the West to the worship of women, we have here represented the unflattering estimate of womankind held by the East. The framework and the device of a series of tales is, likewise, Oriental, and so is the didactic tendency which underlies the whole. The aim is to set forth the dangers to which youth is subject, not only from the deceit of men, but also from the wiles of women. Of far greater importance, however, than any of the foregoing influences is that derived from Celtic sources. Stories of Arthur, of Tristram and Gawayne, while, in response to formative influences of the time, they present certain details in common with the other romances, have yet a distinct atmosphere, fresh motives, and new colouring. Points of similarity exist, but with a difference. The incessant combats of the Carolingian saga find a counterpart in the derring-do of Arthurian heroes. As in Horn and Havelock, the scene in the Celtic romances is laid in Britain, but the background is Celtic rather than English. Again, just as King Alisander and Richard Coeur de Lion are magnificates of splendid heroic figures, so the glorification of Arthur is the persistent theme of this Celtic work. And last, the love strain and the magic which came from the East and were embodied in Floors and Blanchefleur correspond in some measure with Celtic passion and Celtic mysticism. For such points of contact, the spirit of the age must be held accountable, for such differences as exist, individual and national genius. The effect of the Celtic genius upon English romance, if indeed such a statement may be ventured upon, was to reveal the passions, to extend the fancy, and to inculcate sensibility. The Celtic element revealed love as a passion in all its fullness, a passion laden with possibilities, mysterious and awful in power and effect. It opened up avenues to a fairyland peopled with elvish forms and lit by strange lights. It pointed to an exalted chivalry and lofty ideals, to a courtesy which was the outcome of a refinement of sentiment. In the romance of Sir Tristram is embodied the Celtic revelation of love. The English poem is based on the version of Thomas, and is distinct from that of Berulle. This story of death-marked affection is well known, how Tristram and the fair Iseult are fatally united by the magic love potion, quaffed in spite of Iseult's approaching union with Mark of Cornwall. How their love persists in spite of honour and duty, how Tristram marries Iseult of the White Hand and comes to lie wounded in Brittany, how his wife, distracted with jealousy, falsely announces the ominous black sail coming over the seas, and how the fair Iseult glides through the hall and expires on the corpse of her former lover. Here we feel that the tragedy of love has been remorselessly enacted. It appears to us as a new and irresistible force, differing alike from the blandishments of the East and the crudeness of the North. A sense of mystery and gloom enfolds it all like a misty veil over Cairn and Cromlech. The problem is as enduring as life itself. Enchantment is suggested by means of the love potion, yet the weakness is mortal, as indeed is the sombre climax. Passion descends to the level of reality, and the comfortable medieval ending is sternly eschewed. Love is conducted by neither code nor nice theory. It moves, simple, sensuous, passionate, to its appointed end, and relentlessly reveals the poetry of life. In the romances which deal with the relations between mortal and fairy, we find elements of the richest fancy. Here and elsewhere, in this Celtic section, are discovered landscapes and scenes which charm the imagination with their glamour and light. Fays come and go, wrapped in ethereal beauty, and horrible spirit shapes appear to the accompaniment of mad symphonies of the elements. Knights of faery emerge out of weird forbidden tracts, strange enchantments dictating or following their various movements. Mystic commands, lightly broken, entail tragic penalties, and mortals become the sport of elvish visitants. Of the romances which relate to love passages between mortal and fairy, Sir Launfal, Sir Orfeo, and Aimaree may be taken as types. In Sir Launfal, the hero receives love favours from a beautiful fay, but breaks his bond by carelessly betraying his secret to the queen. He is condemned to death, and abandoned by the fay, who, however, relents in time, and riding to Arthur's court, succeeds in carrying the knight off to the Isle of Avalon. Sir Orfeo may be briefly described as a Celtic adaptation of the familiar classical story of Orpheus and Eurydice. Queen Eurydice is carried off into fairyland, in spite of all that human efforts can do. King Orfeo follows her in despair as a minstrel, but his wonderful melodies at last succeed in leading her back to the haunts of men. In Aimaree we have a beautifully told story of the Constance type, with the addition of certain mystical elements. The heroine is a mysterious maiden of unearthly beauty, who is cast off by her unnatural father, and drifts to the shores of Wales, where she wins Sir Cador's love. After the marriage, Sir Cador goes abroad, and the young wife is once more turned adrift by an intriguing mother-in-law. She reaches Rome, and there, in due course, she is happily discovered by the grief-stricken Cador. Other romances relate the deeds of the offspring of fairy and mortal union, as for instance Sir Degaré and Sir Gauter. The former is an account of a fairy knight and a princess of Britain. He is abandoned in infancy by the princess, who, however, leaves with him a pair of magic gloves, which will fit no hands but hers. The child in time becomes a knight, and his prowess in the lists renders him eligible for the hand of the princess, his mother. By means of the gloves, however, they learn their real relationship, whereupon Sir Degaré relinquishes his claim, and succeeds in the filial task of reuniting his parents. In Sir Gauter, the hero is the son of a fiendish knight and a gentle lady whom he had betrayed. The boy, as was predicted, proved to be of a most savage temperament, until the offending Adam was whipped out of him by means of self-inflicted penance. He then wins the love of an earl's daughter by glorious achievements in the lists, and piously builds an abbey to commemorate his conversion. It is in the Arthurian romances, and more particularly in those relating to Sir Gawayne, that we find the loftier ideals of chivalry set forth. Gawayne is depicted as the knight of honor and courtesy, of loyalty and self-sacrifice. Softer manners and greater magnanimity are grafted upon the earlier knighthood. Self-restraint becomes more and more a knightly virtue. The combats are not less fierce, but vainglorious boasting gives way to moods of humility. Victory is followed by noble concern for the vanquished. Passing over Sir Gawayne and the Green Knight, which is treated elsewhere, we find in Gollancz and Gawayne these knightly elements plainly visible. The rudeness of Sir Kay, here and elsewhere, is devised as a foil to the courtesy of Gawayne. Arthur in Tuscany sends Sir Kay to ask for quarters in a neighbouring castle. His rude, presumptuous bearing meets with refusal, though when Gawayne arrives, the request is readily acceded to. The domains of Gollancz are next approached. He is an aggressive knight of large reputation, whom Arthur makes it his business forthwith to subdue. A combat is arranged, in which Gawayne proves victor, whereupon the noble Arthurian not only grants the life of the defiant Gollancz, but spares his feelings by returning to his castle as if he himself were the vanquished. Matters were afterwards explained, and Gollancz, conquered alike by arms and courtesy, becomes duly enrolled in Arthur's train. In the Adventures of Arthur and the Terne Wotteline, we find something of the same elements, together with an exhortation to moral living. The romance deals with two incidents alleged to have occurred while Arthur was hunting near Carlisle. The first, however, is an adaptation of the Trentals of St. Gregory. A ghastly figure is represented as emerging from the tarn and appearing before Guinevere and Gawayne. It is Guinevere's mother in the direst torments. The queen thereupon makes a vow as to her future life, and promises meanwhile to have masses sung for her mother's soul. The second incident is of a more conventional kind, and deals with the fight between Gawayne and Galaroon. Ewain and Gawayne is another romance which embodies much that is characteristic of Arthurian chivalry. Ewain sets out on a certain quest from Arthur's court. He defeats a knight near the fountain of Broceliande, pursues him to his castle, and marries Lodine, mistress of that place. After further adventures in love and war, in most of which he has the company of a friendly lion, he falls in with Gawayne, and ignorant of each other's identity, they engage in combat. The fight is indecisive, and each courteously concedes to the other the victory, an exchange of compliments which is speedily followed by a joyful recognition. The wedding of Sir Gawayne, again, points to loyalty and honor, as involving supreme self-sacrifice. It relates how Gawayne, to save Arthur's life, undertakes to marry the loathsome Dame Ragnall. His noble unselfishness, however, is not unrewarded. The dame is subsequently transformed into the most beauteous of her kind. Libos Desconnu, the story of Gingalin, Gawayne's son, is constructed on rather conventional lines. The fair unknown has several adventures with giants and others. He visits a fairy castle, where he meets with an enchantress, and rescues a lady transformed into a dreadful serpent, who afterwards, however, becomes his wife. The scene of the avowing of Arthur is once more placed near Carlisle. Arthur is hunting with Sir Gawaine, Sir Kay, and Sir Baldwin, when all four undertake separate vows. Arthur is to capture single-handed a ferocious boar, Sir Kay to fight all who oppose him. The king is successful, but Sir Kay falls before a knight who is carrying off a beautiful maiden. The victor, however, is afterwards overcome in a fight with Gawaine, and then ensues a significant contrast in the matter of behaviors. Sir Kay sustains his earlier reputation by cruelly taunting the beaten knight, while Sir Gawaine, on the other hand, mindful of the claims of chivalry, is studiously kind and considerate towards his fallen foe. The rhyming Morte Arthur and the alliterative work of the same name deal with the close of Arthur's life. In the first occurs the story of the Maid of Ascalon and her fruitless love for the noble Lancelot. The narrative is instinct with the pathos of love, and here, as in Tristram, the subtlety of the treatment reveals further possibilities of the love theme. Lancelot is moreover depicted as Guinevere's champion. The queen is under condemnation, but is rescued by Lancelot, who endures, in consequence, a siege in the castle of Joyous Gard. The end of the Arthurian story begins to be visible in the discord thus introduced between Lancelot and Gawaine, Arthur and Mordred. The alliterative Morte Arthur is more seriously historical. Arthur is represented as returning home from his wars with Lucius on hearing of Mordred's treachery. He fights the traitor, but is mortally wounded, and is borne to Glastonbury, where he is given a magnificent burial. End of section 41. Section 42 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Metrical Romances 2, 1200 to 1500, Part 3, by J.W.H. Atkins. In addition to the romances already mentioned as representative in some measure of definite influences at work, there yet remain certain others which call for notice. We have, in the first place, a group of some 5 romances which may be considered together as studies of knightly character. They are works which may be said to deal, incidentally perhaps, with the building up of the perfect knight and Christian hero, though anything like psychological treatment is, of course, entirely absent. In Hippomedon we see the knight as a gallant, if capricious lover. Marriage having been proposed between young Hippomedon, prince of Apulia, and the beautiful queen of Calabria, the former determines to woo for himself. He arrives incognito at the court of the queen, wins her favour by manly exploits, and then departs somewhat capriciously. He is, however, induced to return on hearing that a tournament is to be held, of which the queen herself is to be the prize. But again his conduct is strange. He loudly proclaims his dislike for boisterous tournaments, and ostentatiously sets out on hunting expeditions on the days of the contests. But he actually goes to a neighbouring hermitage, whence he issues to the tournament, clad on successive days in red, white, and black armour, a favourite medieval method of disguise adopted by Sir Chaucer and others. He carries all before him, and then vanishes as mysteriously as ever, without claiming his prize, nor revealing his identity. Soon afterwards the queen is hard pressed by a neighbouring duke, and the hero appears once more to fight her battles, this time disguised as a fool. It is only after further adventures, when he feels he has fooled to the top of his bent, that he declares his love with a happy result. In this stirring romance we see the knight errant in quest of love. The assumed slothfulness and fondness for disguise were frequent attributes of the medieval hero. The one added interest to actual exploits, the other was an assurance that the love of the well-born was accepted on his own individual merits. In the beautiful romance of Amis and Amilun We have friendship set forth as a knightly virtue. It is depicted as an all-absorbing quality which involves, if necessary, the sacrifice of both family and conscience. Amis and Amilun are two noble foster-brothers, the medieval counterparts of Orestes and Pylades, much alike in appearance, whose lives are indissolubly linked together. Amilun generously but surreptitiously takes the place of Amis in a trial by combat, for which piece of unselfishness, with the deception involved in it, he is subsequently visited with the scourge of leprosy. Some time afterwards, Amis finds his friend in pitiable plight, but fails at first to grasp his identity. It is only after a dramatic scene that the discovery is made, and then Amis, grief-stricken, proceeds to remove his friend's leprosy by the sacrifice of his own children. But such a sacrifice is not permitted to be irrevocable. When Amis and his wife Bélisande go to view their slaughtered children, they are found to be merely sleeping. The sacrifice had been one upon which the gods themselves threw incense. The romance, as it stands, is one of the most pathetic and elevating of the whole series. Knightly love and valor were eloquent themes of the medieval romance. In Amis and Amilun, the beauty of friendship is no less nobly treated. In Sir Cleges, the knightly character is further developed by the inculcation of charity, wit, and shrewdness. The story is simply but picturesquely told. The hero is a knight who is reduced to poverty by reckless charity. When his fortunes are at their lowest ebb, he finds a cherry tree in his garden, laden with fruit, though snow is on the ground, and the season is Yuletide. With this goodly find, he sets out to King Uther at Cardiff, in the hope of restoring his fallen fortunes. But court officials bar his way until he has promised to divide amongst them all his reward. The king is gratified, and Cleges is asked to name his reward. He asks for 12 strokes, which the officials, in accordance with the bargain, duly receive, to the unbounded delight of an appreciative court. The identity of the knight then becomes known, and his former charity is suitably recognized. The theme of Sir Isumbras is that of Christian humility, the story itself being an adaptation of the legend of St. Eustace. Sir Isumbras is a knight who, through pride, falls from his high estate by the will of Providence. He is severely stricken. His possessions, his children, and lastly his wife, are taken away, and he himself becomes a wanderer. After much privation, nobly endured, he has learned his lesson, and arrives at the court of a queen, who proves to be his long-lost wife. His children are then miraculously restored, and he resumes once more his exalted rank. The Squire of Low Degree is a pleasant romance, which does not belie an attractive title. Its theme suggests the idea of the existence of knightly character in those of low estate, a sentiment which had appealed to a conquered English people in the earlier Havelock. The humble squire in the story wins the affection of the king's daughter of Hungary, as well as her promise to wed when he shall have become a distinguished knight. An interfering and treacherous steward is righteously slain by the squire, who then suffers imprisonment, and the king's daughter, who supposes her lover dead, is thereby reduced to the direst straits. She refuses consolation, though the king categorically reminds her of much that is pleasant in life, and draws up, in fact, an interesting list of medieval delights, its feasts, its finery, its sports, and its music. Persuasion failing, the king is obliged to relent. The squire is released, and ventures abroad on knightly quest. He returns in due course to claim his own, and the pleasant romance ends on a pleasant note. The story loses nothing from the manner of its telling. It is, above all, mercifully brief. Its English origin and sentiment, no less than its pictures of medieval life, continue to make this romance one of the most readable of its kind. Besides these romances, which deal in some sort with the knightly character, there are others which embody variations of the Constance theme, namely Sir Triamour, Sir Eglamour of Artois, and Torrent of Portugal. Like Emare, they belong to the reunion of kindred type, a type which appealed to Chaucer and still more to Shakespeare in his latest period. One well-known romance still calls for notice. This is William of Palerne. a tale of love and action, which embodies the primitive belief in lycanthropy, according to which certain people were able to assume at will the character and appearance of wolves. The tradition was widespread in Europe, and it still appears from time to time in modern works dealing with ghouls and vampires. The story relates how William, Prince of Apulia, is saved from a murderous attack by the aid of a werewolf, who in reality is heir to the Spanish throne. The werewolf swims with the prince across the Straits of Messina, and again renders aid when his protégé is fleeing from Rome with his love Melchior. William subsequently recovers his royal rights, and then helps to bring about the restoration to the friendly werewolf of his human form. It is striking and to some extent characteristic of the age that although the field of English romance was thus wide and varied, the personality of scarcely a single toiler in that field has come down to posterity. The anonymity of the work embodied in our ancient cathedrals is a parallel to this, and neither fact is without its significance. With the Tristram legend is connected the name of Thomas, a poet of the 12th century, who is mentioned by Gottfried of Strasbourg in the early 13th century. The somewhat misty but historical Thomas of Ercildoune has been credited with the composition of a Sir Tristram story, but this was possibly due to a confusion of the 12th century Thomas with his interesting namesake of the succeeding century. The confusion would be one to which the popular mind was peculiarly susceptible. Thomas the Rhymer was a romantic figure credited with prophetical gifts, and a popular tale would readily be linked with his name, especially as such a process was consistent with the earlier Thomas tradition as it then existed. In the case of 3 other romances, there seem to be certain grounds for attributing them to a single writer. All 3 works, King Alisander, Arthur and Merlin, and Richard Coeur de Lion, are apparently of much the same date, and alike hail from Kent. Each is animated by the same purpose, that of throwing onto a large canvas a great heroic figure. There is also to be found in each of them a certain sympathy with magic. The handling of the theme in each case proceeds on similar lines. The close parallel in the schemes of King Alisander and Richard Coeur de Lion has already been noticed, and the narrative in each moves along in easy animated style. Moreover, similarities of technique are found in all. The recurrence of similes and comparisons, as well as rhyming peculiarities in common, suggests the working of a single mind. In King Alisander and Arthur and Merlin appears the device of beginning the various sections of the narrative with lyric, gnomic, or descriptive lines, presumably to arouse interest and claim attention. In Richard Coeur de Lion, something of the same tendency is also visible, as when a delightful description of spring is inserted after the gruesome account of the massacre of a horde of Saracens. All 3 works betray a joy in fighting, a joy expressed in vigorous terms. In all is evinced an ability to seize on the picturesque side of things, whether of battle or feasting. Saracens fall as grass before the scythe. The helmets of the troops shine like snow upon the mountains. But if the identity of a common author may thus seem probable, little or nothing is forthcoming as regards his personality. Certain coarse details, together with rude humor, seem to suggest a plebeian pen, and this is apparently supported by occasional references to trades. But nothing certain on the subject can be stated. The personality of the poet is, at best, but shadowy, though undoubtedly his work is of outstanding merit. In certain respects, these romances may be said to reflect the age in which they were written. They bear witness in 2 ways to the communistic conception of society which then prevailed. First, by the anonymous character of the writings generally, and secondly, by the absence of the patriotic note. The individual, from the communistic standpoint, was but a unit of the nation merely a section of a larger Christendom. The sense of individualism, and all that is implied, was yet to be emphasized by a later Renaissance. It is therefore clear that the anonymity of the romances, as in the case of the Legendaries and Chronicle, was in part the outcome of such conceptions and notions. The works represent, the constant service of the antique world, when service sweat for duty, not for meed. And the absence of patriotism from the romances results from the same conditions. National consciousness was not yet really awakened. The mental horizon was bounded not by English shores, but by the limits of the Holy Roman Empire. Coeur de Lion's career alone appealed to latent sympathies. For the rest, the romance is untouched by national feeling. French and other material was adapted without any recoloring. The romance also reflects the medieval love of external beauty. The picturesqueness of the actual, of medieval streets and buildings, the bright colors in dress, the love of pageantry and pictorial effects, all helped to inspire, and are indeed reflected in, the gay coloring of the romances. If the stories, again, made considerable demands upon the credulity, it was not remarkable in regard to the character of the times. All things were possible in an age of faith. The wisdom of credo quia impossibile was to be questioned in the succeeding age of reason. Moreover, the atmosphere which nourished the romantic growth was that of feudalism, and an aristocratic note everywhere marks its tone and structure. But it is a glorified feudalism which is thus represented, a feudalism glorious in its hunting, its feasting, and its fighting, in its brave men and fair women. The lower elements are scarcely ever remembered, and no pretence is made at holding up the mirror to the whole of society. Lastly, like so much of the rest of medieval work, the romance moves largely amidst abstractions. It avoids close touch with the concrete. For instance, no reflection is found of the struggles of the commons for parliamentary power, or even of the national strivings against papal dominion. The problems of actual life are carefully avoided. The material treated consists rather of the fanciful problems of the courts of love and situations arising out of the new-born chivalry. The romance has many defects, in spite of all its attractions and the immense interest it arouses both intrinsically and historically. It sins in being intolerably long-winded and in being often devoid of all proportion. A story may drag wearily on long after the last chapter has really been written, and insignificant episodes are treated with as much concern as those of pith and moment. It further makes demands upon the painful reader not only by its discursiveness and love of digression, but also by the minuteness of its descriptions, relentlessly complete, which leave nothing to the imagination. The art of the pen is to rouse the inward vision, because our flying minds cannot contain a protracted description. This truth was far from being appreciated in the age of the schoolmen with their encyclopedic training. The aristocratic tone of the romance, moreover, tends to become wearisome by its very monotony. Sated with the sight of knights and ladies, giants and Saracens, one longs to meet an honest specimen of the citizen class, but such relief is never granted. To these and other shortcomings, however, the medieval eye was not always blind, though romances continued to be called for right up to the end of the 14th century, and indeed after. Chaucer, with his keen insight and strong human sympathies, had shown himself aware of all these absurdities, for, in his Sir Topas, designed as a parody on the romance in general, these are the points on which he seizes. When he rambles on for 100 lines in Sir Topas without saying much, he is quietly making the first point of his indictment. He is exaggerating the discursiveness and minuteness he has found so irksome. And in the second place, he ridicules the aristocratic monotone by introducing a bourgeois note into his parodied romance. The knight swears an oath on plain ale and bread, while in the romantic forest through which he is wandering lurks the harmless buck and hare, as well as the homely nutmeg that flavors the ale. The lapse from romance is sufficiently evident, and the work silently embodies much sound criticism. The host, with blunt remark, ends the parody, and in him may be seen a matter-of-fact intelligence declaiming against the faults of romance. But with all its shortcomings, the romance has a peculiar interest from the modern standpoint, in that it marks the beginning of English fiction. In it is written the first chapter of the modern novel. After assuming a pastoral form in the days of Elizabeth, and after being reclaimed, with all its earlier defects, in the 17th century, romance slowly vanished in the dry light of the 18th century, but not before it had flooded the stage with astounding heroic plays. The later novels, however, continued the functions of the earlier romances, when they embodied tales of adventures or tales of love, whether thwarted or triumphant. Nor is Richardson's novel of analysis without its counterpart in this earlier creation. He treated love on psychological lines, but charming love problems had exercised the minds of medieval courtiers and had subsequently been analyzed in the romances after the approved fashion of the courts of love. It is only in the case of the later realistic novel that the origins have to be sought elsewhere, in the contemporary fabliaux, which dealt, in a ready manner, with the troubles and the humours of a lower stratum of life. End of section 42.
Section 43 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by EmilyCripps. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Section 43, Pearl, Cleannness, Patience, and Sir Gawayne, Part 1, by Israel Gollancz. Chapter 15, Pearl, Cleannness, Patience, and Sir Gawayne. Among the Cottonian manuscripts in the British Museum, a small quarto volume, numbered Nero A10, contains the 4 Middle English poems known as Pearl, Cleannness, Patience, and Sir Gawayne and the Green Knight. The manuscript is in a hand which seems to belong to the end of the 14th or the early years of the 15th century. There are neither titles nor rubrics, but the chief divisions are marked by large initial letters of blue flourished with red. Several pictures, coarsely executed, illustrate the poems, each occupying a full page. The writing is, quote, small, sharp, and irregular, end quote. No single line of these poems has been discovered in any other manuscript. The first of the 4 poems, Pearl, tells of a father's grief for a lost child, an infant daughter who had lived not 2 years on earth. In a vision he beholds his Pearl, no longer a little child, transfigured as a queen of heaven. From the other bank of a stream which divides them she instructs him, teaches him the lessons of faith and resignation, and leads him to a glimpse of the New Jerusalem. He sees his, quote, little queen, end quote, in the long procession of maidens. In his effort to plunge into the stream and reach her, he awakes, to find himself stretched on the child's grave. Then woke I in that garden fair, my head upon that mound was laid, there where my Pearl had strayed below. I roused me, and felt in great dismay, and, sighing to myself, I said, now all be to that prince's pleasure. Footnote 1. The renderings into modern English throughout the chapter are from the writer's edition of Pearl, 1891. Naturally arising from the author's treatment of his subject, many a theological problem, notably the interpretation of the parable of the vineyard, is expounded. The student of medieval theology may find much of interest in Pearl, but the attempt to read the poem as a theological pamphlet and a mere symbolical allegory ignores its transcendent reality as a poet's lament. The personal side of the poem is clearly marked, though the author nowhere directly refers to his fatherhood. The basis of Pearl is to be found in that verse of the Gospel, which tells of the man, quote, that sought the precious margarites, and, when he had found one to his liking, he sold all his goods to buy that jewel, end quote. The pearl was doomed, by the law of nature, to flower and fade like a rose. Thereafter it became a, quote, pearl of price, end quote. The jeweler indicates clearly enough the reality of his loss. A 14th century poet, casting about for the form best suited for such a poem, had 2 courses before him. On the one hand, there is the great storehouse of dream pictures, the romaunt of the rose; on the other hand, the symbolic pages of Scripture. A poet of the Chaucerian school would have chosen the former. To him the lost Marguerite would have suggested an allegory of, quote, the flower that bereft our alder prize in figuring, end quote, and the Marguerite would have been transfigured as the type of truest womanhood, a maiden in the train of love's queen, Alcestis. But the colt of the daisy seems to have been altogether unknown to our poet, or, at least, to have had no attraction for him. His Marguerite was, for him, the pearl of the gospel. Mary, the Queen of Heaven, not Alcestis, Queen of Love, reigns in the visionary paradise which the poet pictures forth. While the main part of the poem is a paraphrase of the closing chapters of the Apocalypse and the parable of the vineyard, the poet's debt to the Romaunt is noteworthy, more particularly in the description of the wonderful land through which the dreamer wanders. And it can be traced here and there throughout the poem, in the personification of Pearl as reason, in the form of the colloquy, in the details of dress and ornament, in many a characteristic word, phrase, and reference. Quote, the river from the throne, end quote, in the Apocalypse, here meets, quote, the waters of the wells, end quote, devised by Sir Mirth for the Garden of the Rose. From these two sources, the Book of Revelation, with its almost romantic glamour, and Romaunt of the Rose, with its almost oriental allegory, are derived much of the wealth and brilliancy of the poem. The poet's fancy revels in the richness of the heavenly and the earthly paradise, but his fancy is subordinated to his earnestness and intensity. The chief episodes of the poem are best indicated by the 4 illustrations in the manuscript. In the first, the author is represented slumbering in a meadow by the side of a beflowered mound, clad in a long red gown, with falling sleeves, turned up with white, and a blue hood attached round the neck. Madden and others who have described the illustrations have not noticed that there are wings attached to the shoulders of the dreamer, and a cord reaching up into the foliage above, evidently intended to indicate that the spirit has, quote, sped forth into space, end quote. In the second, there is the same figure, drawn on a larger scale, but without the wings, standing by a river. He has now passed through the illumined forest land. The hillsides there were crowned with crystal cliffs full clear, and holts and woods all bright with bowls, blue as the blue of Ind, and trembling leaves on every branch, as burnished silver shone. With shimmering sheen they glistened, touched by the gleam of the glades, and the gravel-like ground upon that strand was precious orient pearl. The sun's own light had paled before that sight so wondrous fair. In the third picture, he is again represented in a similar position with hands raised, and on the opposite side is Pearl, dressed in white, in the costume of Richard II's and Henry IV's time. Her dress is buttoned tied up to the neck, and on her head is a crown. In the fourth, the author is kneeling by the water, and, beyond the stream, is depicted the citadel on the embattled walls of which Pearl again appears, with her arms extended towards him. The metre of Pearl is a stanza of 12 lines with 4 accents, rhymed according to the scheme A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, B, E, B, E, and combining rhyme with alliteration. There are 101 such verses. These divide again into 20 sections, each consisting of 5 stanzas with the same refrain. One section exceptionally contains 6 stanzas. Throughout the poem, the last or main word of the refrain is caught up in the first line of the next stanza. Finally, the last line of the poem is almost identical with the first and rounds off the whole. The alliteration is not slavishly maintained, and the trisyllabic movement of the feet adds to the ease and music of the verse. In each line there is a well-defined caesura. Other writers before and after the author use this form of meter, but no extant specimen shows such mastery of the stanza, which, whatever may be its origin, has some kinship with the sonnet, though a less monumental form, the first 8 lines resembling the sonnet's octave, the final quatrain the sonnet's sestet, and the whole 101 stanzas of Pearl reminding one of a great sonnet sequence. As the present writer has said elsewhere, the refrain, the repetition of the catchword of each verse, the trammels of alliteration, all seem to have offered no difficulty to the poet, and, if power over technical difficulties constitutes in any way a poet's greatness, the author of Pearl, from this point of view alone, must take high rank among English poets. With a rich vocabulary at his command, consisting, on the one hand, of alliterative phrases and, quote, native mother words, end quote, and, on the other hand, of the poetical phraseology of the great French classics of his time, he succeeded in producing a series of stanzas so simple in syntax, so varied in rhythmical effect, now lyrical, now epical, never undignified, as to leave the impression that no form of metre could have been more suitably chosen for this elegiac theme. Footnote 1. Introduction to Pearl, 1891. The diction of the poem has been considered faulty by reason of its copiousness, but the criticism does not appear to be just. It should be noted that the author has drawn alike from the English, Scandinavian, and Romance elements of English speech. The attention of scholars has recently been directed to Boccaccio's Latin eclogue Olympia, in which his young daughter Violante appears transfigured, much in the same way as Pearl in the English poem, and an ingenious attempt has been made to prove the direct debt of the English poet to his great Italian contemporary. The comparison of the two poems is a fascinating study, but there is no evidence of direct indebtedness. Both writers, though their elegies are different in form, have drawn from the same sources. Even were it proved that such debt must actually be taken into account in dealing with the English poem, it would not help, but rather gainsay, the ill-founded theory that would make Pearl a pure allegory, a mere literary device, impersonal and unreal. The eclogue was written soon after the year 1358. The second poem in the MS, Cleannness, relates, in epic style, three great subjects from scriptural history so chosen as to enforce the lesson of purity. After a prologue treating of the parable of the marriage feast, the author deals in characteristic manner with the flood, the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, and the fall of Belshazzar. The poem is written in long lines, alliterative and rhymeless, and is divided into 13 sections of varying length, the whole consisting of 1,812 lines. The third poem is a metrical rendering of the story of Jonah, and its subject too, as in the case of Cleannness, is indicated by its first word, patience. Though, at first sight, the metre of the two poems seems to be identical throughout, it is to be noted that the lines of patience divide into what may almost be described as stanzas of 4 lines. Towards the end of the poem, there is a 3-line group, either designed so by the poet or due to scribal omission. The same tendency towards the 4-line stanza is to be found in parts of Cleannness, more especially at the beginning and end of the poem. Patience consists of 531 lines. It is terser, more vivid, and more highly finished than the longer poem Cleannness. It is a masterly paraphrase of scripture, bringing the story clearly and forcibly home to English folk of the 14th century. The author's delight in his subject is felt in every line. In Cleannness, especially characteristic of the author is the description of the holy vessels. The basins of gold and the cups arrayed like castles with battlements, with towers and lofty pinnacles, with branches and leaves portrayed upon them, the flowers being white pearl and the fruit flaming gems. The two poems, Cleannness and Patience, judged by the test of vocabulary, richness of expression, rhythm, descriptive power, spirit and tone, delight in nature, more especially when agitated by storm and tempest, are manifestly by the same author as Pearl, to which poem, indeed, they may be regarded as pendants, dwelling more definitely on its two main themes, purity and submission to the divine will. The link that binds Cleannness to Pearl is unmistakable. The pearl is there again taken as the type of purity. How canst thou approach his court, save thou be clean? Through shift thou mayest shine, though thou hast served shame. Thou mayest become pure through penance, till thou art a pearl. The pearl is praised wherever gems are seen, though it be not the dearest by way of merchandise. Why is the pearl so prized, save for its purity, that wins praise for it above all white stones? It shineth so bright, it is so round of shape, without fault or stain, if it be truly a pearl. It becometh never the worse for wear, but it ne'er so old if it remain but whole. If by chance 'tis uncared for and becometh dim, left neglected in some lady's bower, wash it worthily in wine as its nature requireth, it becometh e'en clearer than ever before. So if a mortal be defiled ignobly, yea, polluted in soul, let him seek shrift. He may purify him by priest and by penance, and grow brighter than beryl or clustering pearls. If there were any doubt of identity of authorship in respect of the two poems, it would be readily dispelled by a comparison of the Deluge in Cleannness with the Sea Storm in Patience. Cleannness and Patience place their author among the older English epic poets. They show us more clearly than Pearl that the poet is a, quote, backward link, end quote, to the distant days of Cynewulf. It is with the Old English epic poets that he must be compared if the special properties of these poems are to be understood. But in one gift he is richer than his predecessors, the gift of humor. Earlier English literature cannot give us any such combination of didactic intensity and grim fancy as the poet displays at times in these small epics. One instance may be quoted, namely, the description of Jonah's abode in the whale. As a mote in at a minster door, so mighty were its jaws, Jonah enters by the gills, through slime and gore. He reeled in through a gullet that seemed to him a road, tumbling about, aye, head over heels, till he staggers to a place as broad as a hall. Then he fixes his feet there and gropes all about, and stands up in its belly, that stank as the devil. In sorry plight there, mid grease that savoured as hell his bower was arrayed, who would fain risk no ill. Then he lurks there and seeks in each nook of the navel the best sheltered spot, yet nowhere he finds rest or recovery, but filthy mire wherever he goes. But God is ever dear, and he tarried at length and called to the prince. Then he reached a nook and held himself there, where no foul filth encumbered him about. He sat there as safe, save for darkness alone, as in the boat's stern, where he had slept ere. Thus in the beast's bowel he abides there alive, 3 days and 3 nights, thinking aye on the Lord, his might and his mercy and his measure eke. Now he knows him in woe, who would not in weal. End of section 43. Read by EmilyCripps, Winter Garden, Florida, July 4th, 2024.
Section 44 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Pearl, Cleannness, Patience, and Sir Gawayne, Part 2, by I. Gollancz. A fourth poem follows Cleannness and Patience in the manuscript, the romance of Sir Gawayne and the Green Knight. At a glance it is clear, as one turns the leaves, that the metre of the poem is a combination of the alliterative measure with the occasional introduction of a lyrical burden, introduced by a short verse of one accent, and rhyming according to the scheme A-B-A-B-A, which breaks the poem at irregular intervals, evidently marking various stages of the narrative. The metre blends the epic rhythm of Cleannness and Patience with the lyrical strain of Pearl. The illustrations preceding this poem are obviously scenes from medieval romance. Above one of the pictures, representing a stolen interview between a lady and a knight, is a couplet not found elsewhere in the manuscript. Mi mind is muckle on own, that will me nocht amende, some time was truer a stone, and fro charme couthe her defende. The romance deals with a weird adventure that befell Sir Gawayne, son of Loth and nephew of King Arthur, the favourite hero of medieval romance, more especially in the literature of the west and northern parts of England, where in all probability traditions of the knight lived on from early times. The depreciation of the hero in later English literature was due to the direct influence of one particular class of French romances. Gaston Paris, in volume 30 of L'Histoire littéraire de la France, 1888, has surveyed the whole field of medieval literature dealing with Sir Gawayne. According to his view, the present romance is the jewel of English medieval literature, and it may, perhaps, be considered the jewel of medieval romance. To Madden belongs the honor of first having discovered the poem, and of having brought it out in his great collection, Sir Gawayne, Ancient Romance Poems by Scottish and English authors relating to that celebrated Knight of the Round Table, published by the Bannatyne Club, 1839. The place of Sir Gawayne in the history of English metrical romances is treated of elsewhere. Footnote. See Chapter 13. In the present chapter, Sir Gawayne is considered mainly as the work of the author of Pearl. The story tells how on a New Year's Day, when Arthur and his knights are feasting at Camelot, a great knight, clad in green, mounted on a green horse, and carrying a Danish axe, enters the hall, and challenges one of Arthur's knights. The conditions being that the knight must take oath that, after striking the first blow, he will seek the Green Knight 12 months hence, and receive a blow in return. Gawayne is allowed to accept the challenge, takes the axe, and smites the Green Knight so that the head rolls from the body. The trunk takes up the head, which the hand holds out while it repeats the challenge to Gawayne to meet him at the Green Chapel next New Year's morning, and then departs. Gawayne in due course journeys north, and wanders through wild districts, unable to find the Green Chapel. On Christmas Eve he reaches a castle, and asks to be allowed to stay there for the night. He is welcomed by the lord of the castle, who tells him that the Green Chapel is near, and invites him to remain for the Christmas feast. The lord, on each of the last 3 days of the year, goes a-hunting. Gawayne is to stay behind with the lady of the castle. The lord makes the bargain that, on his return from hunting, each shall exchange what has been won during the day. The lady puts Gawayne's honor to a severe test during the lord's absence. He receives a kiss from her. In accordance with the compact, he does not fail to give the kiss to the husband on his return. There is a similar episode on the next day, when 2 kisses are received, and given by Gawayne. On the 3rd day, in addition to 3 kisses, Gawayne receives a green lace from the lady, which has the virtue of saving the wearer from harm. Mindful of his next day's encounter with the Green Knight, Gawayne gives the 3 kisses to his host, but makes no mention of the lace. Next morning he rides forth and comes to the Green Chapel, a cave in a wild district. The Green Knight appears with his axe. Gawayne kneels. As the axe descends, Gawayne flinches, and is twitted by the knight. The 2nd time, Gawayne stands as still as a stone, and the Green Knight raises the axe, but pauses. The 3rd time the knight strikes him, but, though the axe falls on Gawayne's neck, his wound is only slight. Gawayne now declares that he has stood one stroke for another, and that the compact is settled between them. Then the Green Knight reveals himself to Gawayne as his host at the castle. He knows all that has taken place. That woven lace which thou wearest, mine own wife wove it. I know it well. I know too thy kisses and thy trials, and the wooing of my wife. I wrought it myself. I sent her to tempt thee, and methinks thou art the most faultless hero that ever walked the earth. As pearls are of more price than white peas, so is Gawayne of more price than other gay knights. But for his concealing the magic lace he would have escaped unscathed. The name of the Green Knight is given as Bernlac de Haut-Désert. The contriver of the test is Morgan le Fay, Arthur's half-sister, who wished to try the knights and frighten Guinevere. Gawayne returns to court and tells the story, and the lords and ladies of the Round Table lovingly agree to wear a bright green lace in token of this adventure, and in honor of Gawayne, who disparages himself as cowardly and covetous. And evermore the badge was deemed the glory of the Round Table, and he that had it was held in honor. The author derived his materials from some lost original. He states that the story had long been locked in lettered lore. His original was, no doubt, in French or Anglo-French. The oldest form of the challenge and the beheading is an old Irish heroic legend, Fled Brickrent, the Feast of Bricriu, preserved in a manuscript of the end of the 11th or the beginning of the 12th century, where the story is told by Cuchulainn, the giant being Ulf Mac Danamine, who dwelt near the lake. The Cuchulainn episode had, in due course, become incorporated in Arthurian literature. The French version nearest to the Gawayne story that has so far been pointed out was discovered by Maitland in the first continuation by Gauthier de Doulan of Chrétien's Conte del Graal, where the story is connected with Carados, Arthur's nephew, and differs in many important respects from the English version of the romance. There is much to be said in favor of Miss Weston's conclusion that it seems difficult to understand how anyone could have regarded this version, ill-motived as it is, and utterly lacking in the archaic details of the English poem, as the source of that work. It should probably rather be considered as the latest in form, if not in date, of all the versions. There is, of course, no doubt whatsoever that we have in the French romance substantially the same story, with the two main episodes, namely the beheading and the test at the castle. Our poet's direct original is evidently lost. He no doubt well knew the Conte del Graal, but we are able to judge that, whatever other source he may have used, he brought his own genius to bear in the treatment of the theme. It would seem as though the figure of Gawayne, the falcon of the month of May, the traditional type and embodiment of all that was chivalrous and knightly, is drawn from some contemporary knight, and the whole poem may be connected with the foundation of the Order of the Garter, which is generally assigned to about the year 1345. From this standpoint, it is significant that at the end of the manuscript, in a somewhat later hand, is found the famous legend of the order, Honi soit qui mal y pense. Just as a later poet, to whom we are indebted for a Ballad of the Green Knight, a rifacimento of this romance, or of some intermediate form of it, has used the same story to account for the origin of the Order of the Bath. The romance may be taken not to have been written before the year 1345. The charm of Sir Gawayne is to be found in its description of nature, more especially of wild nature, in the author's enjoyment of all that appertains to the bright side of medieval life, in its details of dress, armor, woodcraft, architecture, and in the artistic arrangement of the story, 3 parallel episodes being so treated as to avoid all risk of monotony or reiteration. As a characteristic passage, the following may be quoted. Over a mount on the morrow he merrily rides, into a forest full deep and wondrously wild, high hills on each side, and holt woods beneath, with huge hoary oaks, 100 together, hazel and hawthorn hung clustering there, with rough ragged moss overgrown all around, unblithe on bare twigs sang many a bird, piteously piping for pain of the cold. Under them Gawayne on Gringolet glideth, through marsh and through mire, a mortal full lonesome, cumbered with care lest never he should come to that sire's service, who on that same night was born of a bride to vanquish our bale. Wherefore sighing he said, I beseech thee, O Lord, and Mary, thou mildest mother so dear, some homestead where holily I may hear mass and matins to-morrow full meekly I ask. Thereto promptly I pray Pater, Ave, and Creed. He rode on in his prayer, and cried for each misdeed. He crossed him oft times there, and said, Christ's cross me speed. But much as Sir Gawayne shows us of the poet's delight in his art, the main purpose of the poem is didactic. Gawayne, the Knight of Chastity, is but another study by the author of Cleannness. On the workmanship of his romance he has lavished all care, only that thereby his readers may the more readily grasp the spirit of the work. Sir Gawayne may best perhaps be understood as the Sir Calidore of an earlier Spenser. In the brief summary of the romance, one striking passage has been noted linking the poem to Pearl, namely the comparison of Gawayne to the Pearl. But even without this reference, the tests of language, technique, and spirit would render identity of authorship incontestable. The relation which this Spenserian romance bears to the elegy as regards time of composition cannot be definitely determined. But judging by parallelism of expression, it is clear that the interval between the two poems must have been very short. No direct statement has come down to us as to the authorship of these poems, and in spite of various ably contested theories, it is not possible to assign the poems to any known poet. The nameless poet of Pearl and Gawayne has, however, left the impress of his personality on his work, and so vividly is this personality revealed in the poems that it is possible, with some degree of confidence, to evolve something approximating to an account of the author by piecing together the references and other evidence to be found in his work. The following hypothetical biography is taken, with slight modification, from a study published elsewhere. The poet was born about 1330. His birthplace was somewhere in Lancashire, or perhaps a little more to the north, but not beyond the Tweed. Such is the evidence of dialect. Additional testimony may be found in the descriptions of natural scenery in Gawayne, Cleannness, and Patience. The wild solitudes of the Cumbrian coast, near his native home, seem to have had special attraction for him. Like a later and greater poet, he must, while yet a youth, have felt the subtle spell of nature's varying aspects in the scenes around him. Concerning the condition of life to which the boy belonged, we know nothing definite, but it may be inferred that his father was connected, probably in some official capacity, with a family of high rank, and that it was amid the gay scenes that brightened life in a great castle the poet's earlier years were passed. In later life, he loved to picture this home with its battlements and towers, its stately hall and spacious parks. There, too, perhaps, minstrels' tales of chivalry first revealed to him the weird world of medieval romance, and made him yearn to gain for himself a worthy place among contemporary English poets. The old English poets were his masters in poetic art. He had also read the Romaunt of the Rose, the chief products of early French literature, Virgil and other Latin writers. To Clopingle's Clean Rose he makes direct reference. The intensely religious spirit of the poems, together with the knowledge they everywhere display of Holy Writ and theology, lead one to infer that he was, at first, destined for the service of the Church. Probably he became a clerk, studying sacred and profane literature at a monastic school or at one of the universities, and he may have received the first tonsure only. The 4 poems preserved in the Cottonian manuscript seem to belong to a critical period of the poet's life. Gawayne, possibly the earliest of the 4, written perhaps in honor of the patron to whose household the poet was attached, is remarkable for the evidence it contains of the writer's minute knowledge of the higher social life of his time. From his evident enthusiasm, it is clear that he wrote from personal experience of the pleasures of the chase, and that he was accustomed to the courtly life described by him. The romance of Gawayne contains what seems to be a personal reference, where the knight is made to exclaim, "It is no marvel for a man to come to sorrow through a woman's wiles. So was Adam beguiled, and Solomon, and Samson, and David, and many more. It were, indeed, great bliss for a man to love them well, and love them not, if one but could." Gawayne is the story of a noble knight triumphing over the sore temptations that beset his vows of chastity. Evidently in a musing mood, he wrote in the blank space, at the head of one of the illustrations in his manuscript, the suggestive couplet still preserved by the copyist in the extant manuscript. His love for some woman had brought him one happiness, an only child, a daughter, on whom he lavished all the wealth of his love. He named the child Marjorie or Margaret. She was his pearl, his emblem of holiness and innocence. Perhaps she was a love child, hence his privy pearl. His happiness was short-lived. Before 2 years had passed, the child was lost to him. His grief found expression in verse. A heavenly vision of his lost jewel brought him comfort and taught him resignation. It is noteworthy that, throughout the whole poem, there is no single reference to the mother of the child. The first words, when the father beholds his transfigured pearl, are significant. "O pearl," quoth I, "art thou my pearl that I have plained, regretted by me alone? be min ohne. With the loss of his pearl, a blight seems to have fallen on the poet's life, and poetry seems gradually to have lost its charm for him. The minstrel of Gawayne became the stern moralist of cleanness and patience. Other troubles, too, seem to have befallen him during the years that intervened between the writing of these companion poems. Patience appears to be almost as autobiographical as Pearl. The poet is evidently preaching to himself the lesson of fortitude and hope, amid misery, pain, and poverty. Even the means of subsistence seem to have been denied him. Poverty and patience, he exclaims, are need's playfellows. Cleanness and Patience were written probably some few years after Pearl, and the numerous references in these two poems to the sea would lead one to infer that the poet may have sought distraction in travel, and may have weathered the fierce tempests he describes. His wanderings may have brought him even to the Holy City, whose heavenly prototype he discerned in the visionary scenes of Pearl. We take leave of the poet while he is still in the prime of life. We have no material on which to base even a conjecture as to his future. Perhaps he turned from poetry and gave himself entirely to theology, always with him a favorite study, or to philosophy, at that time so closely linked with the vital questions at issue concerning faith and belief. If the poet took any part in the church controversies then beginning to trouble men's minds, his attitude would have been in the main conservative. Full of intense hatred towards all forms of vice, especially immorality, he would have spoken out boldly against ignoble priests and friars, and all such servants of the church who, preaching righteousness, lived unrighteously. From minor traditional patristic views he seems to have broken away, but there is no indication of want of allegiance on his part to the authority of the Church, to papal supremacy, and to the doctrine of Rome, though it has been well said recently, with reference to his general religious attitude, that it was evangelical rather than ecclesiastical. It is indeed remarkable that no tradition has been handed down concerning the authorship of these poems, and many attempts have been made to identify the author with one or other of the known writers belonging to the end of the 14th century. Perhaps the most attractive of these theories is that which would associate the poems with Ralph Strode, Chaucer's philosophical Strode, to whom, together with the moral Gower, was dedicated Troilus and Cressade. According to a Latin entry in the old catalogue of Merton College, drawn up in the early years of the 15th century, Strode is described as a noble poet and author of an elegiac work, Phantasma Radulfi. Ralph Strode of Merton is certainly to be identified with the famous philosopher of the name, one of the chief logicians of the age. It is as poet and philosopher that he seems to be singled out by Chaucer. Phantasma Radulfi might, possibly, apply to Pearl, while Gawayne and the Green Knight might well be placed in juxtaposition to Troilus. An itinerary of the Holy Land, by Strode, appears to have been known to Nicholas Brigham. Further, there is a tradition that he left his native land, journeyed to France, Germany, and Italy, and visited Syria and the Holy Land. His name as a Fellow of Merton is said to occur for the last time in 1361. Strode and Wycliffe were contemporaries at Oxford, as may be inferred from an unprinted manuscript in the Imperial Library in Vienna, containing Wycliffe's reply to Strode's arguments against certain of the Reformers' views. The present writer is of opinion that the philosopher is identical with the common sergeant of the city of London of the same name, who held office between 1375 and 1385, and who died in 1387. But fascinating as is the theory, no link has as yet been discovered which may incontestably connect Strode with the author of Pearl, nor has it yet been discovered that Strode came of a family belonging to the West Midland or Northern District. The fiction that Strode was a monk of Dryburgh Abbey has now been exploded. Some 70 years ago, Guest, the historian of English rhythms, set up a claim for the poet Hutcheon of the Orleal, to whom Andrew of Winton refers in his Originale Chronicle. Guest regarded as the most decisive proof of his theory the fact that, at the void space at the head of Sir Gawayne and the Green Knight in the manuscript, a hand of the 15th century has scribbled the name Hugo de, but little can be inferred from this piece of evidence, while the lines by Winton tend to connect the author with a set of poems differentiated linguistically and in technique from the poems in the Cotton manuscript. But this is not the place to enter into a discussion of the various problems connected with the identity of Hutcheon. It is only necessary here to state that, in the opinion of the writer, the view which would make Hutcheon the author of Pearl, Gawayne and the Green Knight, Cleannness and Patience, is against the weight of evidence. By the same evidence as that adduced to establish Hutcheon's authorship of these poems, various other alliterative poems are similarly assigned to him, namely, the Wars of Alexander, the Destruction of Troy, Titus and Vespasian, the Parliament of the Three Ages, Winner and Waster, Erkenwald, and the alliterative rhyming poem Gollancz and Gawayne. According to this view, the Parliament of the Three Ages belongs to the close of the poet's career, for it is supposed to sum up his past course through all his themes, through Alexander, Troy, Titus, and Morte Arthur. But this theory, that on the basis of parallel passages would make Hutcheon the official father of all these poems, in addition to those which may be legitimately assigned to him on the evidence of Winton's lines, fails to recognize that the author of the Parliament of the Three Ages, far from being saturated with the Troy book and the Alexander romances, actually confuses Jason or Joshua, the high priest who welcomed Alexander, with Jason who won the Golden Fleece. Probably the work of 4 or 5 alliterative poets comes under consideration in dealing with the problem at issue. To one poet may perhaps safely be assigned the 2 poems The Parliament of the Three Ages and Winner and Waster, the latter from internal evidence one of the oldest poems of the 14th century, and to be dated about 1351. It is a precursor of The Vision of Piers Plowman. The former poem recalls the poet of Gawayne, more especially in its elaborate description of deer-stalking, a parallel picture to the description of the hunting of the deer, the boar, and the fox in Gawayne. The alliterative poem of Erkenwald comes nearer to the work of the author of Cleannness and Patience than any other of the alliterative poems grouped in the above-mentioned list. It tells, in lines written either by this author himself or by a very gifted disciple, an episode of the history of the saint when he was Bishop of St. Paul's, and in connection with the date of its composition it should be noted that a festival in honor of the saint was established in London in the year 1386. Internal evidence of style, metre, and language appears to outweigh the parallel passages and other clues which are adduced as tests of unity of authorship in respect of the Troy book, Titus, the Wars of Alexander, and Gollancz. For the present, these may be considered as isolated remains which have come down to us of the works of a school of alliterative poets who flourished during the second half of the 14th and the early years of the 15th century. So far as we can judge from these extant poems, the most gifted poet of the school was the author of Sir Gawayne and the Green Knight. He may well have been regarded as the master, and his influence on more northern poets, and on alliterative poetry generally, may explain in part, but not wholly, the parallel passages which link his work with that of other poets of the school, who used the same formulae, the same phrases, and at times repeated whole lines, much in the same way as poets of the Chaucerian school spoke the language of their master. End of section 44. Section 45 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Later Transition English 1. Legendaries and Chroniclers, Part 1. By Clara L. Thomson. It is significant, both of the approaching triumph of the vernacular and of the growing importance of the lower and middle classes in the nation, that some of the chief contributions to our literature during the 2 generations immediately preceding that of Chaucer were translations from Latin and Norman French, made, as their authors point out, expressly for the delectation of the common people. Not less significant are the facts that much of this literature deals with the history of the nation, and that now, for the first time since the Conquest, men seem to think it worth while to commit to writing political ballads in the English tongue. The productions of this time, dealt with in the present chapter, fall into 2 main classes, religious and historical, the former comprising homilies, saints' lives and translations, or paraphrases of Scripture, and the latter the Chronicles of Robert of Gloucester, Thomas Beck of Castleford, and Robert Manning, the prophecies of Adam Davy, and the war songs of Lawrence Minot. The 2 classes have many characteristics in common, and while the homilists delight in illustrations drawn from the busy life around them, the historians seldom lose an opportunity for conveying a moral lesson. The earliest of the 3 chronicles mentioned above was written about 1300, and is generally known by the name of Robert of Gloucester, though it is very uncertain whether he was the original author of the whole work. It exists in 2 versions, which, with the exception of several interpolations in one of them, are identical down to the year 1135. From this point the story is told in one version, which may be called the first recension, in nearly 3,000 lines, and in the other the second recension, in rather less than 600. From an investigation of the style, it has been supposed that there was a single original for lines 1 to 9137 of the Chronicle, that is to say, to the end of the reign of Henry I, composed in the Abbey of Gloucester, and that at the end of the 13th century a monk, whose name we know from internal evidence to have been Robert, added to it the longer continuation. This must have been made after 1297, as it contains a reference to the canonization of Louis IX of France, which took place in that year. Then in the first half of the 14th century another writer found the original manuscript, added the shorter continuation, and also interpolated and worked over the earlier part. In any case, there can be little doubt that the Chronicle was composed in the Abbey of Gloucester. The language is that of South Gloucestershire, and Stowe, who may have had access to information now lost, speaks in his Annals, 1580, of the author as Robert of Gloucester, or Robertus Gloucestrensis. The detailed acquaintance with local affairs shown by the writer of the longer continuation proves that he lived near the city, while we have his own authority for the fact that he was within 30 miles of Evesham at the time of the battle so ably described by him. But in the earlier part of the Chronicle also there are traces of special local knowledge, which, apart from the dialect, would point to Gloucester as the place of its origin. The poem begins with a geographical account of England, borrowed from Geoffrey of Monmouth, Henry of Huntingdon, and the Life of St. Kenelm in the South English Legendary. Next, Nennius, or perhaps Geoffrey of Monmouth, is followed for the genealogy of Brutus, the legendary founder of Britain, and from this point down to the English conquest, Geoffrey of Monmouth is the chief authority. The compiler is, however, by no means a slavish translator, and he treats his original with considerable freedom. Thus he sometimes elaborates, giving the speeches of historical personages in a fuller form, while on the other hand he frequently omits long passages. But the episodes which stand out in the memory of the reader, the stories of Lear, of the virgin daughter of Locrine, and of Arthur, are also those which arrest us in the Latin original. Although it has sometimes been stated that the author of this part of the Chronicle was indebted to Wace, it seems very doubtful whether the work of his predecessor was known to him. Such lines as those which hint at the high place taken by Gawayne among Arthur's knights, or make mention of the Round Table, may be due to verbal tradition, which was especially rife in the Welsh marches. The coincidences are certainly not striking enough to justify the assertion that the Gloucester Chronicle owed anything to the Gestes des Bretons. though Aldous Wright has shown that the writer of the second recension was acquainted with Layamon's version of Wace's poems. For the history of England under the Old English and Norman kings, the chief authorities consulted were Henry of Huntingdon and William of Malmesbury, the former being followed in the narration of events, and the latter in the descriptions and anecdotes of famous characters. Occasionally other sources are drawn upon. For instance, the story of the duel between Canute and Edmund Ironside is from the Genealogia Regum Anglorum of Aelred of Rievaulx, and another work by the same author, the Vita Edwardi Regis et Martyris, is probably the chief authority for the life and death of Edward the Confessor. For the reigns of Henry II. And Richard I., the life of Thomas à Becket in the South English Legendary and the Annales Waverlienses supplied some material, the former furnishing almost word for word the accounts of the constitutions of Clarendon and of the death of the saint. Some passages seem to depend on folk songs, and there are others, such as the account of the misfortunes which befell the Duke of Austria's land in revenge for his imprisonment of Richard I., that may be due to tradition. On the whole, however, the chronicle does not supply much that is fresh in the way of legendary lore. From the beginning of the reign of Henry III, the poem becomes valuable both as history and literature. The writer, whom we may now certainly call Robert, was, as we have seen, either an eyewitness of the facts he relates, or had heard of them from eyewitnesses. He had, moreover, a distinct narrative gift, and there are all the elements of a stirring historical romance in his story of the struggle that took place between the king and the barons for the possession of Gloucester. Not less graphic is the description of the town and gown riot in Oxford in 1263. We are told how the burgesses shut one of the city gates, how certain clerks hewed it down and carried it through the suburbs, singing over it a funeral hymn, how for this offence the rioters were put in prison, and how the quarrel grew to such a height that the citizens came out armed against the scholars. Robert relates with evident enjoyment the discomfiture of the former, and the vengeance taken by the clerks on their foes, how they plundered their shops, burned their houses, and punished the mayor, who was a vintner, by taking the bungs from his casks and letting the wine run away. But, he adds, when the king came and heard of all this mischief, he drove the clerks out of the town, and forbade their returning till after Michaelmas. Picturesque as such passages are, they are less valuable than the powerful description of the Battle of Evesham and the death of Simon de Montfort, a passage too well known to call for further reference. The form of this chronicle is no less interesting than its theme. Its metre is an adaptation of the two half-lines of Old English poetry into one long line, one of its nearest relations being the Poema Morale. In spite of the well-marked caesura, a relic of the former division into halves, the line has a swinging rhythm, especially suited to narrative verse, and the poem is of metrical importance as showing the work of development in progress. It was not long after Robert had added his continuation to the Gloucester Chronicle that Thomas Beck of Castleford composed a similar work in the northern dialect. The unique manuscript of this chronicle is preserved at Göttingen, and is as yet inedited. The work contains altogether nearly 40,000 lines, of which the first 27,000 are borrowed from Geoffrey of Monmouth, while the remainder, extending to the coronation of Edward III., are derived from sources not yet defined. The metre is the short rhymed couplet of the French chroniclers. Mention has already been made of the South English Legendary, a collection of versified lives of the saints in the same dialect and metre as those of the Gloucester Chronicle. The fact that certain passages from these lives are incorporated in the chronicle has led to the conclusion that one person was responsible for both. But as we have seen, the chronicle is probably the work of 3 hands, if not of more, and it is impossible to say anything more definite about the authorship of the Legendary than that it had its origin in the neighbourhood of Gloucester towards the end of the 13th century, and that more than one author was concerned in it. The oldest manuscript, Lord 108 in the Bodleian, was written after 1265, and is stated by its editor, Horstmann, as belonging to the years 1280 to 90. It is probable, however, that it had been in hand a considerable time. As the number of saints' days increased, it was found convenient to have at hand homiletic material for each festival, and as no single monastic library would contain manuscripts of all the independent lives required, these had to be borrowed and copied as occasion served. This was a task too great for any one man, and it is most probable that the monks at Gloucester had been gathering the legends together for some years, and that a number of them contributed towards the first redaction. This would partly account for the unequal merit of the lives, some of which display much more literary and poetic feeling than others. But in considering this point, it must be remembered that the charm of any particular story depends largely on its original source. Even the clumsy pen of a monkish translator could not wholly disguise the beauty of such legends as that of St. Francis. Although the collection is of the most varied description, and comprises the lives of saints of all countries and of all ages down to the time of compilation, the best told legends are those of native saints, and as the style of these is not unlike that of the author of the longer continuation of the Gloucester Chronicle, it is possible that they may be by him. Among them may be especially mentioned the very vivid account of the career and murder of St. Thomas of Canterbury, which displays considerable dramatic power, and the life of St. Edmund of Pontigny, Archbishop Edmund Rich, who died in 1240, which treats of events that were still fresh in men's minds, and, like the Gloucester Chronicle, betrays a great admiration for Simon de Montfort. The same predilection, it may be noted, is evident in the life of St. Dominic, where Sir Simon, that good and gracious knight, is commended for having lent his support to the order of preaching friars. Some of the lives, such as those of St. Kenelm and St. Michael, are made the vehicle of secular instruction, and contain curious geographical and scientific disquisitions, the latter being especially valuable for its light upon medieval folk and devil lore, and for its cosmology. The most interesting of all the lives are those connected with St. Patrick and St. Brendan. The story of Sir Owain's visit to Purgatory shows all the characteristic Celtic wealth of imagination in the description of the torments endured. Nothing could be more terrible than the lines which describe him as dragged all about in a waste land, so black and dark that he saw nothing but the fiends, who drove him hither and thither and thronged around him. And on the other hand, nothing could be more charming in its strange mystic beauty than the story of St. Brendan's sojourn in the Isle of Birds, and his interview with the penitent Judas, permitted, in recompense of one charitable deed, to enjoy a little respite from the pains of hell. While the monks of Gloucester were thus busy with hagiology, similar activity was exhibited in the north of England, according to Hostmann, in the diocese of Durham, though the prevalence of Midland forms in the texts points to a district further south. There exists in many manuscripts, the earliest of which, in the Royal College of Physicians at Edinburgh, seems to have been written at the beginning of the 14th century, a cycle of homilies, in octosyllabic couplets, covering the whole of the Sundays in the church year. Two of the later manuscripts, Harleian 4196 and Tiberius E. 7, both written about 1350, contain also a cycle of legends for use on saints' days. Considerable diversity is shown in the recensions of the homilies. The Edinburgh manuscript opens with a prologue in which the author, like so many writers of the time, carefully explains that his work is intended for ignorant men who cannot understand French, and since it is the custom of the common people to come to church on Sundays, he has turned into English for them the gospel for the day. His version, however, is not a close translation. It resembles Ormolum in giving first a paraphrase of the scripture and then an exposition of the passage chosen, but in addition to this there is also a narratio, or story, to illustrate the lesson and drive the moral home. These stories are often quite short, sometimes mere anecdotes, and are derived from the most diverse sources, sometimes from saints' lives, sometimes from scripture, and sometimes from French fabliaux. The homilist is an especial lover of the poor, and one of his most striking sermons is that for the fourth Sunday after Epiphany, on the subject of Christ stilling the waves. The world, says he, is but a sea, tossed up and down, where the great fishes eat the small, for the rich men of the world devour what the poor earn by their labor, and the king acts towards the weak as the whale towards the herring. Like Manning of Brunn, the writer has a special word of condemnation for usurers. The Harleian manuscript is, unfortunately, imperfect at the beginning, so that it is impossible to say whether it ever contained the prologue, while the manuscript Tiberius E7 was so badly burned in the Cottonian fire that the greater part of it cannot be deciphered. These manuscripts, however, show that the homilies had been entirely worked over and rewritten in the half-century that had elapsed since the Edinburgh version was composed. The plan of paraphrase, exposition and narration is not always followed, and so far as Easter Sunday, the stories are taken chiefly from Scripture. From this point, however, they depend on other sources, and they are especially interesting when compared with the contents of other northern poems of the same period. The legend of the Holy Rood, for instance, which runs like a thread through Cursor Mundi, is given at great length, and so also is the graphic story of Piers the Usurer, which occurs in Handling Sinne. Among the stories is the well-known legend of the monk who was lured by a bird from his monastery, and only returned to it after 300 years, when everything was changed, and no one knew him. The legends which follow these homilies are much more restricted in scope than those of the southern collection, and are confined chiefly to lives of the apostles or of the early Christian martyrs, St. Thomas of Canterbury being the only English saint represented. But while the Gloucester Legendary seems to have been intended only as a reference book for the preacher, the northern series shows the lives in a finished form, suitable for reading or reciting in church. The verse is polished, limpid, and fluent, betraying in its graceful movement traces of French influence, while at the same time it is not free from the tendency to alliteration prevalent in northern poetry. The writer had a genuine gift of narration, and possessed both humour and dramatic power, as is shown by the story of the lord and lady who were parted by shipwreck and restored to one another by the favour of St. Mary Magdalene, and, like most medieval homilists, he excels in the description of horrors, of fiends blacker than any coal, and of dragons armed with scales as stiff as steel. Sometimes a little homily is interwoven with the story, and one passage, which rebukes men for slumbering or chattering in church, resembles a similar exhortation in Handling Sinne. The section of the faithful dead also seems to be in close dependence on that work. 3 of the stories told occur in close juxtaposition in Manning's book, and a reference to the story of Piers the Usurer, which is mentioned but not related, probably because it had already found a place in the homilies, points to the conclusion that the compiler was well acquainted with the work of his predecessor. The desire to impart a knowledge of the Scriptures to men who could understand only the vernacular likewise prompted the author of the Northern Psalter, a translation of the Psalms in vigorous, if somewhat rough, octosyllabic couplets, composed about the middle of the reign of Edward II. One of the 3 manuscripts in which it exists belonged to the monastery of Kirkham, but the language is that of a more northerly district, and the author probably lived near the Scottish border. Further evidence of literary activity in the north of England during this period is given by Cursor Mundi, a very long poem which, as its name implies, treats of universal rather than local history, and like the cycles of miracle plays, which were just beginning to pass out of the hands of their clerical inventors into those of laymen, relates the story of the world from the creation to the day of doom. It opens with a prologue, which is practically the author's apology for his undertaking. Men, he says, rejoice to hear romances of Alexander and Julius Caesar, of the long strife between Greece and Troy, of King Arthur and Charlemagne. Each man is attracted by what he enjoys the most, and all men delight especially in their paramours. But the best lady of all is the Virgin Mary, and whosoever takes her for his own shall find that her love is ever true and loyal. Therefore the poet will compose a work in her honor, and because French rhymes are commonly found everywhere, but there is nothing for those who know only English, he will write it for him who na French kan. With this explanation, the author embarks on his vast theme, which he divides according to the 7 ages of the world, a device copied from Bede. He describes the creation, the war in heaven, the temptation of Eve, the expulsion from paradise, the history of the patriarchs, and so on through the Bible narrative, sometimes abridging, but more often enlarging, the story by long additions, drawn from the most diverse authorities, which add greatly to the interest of the narrative. One of the most interesting of these additions is the legend of the Holy Rood. This is not told in a complete form in one place, but is introduced in relation to the history of the men who were connected with it. In place of the prophecies, there are inserted 2 parables, probably from Grosseteste's Château d'Amour, and the poet then goes on to tell with much detail of the youth of Mary, the birth of Christ, and his childhood. Then follow the story of his life as given by the evangelists, his death and descent into hell, the careers of the apostles, the Assumption of the Virgin, and a section on Doomsday. The author concludes with an address to his fellow men, begging them to think upon the transitory nature of earthly joys, and a prayer to the Virgin, commending his work to her approval. The humility betrayed in the concluding lines is all the more attractive because, as his poem shows, the writer was an accomplished scholar, extremely well read in medieval literature. His work indeed is a storehouse of legends, not all of which have been traced to their original sources. His most important authority was the Historia Scholastica of Peter Comestor, but he used many others, among which may be mentioned Wace's Fête de la Conception Notre-Dame, Grosseteste's Château d'Amour, the Apocryphal Gospels, a South English poem on the Assumption of the Virgin, ascribed to Edmund Rich, Azzo's Libellus de Antichristo, the Elucidarium of Honorius of Autun, Isidore's Vie, and the Golden Legend of Jacobus a Voragine. The popularity of Cursor Mundi is witnessed by the large number of manuscripts in which it is preserved, and it has many qualities to account for this. In the first place, the author never loses sight of his audience, showing great skill in appealing to the needs of rude, unlettered people whose religious instruction must necessarily be conveyed by way of concrete example. He has a keen eye for the picturesque. His description of the flood, for instance, may be compared with the famous passage in the alliterative poem Cleannness, and he lingers over the episode of Goliath with an enjoyment due as much to his own delight in storytelling as to a knowledge of what his hearers will appreciate. There is a strong family likeness between the Philistine hero and such monsters as Colbrand and Ascapart. The strong humanity which runs through the whole book is one of its most attractive features, and shows that the writer was full of sympathy for his fellow creatures. The whole poem shows considerable artistic skill. In spite of the immense mass of material with which it deals, it is well proportioned, and the narrative is lucid and easy. The verse form is generally that of the 8-syllabled couplet, but when treating of the passion and death of Christ, the poet uses alternately rhyming lines of 8 and 6 syllables, and the discourse between Christ and man, which follows the account of the crucifixion, consists largely of 6-lined, monorhymed stanzas. Of the author, beyond the fact that he was, as he himself states, a cleric, nothing whatever is known. Hube's theory that his name was John of Lindeberg, which place he identifies with Limber Magna in Lincolnshire, is based on a misreading of an insertion in one of the manuscripts, by the scribe who copied it, and all that can be affirmed with any confidence is that the author lived in the north of England towards the end of the 13th or beginning of the 14th century. Some of the later manuscripts show West Midland and even southern peculiarities, but this is only another testimony to the widespread popularity of the poem. End of section 45. Section 46 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Later Transition English 1, Legendaries and Chroniclers, Part 2, by Clara L. Thomson. The most skilful storyteller of his time was Robert Manning of Brunn, who between 1303 and 1338 translated into his native tongue 2 poems written in poor French by English clerics. These 2 works were William of Wadington's Manuel des Péchés, written probably for Norman settlers in Yorkshire, and a chronicle composed by Peter of Langtoft, a canon of the Augustinian priory of Bridlington. Unlike most monastic writers, Manning supplies some valuable information about himself. In the prologue to Handling Sinne, his version of the Manuel des Péchés, he tells us that his name is Robert of Brunn, of Brunewake in Kestevene, and that he dedicates his work especially to the fellowship of Sempringham, to which he had belonged for 15 years. He also tells us the exact year in which he began his translation, 1303. This information is supplemented by some lines in his translation of Langtoft's chronicle. Here he adds that his name is Robert Manning of Brunn, and that he wrote all this history in the reign of Edward III, in the priory of Sixhill. We gather also from an allusion in the narrative that he had spent some time at Cambridge, where he had met Robert Bruce and his brother Alexander, who was a skilful artist. These particulars have been elucidated by the labours of Furnival. Brunn was the present Bourne, a market town 35 miles to the south of Boston in Lincolnshire. Sempringham, where was the parent house of the Gilbertine order, is now represented by a church and a few scattered houses. Sixhill, or 6 Hills, is a little hamlet not far from Market Raisin, and here too was a priory of the Gilbertines. Of William of Wadington, the author of the Manuel des Péchés, very little is known. In the prologue to his work, however, he begs his readers to excuse his bad French, because he was born and bred in England, and took his name from a town in that country. The apology is not altogether superfluous, for his grammar is loose, and forms that were archaic even in the 13th century are of frequent occurrence. His versification is also poor, and though his normal form is the octosyllabic couplet, he does not hesitate to introduce lines of 6 or even of 10 syllables. His English audience, however, was not critical, and the popularity of the manual is attested by the number of manuscripts, 14 in all, which have survived. Most of these belong to the 13th century, and Manning's translation, as we have seen, was begun in 1303. The English version begins with an introduction of the usual style, setting out the plan of the work, and stating the object of the author in making the translation. He has put it into English rhyme for the benefit of ignorant men, who delight in listening to stories at all hours, and often hearken to evil tales, which may lead to their perdition. Therefore he has provided them in this book with stories of a more edifying description. His instinct for selecting what he feels will interest the unlearned is at once revealed by his omission of the long and dull section in which Wadington dwells on the 12 articles of faith. Theory attracts him little, and he proceeds at once to the first commandment, illustrating it by the dreadful example of a monk who by his love for an Eastern woman was tempted to the worship of idols. Then comes a notable passage, also in Wadington, against witchcraft, and in expansion of this is given the original story of how a witch enchanted a leather bag so that it milked her neighbor's cows, and how her charm, in the mouth of a bishop, who of course did not believe in it, was useless. Thus he treats of the 10 commandments in order, keeping fairly closely to his original, and generally following Wadington's lead in the stories by which he illustrates them. This occupies nearly 3,000 lines, and the poet then enters upon the theme of the 7 deadly sins. Manning seems to have found this a congenial subject, and the section throws much light on the social conditions of his time. Tournaments, he says, are the occasion of all the 7 deadly sins, and if every knight loved his brother, they would never take place, for they encourage pride, envy, anger, idleness, covetousness, gluttony, and lust. Furthermore, mystery plays, and these lines are highly significant as throwing light on the development of the drama at the beginning of the 14th century, are also occasions of sin. Only 2 mysteries may be performed, those of the birth of Christ and of his resurrection, and these must be played within the church, for the moral edification of the people. If they are presented in groves or highways, they are sinful pomps, to be avoided as much as tournaments, and priests who lend vestments to aid the performance are guilty of sacrilege. One of the best stories in the book, The Tale of Pierce, illustrates the wickedness and repentance of one of the hated tribe of usurers. It is also in illustration of this sin that the grotesque story occurs of the Cambridge miser parson who was so much attached to his gold that he tried to eat it, and died in the attempt. In respect of the sin of gluttony, not only the rich are to be blamed. Most people sin by eating too much. 2 meals a day are quite sufficient, except for children, and they should be fed only at regular hours. Late suppers, too, are to be avoided, especially by serving men, who often sit up and feast till cockcrow. People should not break their fast before partaking of the holy bread, or dine before they hear mass. The 7 deadly sins being disposed of, there follows a long section on sacrilege, in which Manning departs freely from his original. He says, indeed, that he will deal with some vices coming under this head, as William of Wadington teaches him, but the lines following, in which he apologizes for foul English and feeble rhyme, seem to show that he was conscious of some audacity in taking so many liberties with the French poem. However this may be, the account of the reproof that a Norfolk bondsman gave a knight who had allowed his beasts to defile the churchyard, which is not in the Manuel des Pichiers, and is evidently a true story, is very characteristic of the attitude of the Gilbertines to the privileged classes. The order was, as its latest historian has pointed out, essentially democratic in its organization, and the fearlessness of monks towards prior is reflected in the approval that Manning tacitly bestows on the thrall's behavior. The churchyard was not only desecrated by use as a pasture, it was the meeting place of youths and maidens for games and songs, and this gives occasion for the grim legend, borrowed from a German source, of the dancers and carol singers who, on Christmas night, disturbed the priest in his orisons. Notwithstanding the fact that his own daughter was tempted to join the frivolous company, he punished them with his curse, so that the intruders were doomed to pursue their dance through rain and snow and tempest forever. There is something very charming in the snatch of song. By the leaved wood rode Bevoline, with him he laid faire Mercerine. Why storm the way? Why go we not? And very grim is the irony that dooms the dancers to repeat the last line in the midst of their involuntary perpetual motion. These qualities are, of course, inherent in the story, but it loses nothing in Manning's narration. The discussion of the sin of sacrilege brings the author to line 9492, and now, following Wadington, he enters on the explanation of the 7 sacraments. But as the French version supplies few stories in illustration of these, Manning makes up the deficiency by several of his own. Then follows a passage on the necessity of shrift, the 12 points of shrift, and the graces which spring from it, all treated with comparative brevity and with little anecdotal illustration. It is impossible for any short account of Handling's Sinner to convey an adequate idea of its charm and interest. Manning excels in all the qualities of a narrator. He combines, in fact, the trouvère with the homilist, and shows the way to Gower's Confessio Amantis. Thus he differs from the antiquary Robert of Gloucester by being one of the earliest of English story-tellers. He had a vivid imagination, which enabled him to see all the circumstances and details of occurrences for which his authority merely provides the suggestion, and he fills in the outlines of stories derived from Gregory or Bede with colours borrowed from the homely life of England in the 14th century. He delights also to play upon the emotions of his audience by describing the torments of the damned, and his pictures of hell are more grim and more grotesque than those of Wadington. He shows a preference for direct narration, and where the French merely conveys the sense of what has been said, Manning gives the very words of the speaker in simple colloquial English. Homely expressions and pithy proverbs abound throughout, and the work is full of telling, felicitous metaphors, such as tavern is the devil's knife, or kerchief is the devil's sail, or to throw a falcon at every fly. Simplicity is, indeed, one of the most striking features of Manning's style. Writing, as he says, for ignorant men, he is at some pains to explain difficult terms or to give equivalents for them. Thus, when he uses the word mattock, he remarks, in a parenthesis, that it is a pickaxe, and in the same way the term Abraham's bosom is carefully interpreted as the place between paradise and hell. And in his anxiety that his hearers shall understand the spiritual significance of religious symbols, he calls to his aid illustrations from popular institutions familiar to all. Baptism, he says, is like a charter which testifies that a man has bought land from his neighbor. Confirmation is like the acknowledgment of that charter by a lord or king. In dwelling on the personal relations of men to God, Manning, like the author of Cursor Mundi, often shows much poetic feeling. While he paints in sombre tones the dreadful fate of unrepentant sinners, he speaks no less emphatically of the love of God for his children and the sacrifice of Christ. His simple faith in the divine beneficence, combined with an intense sympathy for penitent men, lends a peculiar charm to his treatment of such stories as those of the Merciful Knight and Piers the Usurer. Apart from its literary qualities, Handling Sinner has considerable value as a picture of contemporary manners. Much of what is said on these points is borrowed from Wadington, but still more is due to Manning's personal observation. In his attacks on tyrannous lords, and his assertion of the essential equality of men, he resembles the author of Piers Plowman. The knight is pictured as a wild beast ranging over the country. He goes out about robbery to get his prey. He endeavours to strip poor men of their land, and if he cannot buy it, he devises other means to torment them, accusing them of theft or of damage to the corn or cattle of their lord. Great harm is suffered at the hands of his officers, for nearly every steward gives verdicts unfavourable to the poor, and if the latter ask for mercy, he replies that he is only acting according to the strict letter of the law. But, says Manning, he who only executes the law and adds no grace thereto may never, in his own extremity, appeal for mercy to God. But if Manning is severe on tyrannous lords, he shows no leniency to men of his own calling. The common sins of the clergy, their susceptibility to bribes, their lax morality, their love of personal adornment, their delight in horses, hounds, and hawks, all come under his lash, and in words which may not have been unknown to Chaucer, he draws the picture of the ideal parish priest. Although the order to which Manning belonged was originally founded for women, they receive little indulgence at his hands. Indeed, he surpasses William of Wadington and the average monastic writer in his strictures on their conduct. God intended woman to help man, to be his companion, and to behave meekly to her master and lord. But women are generally right unkind in wedlock. For one sharp word they will return 40, and they desire always to get the upper hand. They spend what should be given to the poor in long trains and wimples. They deck themselves out to attract masculine attention, and thus make themselves responsible for the sins of men. Even when the author has occasion to tell the story of a faithful wife, who made constant prayer and offerings for the husband whom she supposed to be dead, he adds grudgingly, "This woman plained (pitied) her husbande sore. Would Gode that many such women were." For the ordinary amusements of the people Manning has little sympathy. He looks at them from the shadow of the cloister, and to him carols, wrestlings, and summer games are all so many allurements of the devil to entice men from heaven. The gay song of the wandering minstrel, and the loose tales of ribald jongleurs who lie in wait for men at tavern doors, are as hateful to him as to the author or authors of Piers Plowman. Even in the garlands with which girls deck their tresses he sees a subtle snare of Satan. Towards children he shows some tenderness, recognizing their need for greater physical indulgence than their elders, but he upholds the counsel of Solomon to give them the sharp end of the rod, so long as no bones be broken. Manning's mode of translation renders a precise estimate of his indebtedness to Wadington somewhat difficult. A hint from his original will sometimes set him off on a long digression. At other times he keeps fairly close to the sense, but interweaves with it observations and parentheses of his own. He does not always tell the same tales as Wadington, but omits, substitutes, or adds at will. The 54 stories in the Manuel de Péché are represented in Handling Sinne by 65. Many of his additions are taken from local legends, and it is in these that his skill as a narrator is most apparent. Unhampered by any precedent, the stories move quietly and lightly along, and may almost challenge comparison with those of Chaucer. The verse of Handling Sinne is the 8-syllabled iambic metre of the original, but, as in the Manuel de Péché, many lines occur which defy the most ingenious scansion. The language in its state of transition afforded special opportunity for these irregularities. When there was no fixed standard for the sounding of the inflectional e, this was apt to be added or omitted at the will of the scribe. The 3 manuscripts in which the poem has survived, the Harleian, dated about 1360, and the Bodleian and Dulwich, about 1400, show many discrepancies. The dialect of Handling Sinne is East Midland, of a northern type, containing more Scandinavian forms than are found in the language of Chaucer. The number of Romance words is much greater than in the Gloucester Chronicle, which may be explained partly by locality and partly by the fact that such forms are always more numerous in translations from the French than in original English compositions. Manning's other work, The Chronicle of England, is of less general importance than Handling Sinne, though of greater metrical interest. It consists of 2 parts, the first extending from the arrival of the legendary Brute in Britain to the English invasion, the second from the English invasion to the end of Edward I's reign. The first part, in octosyllabic couplets, is a close and fairly successful translation from Wace's version of Geoffrey of Monmouth's Historia Regum Britanniae. The second, in rhymed Alexandrines, is taken from an Anglo-Norman poem by Peter of Langtoft. Langtoft's Alexandrines, which are arranged in sets rhyming on one sound, seem to have puzzled Manning, and his attempt to reproduce them in the 14-syllabled line of the Gloucester Chronicle is not altogether successful. Sometimes the line is an Alexandrine, but at others, and this is most significant, it is decasyllabic. Moreover, though Manning tries to emulate the continuous rhyme of his original, he generally succeeds in achieving only couplet rhyme. Thus we see dimly foreshadowed the heroic couplet which Chaucer brought to perfection. When at the request of Dan Robert of Malton, Manning set about his chronicle, it was probably with the intention of following Langtoft throughout, but on further consideration he judged that, since the first part of Langtoft's chronicle was merely an abridgment of Wace, it was better to go straight to the original. So after an introduction which contains the autobiographical details already given, and an account of the genealogy of Brute, he gives a somewhat monotonous and commonplace version of Wace's poem. Sometimes he omits or abridges, sometimes he adds a line or 2 from Langtoft, or the explanation of a word unfamiliar to his audience, or pauses to notice contemptuously some unfounded tradition current among the unlearned. Once he digresses to wonder, with Geoffrey of Monmouth, that Gildas and Bede should have omitted all mention of King Arthur, who was greater than any man they wrote of save the saints. In all other lands, he says, men have written concerning him, and in France more is known of the British hero than in the lands that gave him birth. But Manning's characteristic doubt of Welsh trustworthiness leads him to question the story of Arthur's immortality. If he now live, he says contemptuously, his life is long. All through his version, Manning, as might be expected, shows a more religious spirit than Wace. This is especially exemplified in the passages in which he points out that the misfortunes of the Britons were a judgment on them for their sins, and in the long insertion, borrowed from Langtoft and Geoffrey of Monmouth, of Cadwallader's prayer, and as he nears the end of the first portion of his chronicle, he draws freely on Bede, telling at great length the story of St. Gregory and the English boy slaves and the mission of St. Augustine. The second half of the chronicle is much more interesting than the first, partly because Manning adheres less slavishly to his original. Wright, in his edition of Langtoft's chronicle, has accused Manning of having frequently misunderstood the French of his predecessor, but though instances of mistranslation do occur, they are not very frequent. The version is most literal in the earlier part. Later, when Manning begins to introduce internal rhymes into his verse, the difficulties of metre prevent him from maintaining the verbal accuracy at which he aimed. But notwithstanding the greater freedom with which Manning treats this part of the chronicle, his gift as a narrator is much less apparent here than in handling Cinna. Occasionally it is visible, as when, for the sake of liveliness, he turns Langtoft's preterites into the present tense, and shows a preference for direct over indirect quotation. But such interest as is due to him and not to Langtoft is derived chiefly from his allusions to circumstances and events not reported by the latter and derived from local tradition. Thus he marvels greatly that none of the historians with whom he is acquainted makes mention of the famous story of Havelock the Dane and Athelwold's daughter Goldburg, although there still lay in Lincoln Castle the stone which Havelock cast further than any other champion, and the town of Grimsby yet stood to witness the truth of the history. For the reign of Edward I, Manning's editions are of very considerable importance, and as the authorities for these can be traced only in a few instances, it is a reasonable conclusion to suppose that he wrote from personal knowledge. He relates more fully than Langtoft the incidents of the attempt on Edward's life in Palestine, the death of Llywelyn, and the treachery of the Provost of Bruges, who undertook to deliver the English king into the hands of the enemy. It is, however, in connection with Scottish affairs that his additions are most noteworthy. Although he regards the Scots with the peculiar bitterness of the northern English, he follows the fortunes of Bruce, with whom, as we have seen, he had been brought into personal contact, with a special interest. The fragments of ballads celebrating the victories of the English over the Scots given by Langtoft occur also in Manning's version, and in some cases in a fuller and what seems to be a more primitive form. They are full of barbaric exultation over the fallen foe, and form a curious link between the battle songs in the Old English Chronicle and the patriotic poems of Lawrence Minot. One other work has been assigned to Robert Manning. This is the Meditations of the Supper of Ure Lorde Jesu, and also of his Passion, and eke of the paines of his sweete Moder, Maiden Marie, the which made in Latin Bonaventure Cardinal. In the two manuscripts in which handling Cinna has survived in a complete form, Bodleian 415 and Harleian 1701, it is followed by a translation of the above work, but this alone is not sufficient evidence as to the authorship. The language, however, is East Midland, and the freedom with which the original is treated, together with the literary skill indicated in some of the additions and interpolations, may perhaps justify the ascription of this work to Robert Manning, but the point is uncertain. Of Manning's influence on succeeding authors it is impossible to speak definitely. The fact that only 3 manuscripts of his great work survive points to no very extensive circulation, and the resemblance of certain passages in Handling Sinne to lines in the Vision of Piers Plowman and the Canterbury Tales may very well be due to the general opinion of the day on the subjects of which they treat. It has been noticed that the framework of Handling Sinne is not unlike that of Gower's Confessio Amantis, but the custom of pointing the lesson of a dissertation by an illustrative narrative is common to didactic writers of all periods, and Gower's adoption of a method popular among approved moralists must have been intended to add zest to the delight of his audience in stories which were of a distinctly secular character. End of section 46. Section 47 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Later Transition English 1. Legendaries and Chroniclers, Part 3. By Clara L. Thomson. The literary activity of the southeast of England during this time was less remarkable than that of the west and north. Nevertheless, 3 writers of some importance, William of Shoreham, Dan Michael of Northgate, and Adam Davy, call for mention here. Of these writers 2 were clerics. The third held the position of marshal in Stratford at Bow. William of Shoreham's works are contained in a single manuscript. Ed. Manuscript 17,376, now in the British Museum. And curiously enough, though the 7 poems treat of the favourite themes of the medieval homilist, they take the form of lyrical measures. The first deals with the 7 sacraments. The second is a translation of the well-known Latin psalms printed in the lay folks' mass book, of which there are other metrical versions in Middle English. The third is a commentary on the 10 Commandments, and the fourth a dissertation on the 7 deadly sins. Then comes a lyric on the joys of the Virgin, and after that a hymn to Mary, indicated by the colophon to be a translation from Robert Grosseteste. Last of all is a long poem on the evidences of Christianity, the mystery of the Trinity, the creation, the war in heaven, and the temptation of Adam and Eve. Here the manuscript breaks off, but from internal evidence it is clear that the poet intended also to treat of the redemption. Though he is handicapped by the form of verse chosen, the author shows a good deal of artistic feeling in his treatment of these well-worn themes. His favourite stanzas consist of 7 or 6 lines, the former rhyming A, B, C, B, D, E, D, the latter A, B, C, C, B, but he uses also alternately rhyming lines of varying length and the quatrain A, B. His poems are characterized by the tender melancholy which pervades much English religious verse. He dwells on the transitoriness of earthly life, the waning strength of man, and the means by which he may obtain eternal life, and he pleads with his readers for their repentance and reformation. From a reference in the colophon to Simon, Archbishop of Canterbury, we may conclude that the present manuscript dates from the beginning of the reign of Edward III. From other colophons we learn that the poems were composed by William of Shoreham, vicar of Chart, near Leeds, in Kent. The other important Kentish production of this time was the Ironbeater of Inwit, the again biting of the inner wit, the remorse of conscience, the value of which, however, is distinctly philological rather than literary. Our information as to its author is derived from his preface in the unique manuscript in the British Museum, which states that it was made with his own hand by Dan Michael of Northgate in Kent, and belonged to the library of St. Austin at Canterbury, and from a note at the end of the treatise, which adds that it was written in English for the sake of ignorant men, to guard them against sin, and that it was finished on the vigil of the holy apostles, Simon and Jude, by a brother of the cloister of St. Austin of Canterbury in the year 1340. The Ayenbite of Inuit was not, however, an original work. It was a translation of a very popular French treatise, the Somme des Vices et des Vertus, known also as Les Livres Royaux des Vices et des Vertus and Somme le Roi, compiled in 1279 by Frère Laurent, a Dominican, at the request of Philip the Bold, son and successor of Louis IX. This, in its turn, was borrowed from other writers, and was composed of various homilies on the 10 Commandments, the Creed, the 7 deadly sins, the knowledge of good and evil, the 7 petitions of the Paternoster, the 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost, the 7 cardinal virtues, and confession, many of which exist in manuscripts anterior to the time of Frère Laurent. The treatment of these subjects, especially in the section on the 7 deadly sins, is allegorical. The sins are first compared with the 7 heads of the beast which St. John saw in the Apocalypse. Then, by a change of metaphor, pride becomes the root of all the rest, and each of them is represented as bringing forth various boughs. Thus, the boughs of pride are untruth, despite, presumption, ambition, idle bliss, hypocrisy, and wicked dread, while from untruth spring 3 twigs, falsehood, foolishness, and apostasy. This elaborate classification into divisions and subdivisions is characteristic of the whole work, and becomes not a little tiresome. On the other hand, the very frequent recourse to metaphor which accompanies it serves to drive the lesson home. Idle bliss is the great wind that throweth down the great towers, and the high steeples, and the great beeches in the woods, by which are signified men in high places. The boaster is the cuckoo, who singeth always of himself. Sometimes these comparisons are drawn from the natural history of the day, the bestiaries, or, as Dan Michael calls them, the bookers of Kende. Thus flatterers are like to knickers, sea fairies, which have the bodies of women and the tails of fishes, and sing so sweetly that they make the sailors fall asleep, and afterwards swallow them. Or like the adder called Sarane, which runs more quickly than a horse, and whose venom is so deadly that no medicine can cure its sting. Other illustrations are borrowed from Seneca, from Aesop, Boethius, St. Augustine, St. Gregory, St. Bernard, St. Jerome, and St. Anselm. Unfortunately, Dan Michael was a very incompetent translator. He often quite fails to grasp the sense of his original, and his version is frequently unintelligible without recourse to the French work. It is noticeable, however, that it improves as it proceeds, as if he taught himself the language by his work upon it. The same manuscript contains Kentish versions of the Paternoster, the Creed, and the famous sermon entitled Saulus Woorde, which is abridged from an original at least 100 years older. It is a highly allegorical treatment of Matthew 24:43, derived from Hugo of St. Victor's De Anima, and describes how the house of reason is guarded by sleight, strength, and righteousness, and how they receive dread, the messenger of death, and love of life everlasting, who is sent from heaven. Certain resemblances between the Ayenbite of Inuit and the Parson's Tale have led to the supposition that Chaucer was acquainted with either the English or the French version. It has recently been proved, however, that these resemblances are confined to the section on the 7 deadly sins, and even these are not concerned with the structure of the argument, but consist rather of scattered passages. And although the immediate source of the Parson's Tale is still unknown, it has been shown that its phraseology and general argument are very similar to those of a Latin tract written by Raymond of Penaforte, general of the Dominicans, in 1238, and that the digression on the 7 deadly sins is an adaptation of the Summa Seu Tractatus de Vicies, composed before 1261 by William Peraldus, another Dominican friar. Another interesting production of the southeastern counties is a poem of 168 octosyllabic lines, rhyming in couplets, known as The Dreams of Adam Davy, which appears to date from the beginning of the reign of Edward II. The author, who, as he himself informs us, lived near London, and was well known far and wide, tells how, within the space of 12 months, beginning on a Wednesday in August, and ending on a Thursday in September of the following year, he dreamed 5 dreams, concerning Edward the King, Prince of Wales. In the first dream he thought he saw the king standing armed and crowned before the shrine of St. Edward. As he stood there, 2 knights set upon him and belaboured him with their swords, but without effect. When they were gone, 4 bands of diverse coloured light streamed out of each of the king's ears. The second vision took place on a Tuesday before the feast of All Hallows, and on that night the poet dreamed that he saw Edward clad in a grey mantle, riding on an ass to Rome, there to be chosen emperor. He rode as a pilgrim, without hose or shoes, and his legs were covered with blood. This theme is continued in the third vision, on St. Lucy's Day, when the seer thought that he was in Rome, and saw the Pope in his mitre, and Edward with his crown, in token that he should be emperor of Christendom. In the fourth vision, on Christmas night, the poet imagined that he was in a chapel of the Virgin Mary, and that Christ, unloosing his hands from the cross, begged permission from his mother to convey Edward on a pilgrimage against the foes of Christendom, and Christ's mother gave him leave because Edward had served her day and night. Then came an interval in the dreams, but one Wednesday in Lent the poet heard a voice which bade him make known his visions to the king, and the injunction was repeated after the last vision, in which he saw an angel lead Edward, clad in a robe red as the juice of a mulberry, to the high altar at Canterbury. The exact purpose of these verses is very difficult to determine. The manuscript in which they are preserved, Lord manuscript 622, appears to belong to the end of the 14th century, but the allusion to Sir Edward the King, Prince of Wales, is applicable only to Edward II. Perhaps they were designed to check the king in the course of frivolity and misrule which ended in his deposition, but the tone is very loyal, and the references to him are extremely complimentary. The poems are, in fact, intentionally obscure, a characteristic which they share with other prophecies of the same class, notably those attributed to Merlin and Thomas of Ercildoune. The same manuscript contains poems on the life of St. Alexius, the Battle of Jerusalem, the 15 signs before Doomsday, scripture histories, and the Lamentation of Souls, which show many resemblances to the dreams, and may also be by Adam Davy. If so, he must have been a man of education, since some of them seem to be derived directly from Latin originals. The most important national poems of the first half of the 14th century are the war songs of Lawrence Minot, preserved in manuscript Cotton Galba 9 in the British Museum. The author twice mentions his name. From internal evidence, it is probable that the poems are contemporary with the events they describe, and as the last of them deals with the taking of Guisnes in 1352, it is supposed that he must have died about this time. Diligent research has failed to discover anything further about him, but Minot was the name of a well-known family connected with the counties of York and Norfolk. The language of the poems is, in its main characteristics, northern, though with an admixture of Midland forms, and in 3 of them the poet shows detailed acquaintance with the affairs of Yorkshire. Thus the expedition of Edward Balliol against Scotland, to which reference is made in the first poem, set sail from that county. In the 9th poem the Archbishop of York receives special mention, and in the account of the taking of Guisnes, Minot adopts the version which ascribes the exploits to the daring of a Yorkshire archer, John of Doncaster. The events which form the subject of these poems all fall between the years 1333 and 1352. The first 2 celebrate the victory of Halidon Hill, which, in the poet's opinion, is an ample recompense for the disgrace at Bannockburn. The third tells how Edward III went to join his allies in Flanders, and how the French attacked Southampton and took an English warship, the Christopher. The fourth relates the king's first invasion of France, and Philip's refusal to meet him in battle. The fifth celebrates the victory at Sluys, mentioning by name the most valiant knights who took part in it. The sixth is concerned with the abortive siege of Tournai in the same year, and the seventh tells of the campaign in 1347, and of the Battle of Crécy. Then come 2 poems on the siege of Calais and the Battle of Neville's Cross. These are followed by an account of a skirmish between some English ships and some Spanish merchantmen, and the 11th and last poem relates the stratagem by which the town of Guines was surprised and taken. The poetical value of these songs has been somewhat unduly depreciated by almost every critic who has hitherto treated of them. Their qualities are certainly not of a highly imaginative order, and they contain scarcely one simile or metaphor, but the verse is vigorous and energetic, and goes with a swing, as martial poetry should. The author was an adept in wielding a variety of lyrical measures, and in 5 poems uses the long alliterative lines, which occur in such poems as William of Palerne and Piers Plowman, in rhymed stanzas of varying length. The other 6 are all written in short iambic lines of 3 or 4 accents, variously grouped together by end rhyme. Alliteration is a very prominent feature throughout, and is often continued in 2 successive lines, while the last words of one stanza are constantly repeated in the first line of the next, a frequent device in contemporary verse. The constant recourse to alliteration detracts somewhat from the freshness of the verse, since it leads the author to borrow from the romance writer's well-worn tags, which must have been as conventional in their way as the hackneyed pastoral terms against which Wordsworth revolted. Such are careless colder, cantly and cane, proper and prest, pride in prese, proud in Paul, with many others of a similar nature. In spite of the highly artificial structure of the verse, however, the language itself is simple, even rugged, and the poems dealing with the Scottish wars bear a strong resemblance to the rude snatches of folk song which have already been mentioned in connection with Manning's translation of Langtoft's Chronicle. There is the same savage exultation in the discomfiture of the Scots, the same scornful references to their rivellings, impromptu shoes made of raw hide, and the little bags in which they were wont to carry their scanty provisions of oatmeal, and the very simplicity of the narrative conveys, perhaps better than a more elaborate description, the horrors of medieval warfare. In reading these poems we see the flames spread desolation over the country, while hordes of pillagers and rough riders are driven in scattered bands to their own land. Or we behold the dead man staring at the stars, or lying gaping between Crécy and Abbeville. Nor is the pomp of military array forgotten. We see the glitter of pennons and plate armor, the shining rows of shields and spears, the arrows falling thick as snow, the red heads of the cardinals, who consult together how they may beguile the king, the ships heaving on the flood, ready for battle, while the trumpets blow, and the crews dance in the moonlight, regardless of the waning moon that foretells disaster on the morrow. Strange merchantmen, transformed for the time into war vessels, loom in the channel, hiding in their holds great wealth of gold and silver, of scarlet and green, but in vain do these pirates come hither with trumpets and tabors, they are already doomed to feed the fishes. There is no thought of mercy for a fallen foe, only in one place does any sense of compassion seem to affect the poet. When he tells how the burgesses of Calais came to demand mercy from Edward, he puts into the mouth of their leader a pitiful description of their plight. Horses, conies, cats, and dogs are all consumed. The need of the petitioners is easily visible in their appearance, and they that should have helped them are fled away. But Minot says nothing about the intercession of Queen Philippa, related by Froissart. Minot seems to have been a professional gleeman, who earned his living by following the camp and entertaining soldiers with the recitation of their own heroic deeds. It is possible, however, that his skill in versification may have led to his promotion to the post of minstrel to the king, and that he held some recognized office about the court. His poems, unlike those of Barber, which were composed long after the occasions they commemorated, were probably struck off to celebrate the events as they arose, and in one of them, that on the siege of Tournai, his exaltation seems to have been somewhat premature. While Barber's Bruce is a long, sustained narrative, composed in the same metre throughout, the verse of Minot is essentially lyric in character, and, as has been seen, ranges over a large variety of measures. Minnet's patriotism is everywhere apparent. His contempt for the wild Scots and the tame, the Highland and Lowland Scots, is undisguised, and he has equally small respect for the lily flowers of France. When the English meet with misfortune, he always finds plenty of excuses for them. Thus, in the fight at Southampton, the galleymen were so many in number that the English grew tired, but since the time that God was born and 100 years before, there were never any men better in fight than the English, while they had the strength. His admiration and loyalty for the king are without measure. The most is made of Edward's personal bravery at Sluys, his courteous thanks to his soldiers, and the esteem shown him by foreign dignitaries, while the poet continually insists on the righteous claim of his sovereign to the throne of France. And though his poems are sometimes quite unhistorical in matters of fact, they are important in that they evidently reflect the growing feeling of solidarity in the nation, and the patriotic enthusiasm which made possible the victories of Sluys and Crécy. End of section 47. Section 48 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Later Transition English 2. Secular Lyrics. Tales. Social Satire. Part 1. By A. R. Waller. From the middle of the 13th century to the days of Piers Plowman, writers of English were still polishing the tools used in the preceding century. We have seen their predecessors at work in monasteries on saints' lives and religious verse. Chroniclers have come under consideration, and the flourishing of romance, both homegrown and imported, has been noted. It remains to discuss the evidence, which is gradually accumulating, that neither court nor cloister were to exercise a monopoly in the production and patronage of English letters. There was also the world outside. Certain of the romances, Havelock notably, bear traces in their extant forms of having been prepared for ruder audiences than those which listened, as did the ladies and gentlemen of plague-stricken Florence towards the close of this period, to tales of chivalry and courtly love and idle dalliance. A famous collection of Middle English lyrics shows signs that there were writers who could take a keen pleasure in Notes Suete of Nichtegales, and women like Alisoun, and in the Northerne Wind. There are still poems addressed to Jesu mi suete leman, full of that curious combination of sensuousness and mysticism which is so notable a feature of much of the religious verse of these centuries, but more purely worldly motifs were beginning to be preserved. Tales which were simply amusing and cared little for a moral ending were being translated, and indications appear that the free criticism of its rulers, which has always been a characteristic of the English race, was beginning to find expression, or at any rate preservation, in the vernacular. To the early years of the period under consideration belongs one of the most beautiful of Middle English lyrics, Sumer isicumenin, lude sing cuckoo. Its popularity is attested by the existence of the music to which it was sung in the first half of the 13th century. If summer had not yet come in, spring, at any rate, was well on the way when verses like these became possible. A sense of rhyme, of music, of sweetness had arrived. The lines were settling down into molds of equal length, and were beginning to trip easily off the tongue to an expected close. And instead of the poet feeling that his spirit was most in harmony with the darker aspects of nature, as was the case with most of the Old English writers whose works have been preserved, the poet of the Middle English secular lyric, in common with the poet of The Owl and the Nightingale, feels the spring running, and cannot refrain from entering into the spirit of it with a gladsome heart. Groweth seed and bloweth mead, and springth the wood anew, sing cuckoo. Ower bleteth after lom, loeth after calve coo, bullock sterteth, bukke vechteth, moorie sing cuckoo. The same note is struck, only more often, in the Harleian lyrics above referred to, which are dated approximately 1310, and were collected apparently by a clerk of Leominster. The slim volume in which these lyrics were printed 65 years ago by Thomas Wright contains poems familiar, perhaps, to most students of English poetry, and familiar, certainly, to all students of English prosody. The measures of the trouvère and troubadour had become acclimatized in England. Henry III had married a lady of Provence, so far as the genius of the language and the nature of the islanders permitted, and the attempt to revive the principle of alliteration as a main feature, instead of what it has ever been and still is, an unessential ornament of English verse, was strong in the land. And first among these spring poems, not so much in respect of its testimony to the work of perfecting that was in progress in the matter of metre, as in its sense of the open air and of the supremacy of humanity, is the well-known Alison lyric, beginning, Between a mersche and Averil, when spray beginneth to springe, the little fool hath here a will on here a lute to singe. Ich libe in love longinge, for sem lokkest of alle thinge. He may me blisse bringe, ich am in here bon doen, an handy hap ich habe I hand. Ich hot from heavene it is me send, from alle women me love is lent, and licht on alli soon. There is a world of difference between these lines and the ideal of convent life set forth in Harley Maidenhead. By natural steps, the erotic mysticism that produced the poems associated with the virgin cult passed into the recognition not merely that there were sun, moon, and stars, and likewise a wind on the heath, but also that there existed earthly beings, of whom summe be brone, and summe be wit, and summe of them be cheery ripe. In another of the Harleian poems, the wind on the heath inspires a refrain. Blow, northern wind, send thou me my sweeting. Blow, northern wind, blow, blow, blow. Which, by its very irregularity of form, shows the flexible strength that was to be an integral feature of the English lyric. Yet another poem has lines, I would I were a thrussel-cock, a bunting or a laverock. Sweet breede, between her kirtle and her smock, I would me heede, which form a link in the long chain that binds Catullus to the Elizabethan and Jacobean lyrists. And the lines beginning, Lenten is komme with love to tone, with blosmen and with bredes rune, are full of that passionate sense of the wild joys of living, which led alle klerkjes in joye and eke in Metre to sing Richt lovesom du art in May, du weede earthe. The proverbs of Hending, Mark Rolve's Sunne, are to be found in the manuscript that contains the above lyrics, and may therefore be mentioned here. They appear to have been collected from older material in their present form before the close of the 13th century, and they recall the wisdom literature to which reference has already been made in dealing with Old English proverbs, and with the poems attributed to Alfred. These proverbs are obvious summaries of the shrewd wisdom of the common folk, which is as old as the hills, and not confined to any one race or country. Tell do never thy foe that thy foot acheth, quoth Hending. There is both the honey that is licked of the thorne. And they enshrine many phrases that are still common property. Brent child fur tredeth, quoth Hending. But their main interest for us lies in the form of the stanzas which precede the proverbs, and which consist of 6 lines, rhymed AAB, AAB. Here it is evident that the nebulous outlines of earlier attempts have taken shape and form out of the void, and become the ballad stanza. The unrhymed shorter lines are now linked by end-rhyme, and the reciter from memory is aided thereby. The literature of the Middle Ages was of a much more universal or cosmopolitan character than that of later times. It will be remembered that the book in which Paolo and Francesca read that they know more was the book of Lancelot, and not a tale of Rimini, and one of the reasons for this width of range was that letters were in the hands of a few, whose education had been of a universal rather than a national type. English literature in the vernacular had to compete for many a long year not only with Latin, which even so late as the days of Erasmus was thought to have a fair chance of becoming the sole language of letters, but also, though in a rapidly lessening degree, with Norman French, the language of all who pretended to a culture above that of the common folks. And it is to Latin, therefore, that we have often to turn for evidence of the thoughts that were beginning to find expression not only among monastic chroniclers and historians, but also among social satirists and writers of political verse. At first the amusement of those only who had a knowledge of letters, the writing of Goliardic verses and political satires in Latin, became models for the imitation of minstrels and writers who set themselves to please a wider circle, and who made themselves the mouthpieces of those who felt and suffered, but could not express. Some hint of what the people had liked to hear in the way of tales is preserved for us in The Deeds of Hereward, a son of Lady Godiva and an offspring of the native soil, the recital of whose horseplay in the court of the king, and of whose deeds on his speedy mare Swallow, would appeal to all who liked the tale of Havelock, the strapping Grimsby fisher lad, scullery boy, and king's son. But the secular tale and satirical poem of the 13th and 14th century appealed to a different audience, and are of direct historical value. In Latin and in English, the tyranny and vice and luxury of the times are strongly condemned. The conduct of simoniacal priest and sensual friar is held up to ridicule, and in that way the ground was prepared for the seed to be sown later by the Lollards. Monasticism, which had risen to an extraordinary height during the reign of Stephen, and borne excellent fruit in the educational labours of men like Gilbert of Sandringham, began to decline in the early years of the 13th century. Then came the friars, and their work among the people, especially in relieving physical suffering, was characterized by a self-sacrificing zeal which showed that they were true sons of Assisi. But there were some among those who succeeded them whose light lives and dark deeds are faithfully reflected in the songs and satires of Middle English, and there were others in higher stations, equally false to their trust, who formed the subject of the political verse coming into vogue in the vernacular. Even though it be borne in mind that the mutual antagonism between regulars and seculars, and between members of different orders, may be responsible for some of the scandals satirized, and that there was always a lighter side to the picture, against Bishop Gollancz and his clan there were surely people like Richard Rolle of Hampole, yet sufficient evidence remains, apart from the testimony of Matthew Paris, of the steadily growing unpopularity of monks and friars, and the equally steady growth of the revolt of the people against clerical influence. Social satire, of the nature indicated, is seen in Middle English in the few examples of the fabliaux still extant. The short amusing tale in verse appealed greatly to the Frenchmen of the 13th century, and though the few that have survived in English show strong signs of their foreign origin, their popularity proved that they were not only accepted as pleasing to the ears of the groundlings, but as reflecting, with somewhat malicious and wholly satiric glee, the current manners of monk and merchant and miller, friar and boy. The Land of Cockaigne tells of a land of gluttony and idleness, a kitchen land, not exactly where it was always afternoon, but where the monk could obtain some of the delights of a Mohammedan paradise. The very walls of the monastery are built all of pastéis, of vleis of fishe and riche meat, with pinnacles of fat puddinges. The geese he roasted on the spittle, vleich to that abbey god hid wot, and gredith gees al hot. And entrance to this land could only be gained by wading 7 jere in Sweeney stritte, alla non up to the chin. The Land of Cockaigne has relatives in many lands. It lacks the deep seriousness of the Wyclifian songs that came later, and the light satirical way in which the subject is treated would seem to imply that a French model had been used, but its colouring is local, and its purpose is evident. Dame Siris, an Oriental tale showing traces of the doctrine of the transmigration of souls, was put into English after many wanderings through other languages about the middle of the 13th century, and is excellently told in a metre varying between octosyllabic couplets and the 6-lined verse of the Sir Topus type. Other renderings of the same story are contained in Gesta Romanorum 28, Disciplina Clericalis 11, and similar collections of tales, and the imperfect poem in the form of a dialogue between Clericus and Puella, printed by Wright and Halliwell, may be compared with it. A tale of this kind was certain of popularity, whether recited by wandering minstrel or committed to writing for the pleasure of all lovers of comedy. To the common form of an absent and betrayed husband is added the Indian device of the bitch with weeping eyes, induced by mustard and pepper, who has been thus transformed from human shape because of a refusal to listen to the amorous solicitations of a clerk. The device is used by the panda, Dame Cyrus, who for 20 shillings promises another clerk to persuade the merchant's wife to yield to his desires. There is unfortunately very little of the famous satirical beast epic Reynard the Fox that can be claimed for England. Some of the animals were known to Odo of Cheriton, the fabulist, who makes use of stories of Reynard to point the moral of his sermons, and a short fabliau of about the same period as those above mentioned is extant. But this is about all. In The Fox and the Wolf is cleverly related in bold and firm couplets the familiar story of the well and the device of Renoir for getting himself out of it at the expense of the wolf's chigrim. The teller of the story in Middle English is learned in his craft, and the poem is an admirable example of comic satire, perhaps the best of its kind left to us before the days of Chaucer. Not only are the two characters well conceived, but they are made the vehicle, as in the romance of the Fleming Willem, of light satire on the life of the times. Before admitting the wolf to the paradise in the bucket at the bottom of the well, the fox takes upon himself the duties of a confessor, and the wolf, to gain absolution, asks forgiveness not only for the ordinary sins of his life, but, after a little pressing, even repents him of the resentment shown when the confessor made free with the penitent's wife. Few things show more clearly the failings and vices current in the Middle Ages than do the various stories of the deeds of Reynard in his ecclesiastical disguises, stories that were carved in stone and wood and shown in painted glass, as well as recited and written. His smug, cowled face looks out from pulpits and leers at us from under miserere seats. The literary needs of those who were familiar with the romances of Pries, in which deeds of chivalry were enshrined, and who, with the author of Sir Topus, could enjoy parodies of them, were met by such salutary tales as The Tournament of Tottenham. A countryside wedding, preceded by the mysteries of a medieval tournament, is described by Gilbert Pilkington, or by the author whose work he transcribes, in language that would be well understood and keenly appreciated by those of lower rank than knight and lady free. It is an admirable burlesque. Rustic laddies contend not only for Tibbe, the daughter of Rondil de Refe, but for other prizes thrown in by the father. He shall have me grey mare, on which Tibbe was set, and me spotted sour. And therefore Hawkin and Dawkin and Tomkin and other noble youths, for Hisseltoun to Hackney, laid on stiffly, till their horse sweat, with much clinking of cart-saddles, and many broken headies, and woe was Hawkin, woe was Harry, woe was Tomkin, woe was Terry, when they sat down to the marriage feast of the winner. The tale of Topus exercises its useful office with a rapier. If the Tournament of Tottenham performs its duty with a cudgel, the result, so far as the victim is concerned, is none the less effective. The middle of the 14th century gave us The Tale of Gamelin, which is dealt with elsewhere as a metrical romance and in connection with the works of Chaucer. It forms an admirable link between the courtly romance and the poetry of the outlaws of the greenwood. A younger brother, despoiled of his share in the inheritance, is ill-clothed and given poor food by his eldest brother, handed over to understrappers to be thrashed, and otherwise maltreated. But after the fashion of Havelock, Gamelin proves himself adept at the staff and strong in the arm, and after a fair supply of adventures, with much success and after further tribulation, he becomes head of a forest band of young outlaws. Furthermore, after justice has been done to his unnatural brother, he becomes king's officer in the woodland. It is a loveless tale of the earlier Stevenson kind. No courtly dame has part or parcel therein. Nevertheless, in the form in which we now have it, the tale of Gamelin is quite excellent, is, in fact, typically English in its sense of free life and open air. Of the two collections of stories referred to above, one, the most famous of its kind, and the source book for many later English writers, the Gesta Romanorum, probably took shape in England in its Latin form in the period under discussion. Early preachers and homilists were only too willing to seize hold of stories from every quarter in order to point the moral, and their collections have served many ends different from the purpose designed. If the moral attached to each tale, and dragged in, often, on the most flimsy excuse, be ignored, the tales of the Gesta Romanorum become readable, for they are often excellently, even though baldly, told. Other Latin collections of cognate kind, the work of English compilers, have been referred to in a preceding chapter, and all are of importance in the light they throw on the manners of the time. One, the Summa Praedicantium of John de Bromyard, a Dominican friar, scholar of Oxford and antagonist of Wycliffe, devotes 1,000 pages to subjects likely to be acceptable to congregations, and deserves more attention than has hitherto been paid it. In the Legendaries and poems compiled and written by the monks for homiletic purposes, there are many germs of the tale-telling faculty and much folklore. Things charming and grotesque are inextricably mixed. In the legends of the childhood of Jesus, for instance, there is a delightful account of the reverence paid by the animal creation and by inanimate nature to the infant during the journey to Egypt, and then the poem is marred by the addition of crude miraculous deeds recorded as afterwards wrought by him. Many of our tales have originally come from the East, but in spite of the proverb, they have gathered much moss in rolling westward, and flints from the same quarry that have travelled a fairly direct course look strangely different from others that have zigzagged hither. End of section 48. Section 49 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Later Transition English 2. Secular Lyrics, Tales, Social Satire, Part 2, by A. R. Waller. Of Middle English political verses, the earliest preserved are, probably, those on the Battle of Lewes, which was fought in 1264. The battle was celebrated by a follower of the fortunes of Simon de Montfort, in a poem which is of considerable philological and metrical importance. The number of French words it contains reveals the process of amalgamation that was going on between the two languages, and lets us into the workshop where the new speech was being fashioned. The interest of the poem is also considerable from the evidence it furnishes that the free-spoken Englishman was beginning to make the vernacular the vehicle of satire against his superiors in the realm of politics, following the example of the writers of the Latin satirical poems then current. The educated part of the race was beginning to show signs of the insular prejudice against foreigners, which is not even absent from it today, though it could loyally support foreigners when they espoused the national cause, and it was, more happily, showing signs of the political genius which has ever been a quality of our people. Metrically, these political lyrics in the vernacular are of importance because of the forms of verse experimented in and naturalized. The minstrel who sang or recited political ballads had to appeal to more critical audiences than had the composer of sacred lyrics. He had to endeavor to import into a vernacular in transition something of the easy flow of comic Latin verse. The song against the King of Almaine, footnote, Richard of Cornwall, King of the Romans, brother of Henry III, end of footnote, above referred to, is in mono-rhymed 4-line stanzas, followed by a bob, or shorter 5th line, Mogre windesore, to helpe windesore, etc., and a constant mocking two-lined refrain with a kind of internal rhyme. Richard, tha thou be ever trichard, trichen shalt thou never more. The recurrence of lines consisting of perfect anapaests (footnote: sitteth alle stille and hearkeneth to me, Sire Simon de Montfort hath swore be's chin, etc.), and showing but little tendency towards alliteration, indicates the direction in which popular rhymes were looking. In the civil struggles of the Barons' Wars, and in the years that followed, the poetry of the people rose to the surface. The Robin Hood ballads, to which we shall recur in a later volume, and a few rude verses here and there, give voice not only to the free, open life of the outlaw in the greenwood, but also to the cry of the downtrodden at the callous luxury of the rich. The real condition of the poor is but rarely reflected in the literature of a nation. The unfree in feudal times were voiceless, and the labouring free of later times have been but little better. Patient beyond belief, the children of the soil do not, as a rule, make literature of their wrongs. We can only learn what is at work by conscious or unconscious revelations in other writings. The ploughman in the 11th century dialogue of Alfred had said with truth, "I work hard. Be it never so stark winter, I dare not linger at home for awe of my lord. I have a boy driving the oxen with a goad iron, who is hoarse with cold and shouting. Mighty hard work it is, for I am not free." The bitter cry of the oppressed people was echoed in the Old English Chronicle of the sad days of Stephen, and, ignored by court historians and writers of romance, centuries had to elapse before it could find adequate expression in the alliterative lines of Piers Plowman, and in the preaching of the mad priest of Kent, one of the earliest among Englishmen whose words are known to us, to declare for the common and inalienable rights of man. It is a far cry from the speech of the land slave to John Ball, Jack Straw, and Wat Tyler, and the intervening years show but fragments of the literature of revolt, but the rude rhymes, sent across the country by John Ball, should no more be forgotten in a history of English literature than the rude beginnings of its prosody, for they contain the beginnings of the literature of political controversy, the first recognizable steps on the road of political and religious liberty that was later to be trodden by Milton and Shelley and Cobbett. In the Song of the Husbandman, one of the notable poems of the alliterative revival, which may be dated towards the close of the 13th century, in octaves and quatrains rhymed alternately on two rhymes with linked ending and beginning lines, a complicated measure handled with great skill, the tiller of the soil complains that he is robbed and picked full cleene, that, because of the green wax, he is hunted as a hund doth the hare. And the insolence of the grooms and stable boys, the lackeys and servants, of the great towards the peasantry, is told in the rude, coarse lines of A Song against the Retinues of the Great People, preserved in the same manuscript. The Luthernesse of the ladde, the prude of the page, are the subject of as keen invective as are the deeds of the consistory courts, where the peasants are treated as dogs. When Edward I died, the writer of an elegy on his death expressed the pious hope that Edward of Carnarvon might "ne'er be worse man than his father, ne lesser of micht, to holden is poore men to richt, and understonde God conseil." It remained an unrealized hope, and the condition of things in the times of Edward II is reflected in the fugitive literature of his reign. The curiously constructed lines in Anglo-Norman and English on the king's breaking his confirmation of Magna Carta, preserved in the Auchinleck manuscript, Edinburgh, and the Song on the Times, in lines made up of Latin, English, and Anglo-Norman phrases, tell the same tale of ruin and corruption. Before the end of the reign, Bannockburn had been fought and won, fought and lost. Scottish girls could sing of the mourning of their southern sisters for lemons loste, and in place of an elegy on the death of a king who "bare the prise of Christendome," we have a poem in the Auchinleck manuscript on "The Evil Times of Edward II," which, in some 470 lines, pitilessly describes the misery of the state and the evil of the church. It is a sermon on the old text, Ye cannot serve God and Mammon. No man may well serve twae lordes toquem. And every line bites in, as with the acid of an etcher, some fresh detail of current manners. As soon as the young priest can afford it, he has a concubine. If those in high places protest, he may with a little silver stoppen his mouth. The doctor is the doctor of the comedies of Molière, a pompous charlatan, ready enough to take silver for his advice, doch he witte no more than a ghost whether, the patient, wolle live or die. The knichts of old no longer go forth on brave if quixotic quests. They are leons in Halle and hares in the field, and any beardless boy can be dubbed of their company. Everywhere are the poor of the land oppressed. Ach if the king hit wiste, I trowe he wolde be wroth, how the poore beth I peelet, and who the silver goth. Hit is so descateret, bothe hither and thither, that hal wender shall bin stole, are hit come togedere, and accounted, and if a poore man spake a word, he shall be full affronted. Before the 14th century had come to a close, the ravages of the Black Death had brought about radical changes in the relations of labourers to the soil, and had left indelible impressions on life and letters. The presence of a disease that, at its height, meant the death of 1 out of every 2 people in London, and in the eastern counties of 2 out of every 3, led to a relaxation of the current laws of life, and to the peasants' revolt in 1381. The outbreak of lawlessness consequent upon the dislocation of life in town and country, and the labour troubles that followed, sent outlaws to the greenwood, and helped to build up the legends of Robin Hood. Murmurs of discontent grew in volume, and protests against papal authority acquired fresh strength by the existence of the Great Schism. The Lollards began their attacks on social abuses, and sought to reform the church at the same time. The people spoke, and though the cause was not finished for many centuries to come, yet the end of many of the political and religious ideals of the Middle Ages was in sight. Wycliffe, and those associated with him, had begun their work. The poems that go by the name of Piers Plowman had been written, and the Commons, in the fullest sense of the word, were beginning their long struggle for political freedom. End of section 49. Section 50 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. The Prosody of Old and Middle English, by George Saintsbury. Of Old English poetry anterior to the 12th century, and, perhaps, in a few cases of that century itself, it has been calculated that we have nearly 30,000 lines. But all save a very few reduce themselves, in point of prosody, to an elastic but tolerably isonymous form, closely resembling that which is found in the poetry of other early Teutonic and Scandinavian languages. This form may be specified either as a pretty long line rigidly divided into 2 halves, or as a couplet of mostly short lines rhythmically connected together by a system of alliteration and stress. Normally there should be 4 stressed syllables in the line, or 2 in each of the half couplets, and at least 3 of these syllables should be alliterated, beginning with the same consonant or any vowel, as in this line, 29, of The Wanderer. Venian mit vinum, what say the Kunath? Around or between the pillar or anchor stresses, unstressed syllables are grouped in a manner which has sometimes been regarded as almost entirely licentious, and sometimes reduced, as by Sievers, to more or less definite laws or types. Probably, as usual, the truth lies between the 2 extremes. To any one, however, who without previous knowledge of the matter turns over a fair number of pages of Old English verse, a singular phenomenon will present itself. For many of these pages the line lengths, though not rigidly equated, will present a coastline not very much more irregular than that of a page of modern blank verse. And then suddenly he will come to pages or passages where the lines seem to telescope themselves out to double their former length. The mere statistical process of enumeration and of subsequent digestion into classes of more or less resembling type finds no difficulty in this, and merely regards it as an instance of stretched or swollen verses with 3 or 4 accents in each half instead of 2. Curiosity of a different kind may, perhaps, pine for a little explanation of a more real nature, may wish to know whether this lengthening was parallel, say, to Tennyson's at the close of The Lotus Eaters, a definitely concerted thing, or whether it was a mere haphazard license. But there are no means of satisfying this curiosity except by conjecture. Further, our means of deciding whether, as is usually said, the stressed syllables were bound to be long beforehand or not, are very scanty. It seems admitted that more than one short syllable may do the duty of one long, and this is of the highest importance. What, however, is certain is that, in spite of this great variation of length, and in spite of considerable differences, not merely in syllabic volume, between the members of the stretched and unstretched groups respectively, there is a certain community of rhythmical tone, sometimes full, sometimes muffled, which not only distinguishes the whole body of this ancient poetry, but is distinguishable, with some alteration, in the later revived alliterative verse of Middle English up to the beginning of the 16th century. In order to detect and check this, the student should take the corpus poeticum of Old English and read pages of different poems steadily, letting his voice accommodate itself to the rhythm which will certainly emerge if he has any ear. Different ears will, perhaps, standardize this rhythm differently, and it certainly admits of very wide variation and substitution. The simplest and most normal formula, not necessarily the one which mere statistics will show to be commonest as such, but that which in itself, or in slight variations from it, predominates, appears to the present writer to be tum-ti-ti, or ti-tum-ti, tum-ti, tum-ti, tum-ti. These are almost the lowest terms of a fully resonant line. They are sometimes further truncated. They are often enlarged by the addition of unstressed syllables, but they are never far off except in the obvious and admitted magnums. Long or short, these lines, in all but an infinitesimal proportion of the total, are arranged in mere consecution. A kind of paragraph arrangement, which is in fact a necessity, may be often noticed, but there are, save in one famous exception, no stanzas. This exception is the extremely interesting and, to all appearance, extremely early poem Deo. Here things which are undoubtedly like stanzas, though the number of lines in them is variable, are formed by a refrain. Des overeode, visses swamech. With some rashness, it has been assumed that this semi-lyrical arrangement was the earlier, and that it broke down into the continuous form. It may be so, but in Old English, at any rate, we have no evidence to show it. Further, in the main range of this poetry, though not to such an exclusive extent, rhyme is absent. Attempts have been made to discover it in some of the mainly rhymeless poems of later dates, but the instances adduced are probably accidental. In fact, the majority of them, alleged chiefly by German critics, are not properly rhymes at all, and are often mere similarities of inflection. The real exceptions are, 1. The famous piece in the Exeter book called significantly the rhyming poem, which exhibits a system, probably imitated from the Norse, of internal and sometimes frequently repeated consonants at the ends of lines and half-lines, and 2. A few fragments, especially the inset in the Chronicle about the imprisonment and death of the guiltless atheling Alfred. They are exceptions, which eminently prove the rule. A quest for assonance had also been made, and a few instances of something like it have been pointed out, but they are very few. Assonance, in fact, has never held any important place in English prosody, and where it exists in unsophisticated times and instances, it is always, most probably, the result either of inattention or of an attempt to rhyme. On the whole, the body of Old English verse, as we have it, is one of the most homogeneous to be found in any literature. Alliteration, accent, and strict separation of lines or half-lines for its positive laws, rhymelessness for its negative, these nearly sum up its commandments, and its result is dominated by an irregular, quasi-trochaic rhythm, which will retreat, but always comes back again. When after the lapse of some 2 centuries, which furnish only scraps of verse, we meet, at or before the end of the 12th century, with a fresh crop of English poetry, the results of prosodic scrutiny are strikingly different. Instead of the just summarized regularity, not in the least cast iron, but playing freely round 2 or 3 recognized principles which are never absolutely deserted, and attempting nothing beyond their range, we find what may at first look like chaos, what has sometimes been taken for the same dispensation a little obsolescent and broken down, but when examined fully and fairly, is seen to be a true period of transition. The old order finds itself in face of a new, which does not, by any means, merely replace it or destroy it, but after an inevitable stage of confusion, blends with it and produces something different from either, something destined to be permanent, as far as we can yet see. In all the pieces usually dated a little before or a little after 1200, the fragments of St. Godrich, Paternoster, the Moral Ode, and others, as well as the 2 long compositions of Layamon and Orme, this process and its results are observable. The new agency is the syllabic prosody, accentual also in general character, but strictly syllabic, of French and of contemporary Latin, with its almost invariable accompaniment of rhyme, and its tendency, invariable also in French, though by no means so in Latin, to iambic rhythm. It must be sufficient here to examine the working out of this clash in the 2 long poems just referred to, the Ormulum and the Brut, with slighter remarks on the others. In both poems it is possible to trace the older principle of a rhymeless line of more or less length, divided sharply in the middle, or a rhymeless couplet of 2 halves, in which, though not invariably, there is a certain tendency to shorten the second. But the 2 writers have been affected by the opposite and newer system in ways curiously different, but quite intelligible as results of the clash. Orme has unflinchingly kept to the old principle of rhymelessness, but he has as unflinchingly adopted the new principles of uniformity in syllabic volume and of regular iambic metrical beat. His lines are invariably of 15 syllables, or his couplets of 8 and 7. That he achieves, as any example, however selected, must show, nothing but the most exasperating and wooden monotony, does not matter to him, and it ought not to matter to us. He has sacrificed everything to regularity in number and cadence, and he has achieved this. Layamon's result, if not more actually important, is much more complicated, much more interesting, with much more future in it, but for these very reasons it is much less easy to summarize. In fact, to summarize it in uncontroversial terms is very nearly impossible. At first sight, if we can suppose an eye familiar with Old English poetry and not familiar at all with Middle English, it may seem to present no great difference from the former, and there are still some who think that it does not present any that is vital. But when it is examined a little more carefully, differences the most vital, if as yet sometimes not more than embryonically vital, emerge. Regarded as alliterative verse of the old pattern, it can only be called very bad verse, verse which turns the already abundant liberties of the original into mere chaotic license, for the most part, and which very seldom conforms at all successfully. But in addition to this, it succumbs, constantly though irregularly, to the temptation which, except in late and few instances, the old verse had rigidly resisted, and which Orme was resisting absolutely, the temptation of rhyme. and this rhyme seems to be forcing on it a new regularization, that of equal halved distichs rhymed together in the exact fashion of the French octosyllabic couplet. When we turn to the other and smaller poems of the period, we find this process of slowly quickening into other forms even more importantly and interestingly exhibited. The Paternoster is wholly in more or less regular rhymed couplets of the kind just noted. In the Moral Ode, the 15-syllabled line of Orm, which by the frequency of feminine endings already promises the reduction to 14, comes even nearer to the ballad metre of 8 and 6, and exhibits a still more valuable characteristic in its tendency towards maintaining the old syllabic freedom and substitution of trisyllabic feet for the strict dissyllables of ormulum. Further, this heritage of Old English manifests itself in the octosyllabic couplet, and in the version of Genesis and Exodus, which is assigned to about the middle of the 13th century, anticipates exactly the Christabel metre which Coleridge thought he invented more than 500 years later. And before very long, though at dates impossible to indicate with precision owing to the uncertainty of the chronology of the documents, other approximations of the old staple line or couplet to the metres of French and Latin, especially the rime coué or combination of 2 eighths and a 6 doubled, make their appearance. These transformations, however, as the liberty of their forms shows, and as may be specially studied with greatest ease in the various adaptations of the octosyllabic couplet, are neither mere aimless haphazard experiments, nor mere slavish following of French and Latin forms previously existing and held up as patterns. They may be much more reasonably regarded as attempts to adjust these latter to the old couplet with its middle division, and its liberty of equality or inequality of syllabic length in the halves, though in all cases the special rhythm of the older line or stave has become faint in the ear, and the new metrical swing prevails. An equal division of the halves gives a distich which for some time hesitates between 8 and 6 syllables, the latter having the additional assistance of the French Alexandrine as pattern. But it proves less suitable for English verse than the longer form, and it is dropped or very rarely used. An unequal division, from the first most popular, into 8 and 7 or 8 and 6 gives the long line of Robert of Gloucester, sometimes called for convenience a 14er, or by Wharton and others, but most improperly, a long Alexandrine. This, when itself disclosed in golden couplets, becomes at once the famous common or ballad measure, the most distinctly popular metre for 700 years past, and at certain times one yielding the most exquisite harmony possible, though very easily degraded and reduced to sing-song. In the course, moreover, of the give and take of this commerce between material and mould, the beginnings of the great decasyllabic 5-foot or 5-stress line emerge with a frequency which has, for the most part, been inadequately noted, as well as, more rarely, the Alexandrine itself. In fact, it furnishes the poet, by luck or design, with every possible line from 4 or even fewer syllables to 14, while his examples in Latin and French, in turn, furnish almost endless suggestions of stanza combination. In one all-important particular, however, the foreign influence exercised, by French altogether and by Latin in the greatest part by far of its recent and accentual verse-writing, in the direction of strict syllabic uniformity, is not indeed universally, but to a very large extent, and stubbornly resisted. The rhymelessness of Old English might be given up with pleasure. Its curious non-metrical, or hardly more than half-metrical, cadences might be willingly exchanged for more definite harmony. The chains of its forced alliteration might be attenuated to an agreeable carcanet worn now and then for ornament, and its extreme length license might be curtailed and regularized. But in one point which had made for this latter, English refused to surrender, and that was the admission of trisyllabic feet, as some phrase it, or, as some prefer to describe the process, the admission of extra unstressed syllables. The question was indeed not settled. As a question it, no doubt, never arose, and when such problems came to be considered, there was a dangerous tendency from late in the 16th century till later in the 18th to answer them in the wrong way. But practice was irreconcilable. Of the octosyllabic couplet there were, almost from the first, two distinct forms, the strict and the elastic. In nearly all other metres the license is practically assumed. By 1300, or a little later, say 1325, to admit the latest possible dates for the Harleian lyrics and the bulk of the early romances, all the constitutive principles of modern English prosody are in operation, and are turning out work, rougher or smoother, but unmistakable. One curious postscript has to be made to these few general remarks. During the period just referred to, from Layamon, that is to say, to the appearance of William of Palerm and other things, at a time probably nearer to the middle of the 14th century than to its beginning, attempts at the old alliterative metre are absolutely wanting. It is not unusual to meet with assumptions that, though wanting, they must have existed, at any rate in popular literature, and to these assumptions, as to all such, no reasonable answer can be made, except that it may have been so. So far, however, no trace of any such verse in the period referred to has been discovered, nor any reference to such, nor any evidence, direct or indirect, that it existed. About the end of the period it reappears, sometimes simple of itself, with a cadence altered indeed, but not out of all likeness, after the fashion that was to produce its capital example in The Vision of Piers Plowman. Sometimes in a very remarkable blend with rhyme, and with metrical and stanza arrangement, after the fashion of which the most notable instances, in less and more regular kind, are Gawayne and the Green Knight, and Pearl. But this revival or reappearance has no effect on the main current of English verse, which continues to be distinctly metrical, to be, in effect, universally rhymed, and to use alliteration only for a separable and casual ornament, not as a constituent and property. End of section 50. Section 51 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Changes in the Language to the Days of Chaucer, Part 1, by Henry Bradley. 1. Continuity of the English Language. The three Germanic peoples, the Jutes from Jutland, the Angles from Schleswig, and the Saxons from Holstein, who in the 5th and 6th centuries made themselves masters of the greater part of South Britain, spoke dialects so nearly allied that they can have had no great difficulty in understanding each other's speech. It does not appear, however, that in their original seats they had any general name for their common race or their common language. The sense of their unity, with the consequent need for a general designation for themselves, would, naturally, be the product of the time when they found themselves settled among a population speaking an alien and unintelligible tongue. In fact, it was probably not by themselves, but by other nations, that the Jutes, Angles, and Saxons of Britain were first regarded as forming an ethnic whole. Just as in earlier times, the larger kindred of which they were part had received the name of Germans from the Celts. The Britons applied to all the Germanic invaders of their country the name of Saxons, because, in the days of Roman rule, that nation had been the most conspicuous among those who ravaged the coasts of Britain. And, as is well known, the Celtic-speaking inhabitants of the British Islands still continue to call the English people and its language Saxon. On the continent, the Germanic conquerors of Britain seem, for a long time, to have been called indiscriminately sometimes Saxons, after the Celtic practice, and sometimes Angles, the latter being the name of the people which had the largest extent of territory. At the end of the 6th century, Pope Gregory I uses only the name Angli. This is a somewhat remarkable fact, because the missionaries sent by Gregory labored in the Jutish kingdom of Kent, which, at that time, was paramount over all the country south of the Humber. Possibly, the explanation of Gregory's choice of this name may be found in the famous story according to which his zeal for the conversion of the pagans of Britain was first awakened by his admiration of the beauty of the boy slaves from the Anglian kingdom of Deira. On the other hand, about A.D. 660, Pope Vitalian, writing to an Angle king, Oswiu of Northumbria, addresses him as Rex Saxonum. The Roman missionaries naturally followed Gregory's practice, and it was probably from the official language of the Church that the Jutes and Saxons learned to regard themselves as part of the Angle kindred, Angolkin, in Latin gens Anglorum. The political ascendancy of the Angle kingdoms, which began in the 7th century and continued until the time of the Danish invasions, doubtless contributed to ensure the adoption of this general name. In the early years of the 8th century, Bede sometimes speaks of Angli sive Saxones, thus treating the two appellations as equivalent. But with this sole exception, his name for the whole people is always Angli or gens Anglorum, and he calls their language Sermo Anglicus, even when the special reference is to the dialect in which the Kentish laws were written. When he does speak of lingua Saxonica, the context in every instance shows that he means the language of the East or West Saxons. It is true that Bede was an Angle by birth, and this fact might seem to detract from the significance of his use of the name. But a century and a half later, the West Saxon King Alfred, whose works are written in his native dialect, never uses any other name for his own language but English, the language of the Angles. It is in the great king's writings that we find the earliest vernacular examples of the name, which our language has ever since continued to bear. In a certain sense it may be said that this name, as applied to the language of the south of England, became more and more strictly appropriate as time went on. For the history of Southern English, or of the language of English literature, is to a considerable extent concerned with the spread of Anglian forms of words and the disappearance of forms that were specifically Saxon. Moreover, several of the most important of the processes of change that transformed the English of Alfred into the English of Chaucer, the loss of inflections and grammatical gender, and the adoption of Danish words, began in the Anglian regions of the north, and gradually extended themselves southward. Leaving out of account the changes that were due to French influences, we might almost sum up the history of the language during 5 centuries in the formula that it became more and more English and less Saxon. It will be convenient at this point to give some account of the history of the nomenclature of the various stages in the development of the English language. When in the 16th century the remains of vernacular literature earlier than the Norman conquest began to attract the attention of scholars, Englishmen naturally found it inconvenient to apply the name of English to what to them was practically a foreign language, requiring not less study to understand than the Flemish of their own day. It became customary, therefore, to speak of this language as Saxon. As the few pre-conquest texts then known were written in the south, this designation may be said to have been accurately descriptive. It was so, however, merely by accident, for those who employed it were accustomed to use the term Saxons as a general name for the Germanic inhabitants of England before the Norman conquest. The popular view was that the English people and the English language came into being as the result of the fusion of Saxons and Normans. Traces of this misuse of names, indeed, are to be found in various forms of expression that are still current. Although the double misnomer of the Saxon heptarchy no longer appears in our school histories, modern writers continue to speak of the Saxon elements in the English vocabulary, and to misapply the epithet Saxon to the architecture of the parts of the country inhabited by the Angles. The term Saxon, besides being historically incorrect as a designation for the whole early Germanic population of Britain, was inconveniently ambiguous, because it survived as the proper appellation of a portion of the inhabitants of Germany. In the last years of the reign of Elizabeth, Camden revived the use of the old name Anglo-Saxones, and probably for the first time used Lingua Anglo-Saxonica for the language of England before the Norman conquest. He explains that Anglo-Saxones means the Saxons of England, in contradistinction to those of the continent, and in his English Remains he accordingly renders it by English Saxons. Throughout the 17th century, and even later, English Saxon continued to be the name ordinarily applied by philologists to the language of King Alfred, but in the 18th century this gave place to Anglo-Saxon. Camden's explanation of the compound name was, there can be little doubt, historically correct. In its early use it was applied to distinguish those Saxons who were considered part of the Angol kin, and whose language was called English, from the Old Saxons who remained in Germany, and the structure of the native form Angul-Siaxe shows that the first element was intended as a descriptive prefix. It was, however, natural that the compound should be interpreted as meaning Angel and Saxon, and apparently it was taken in this sense already at the end of the 17th century by George Hicks, who also applied the analogous name Dano-Saxon to the Old Northumbrian dialect, under the mistaken notion that its peculiar features were the result of Scandinavian admixture. As thus misunderstood, the term Anglo-Saxon was accepted as supplying the need for a general name applicable to the Anglian and Saxon dialects in their fully inflected stage. In this comprehensive sense, it continues to be extensively used. The proposal of some scholars to restrict its application on grounds of historical propriety to the Saxon dialect failed to gain acceptance, because what was wanted was an inclusive name for the early language of England, as the object of a well-defined branch of linguistic study. When professorships of Anglo-Saxon had been founded at Oxford and Cambridge, it was hardly possible to narrow the meaning of the name to a part of the subject which the professors were appointed to teach. As a popular designation, the name Anglo-Saxon has the merits of definiteness and intelligibility, which may possibly long preserve it in use. It has, however, the great disadvantage of concealing the important fact that the history of our language from the earliest days to the present time has been one of continuous development. When this fact became evident through the attention bestowed by scholars on the language of the 13th century, the inconvenience of the traditional nomenclature could not escape recognition. The language of this period was too different from the Anglo-Saxon of the grammars to be conveniently called by the same name, while, on the other hand, it could hardly be called English, so long as English was understood to mean a language which the unlearned reader could at once perceive to be substantially identical with his own. An attempt was made to meet the difficulty by the invention of the compound semi-Saxon, to denote the transitional stage between Anglo-Saxon and English, but this name was so obviously infelicitous that its introduction helped to procure acceptance for a nomenclature which recognized that the language of Caedmon was no less English than that of Chaucer. The great German philologist Jacob Grimm had introduced the practice of dividing the history of a language into 3 periods, designated by the prefixes Old, Middle, and New or Modern. And in the latter half of the 19th century, many scholars in England adopted Old English as the name for that stage of the language which had, till then, been known as Anglo-Saxon. The change found much opposition, on the not wholly unreasonable ground that Old English was popularly applied to any form of English that was characterized by abundance of obsolete words and by antiquated spelling, so that the novel use could not but lead to frequent misunderstanding. The advantages of the new nomenclature for purposes of historical treatment are, however, so considerable that it has now come into general use, although a few philologists, both in England and Germany, still decline to adopt it. The main reason for restoring to the language of Caedmon and Alfred its historical name of English is to emphasize the truth that there was no substitution of one language for another in England after the Norman conquest, but only a modification of the original language by gradual changes in pronunciation and grammar, by the accession of new words and the obsolescence of old ones. The change of nomenclature will be a mere useless pedantry if we allow ourselves to imagine that there was any definite date at which people ceased to speak Old English and began to speak Middle English, or even that there ever was a time when the English of the older generation and that of the younger generation differed widely from each other. Nevertheless, owing partly to the fact that the 12th century was an age of exceptionally rapid linguistic change, and partly to other causes hereafter to be explained, it is quite true that, while the literary remains of the first half of the century exhibit a form of the language not strikingly different from that of preceding centuries, those of the latter half present such an amount of novelty in spelling and grammatical features as to make the most superficial observation sufficient to show that a new period has begun. The date of A.D. 1150 as the approximate point of demarcation between the Old and Middle periods of English is, therefore, less arbitrary than chronological boundaries in the history of a language usually are, though if we possessed full information respecting the spoken English of the 12th century, we should have to be content with a much less precise determination. While the Middle English period has thus a definite beginning, it has no definite ending. It is, however, convenient to regard it as terminating about A.D. 1500, because the end of the 15th century coincides pretty closely with the victory of the printing press over the scriptorium, and many of the distinctive features of literary modern English would never have been developed if printing had not been invented. End of section 51. Section 52 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Changes in the Language to the Days of Chaucer. Part 2 by Henry Bradley. 2. Changes in Grammar. The most striking characteristic of Old English, as compared with later stages of the language, is that it retained, without essential change, the inflectional system which it possessed at the beginning of its history. So far as regards the verbs, this system was very imperfect in comparison with that of Greek or even of Latin. There was no inflected passive, the need of which was supplied by the use of auxiliaries. And there were only two inflected tenses, the present, which often had to serve for a future, and the past. The use of auxiliaries for forming compound tenses was comparatively rare. The three persons of the plural had only one form, which, prehistorically, had been that of the third person, and in the past tense the first and third person singular were alike. On the other hand, the system of declension was nearly as elaborate as in any of the languages of the Indo-Germanic family. Substantives had 4 cases: nominative, accusative, genitive, and dative. The adjective had 2 sets of inflections for gender, number, and case. The one used when the substantive was definite, as when preceded by the article or some equivalent, and the other when it was indefinite. So far as this description goes, it might appear that the Old English machinery for expressing the grammatical relations of substantives, adjectives, and pronouns was as adequate for its purpose as even that of Greek. But owing to the effect of prehistoric changes of pronunciation, which had assimilated many terminations that were originally distinct, the Old English declension of these parts of speech was, in fact, full of inconvenient ambiguities. This will be evident if we place side by side the paradigms of the word guma, a man, in Gothic, which in this instance agrees very nearly with primitive Germanic, and in Old English. Singular, nominative. Gothic, guma. Old English, guma. Accusative. Gothic, guman. Old English, guman. Genitive. Gothic, gumins. Old English, guman. Dative. Gothic, gumin. Old English, guman. Plural, nominative. Gothic, gumans. Old English, guman. Accusative. Gothic, gumans. Old English, guman. Genitive. Gothic, gumane. Old English, gumena. Dative. Gothic, gumam. Old English, gumum. The Gothic declension of this noun, it will be seen, has only one weak point, namely that the accusative plural had assumed the form of the nominative. But in Old English the one form guman had 5 different functions. There were in Old English many other declensions of nouns besides that of which the word guma is an example, and all of them were, more or less, faulty. The accusative had nearly always the same form as the nominative. In some nouns the genitive singular, and in others the nominative plural, did not differ from the nominative singular. These observations apply to the West Saxon or Southern dialect of Old English, in which most of the extant literature is written. But while the West Saxon system of noun inflection was thus seriously defective, that of the Northumbrian dialect was far worse, because in that dialect the final n had come to be regularly dropped in nearly all grammatical endings, and further, the unaccented final vowels were pronounced obscurely, so that we often find them confused in our texts. It was quite an exceptional thing for the case and number of a substantive to be unambiguously indicated by its form. The ambiguities were, to some extent, obviated by the inflection of the accompanying article or adjective, but the declension even of these parts of speech, though better preserved than that of the substantive, had itself suffered from wear and tear, so that there were only a few of the endings that had not a multiplicity of functions. The imperfection of the Old English system of inflections must sometimes have caused practical inconvenience, and some of the changes which it underwent were due to instinctive efforts to remedy its defects. These changes naturally began where the evil was greatest, in the northern dialect. It used to be believed, and the notion is not altogether extinct, that the almost universal substitution of s for the many Old English endings of the genitive singular and the nominative and accusative plural was a result of the Norman conquest. But in fact the beginning of this alteration in the language can be traced to a far earlier time. In the Northumbrian writings of the 10th century we find that, very often, when the traditional ending of a noun failed to indicate properly its case and number, the required clearness was gained by assimilating its declension to that of those nouns which made their genitives in s and their plurals in as. As s was the only ending of nouns that never marked anything but a genitive singular, and as the only ending that never marked anything but a nominative or accusative plural, the improvement in lucidity was very considerable. We lack definite evidence as to the rapidity with which these two endings came, in the northern dialect, to be applied to nearly all substantives, but the process probably occupied no very long time. The change of declension synchronized with a tendency which prevailed in all dialects, to obscure the pronunciation of the vowels in all unstressed final syllables, so that as became s. The practice of forming genitives and plurals, as a general rule, with this ending spread from the northern to the Midland dialect. Perhaps this dialect may, in part, have developed it independently. In the Peterborough Chronicle, about 1154, and in the North Midland Ormulum, about 1200, we find it fully established. The English of educated Londoners had, in the 14th century, lost most of its original southern peculiarities, and had become essentially a Midland dialect. Hence the writings of Chaucer show, as a general rule, only the s plurals and the s genitives, the irregular plurals, as we may now call them, being hardly more numerous than in modern standard English. Words adopted from French often retained their original plurals in s. The dative case disappeared from Midland English in the 12th century, so that Chaucer's declension of substantives is as simple as that of our own day. In purely southern dialects, the history of the noun inflections was quite different. The case endings of Old English, West Saxon, and Kentish were to a great extent retained, with the alterations that resulted from the general reduction of their vowels to an obscure One consequence of this levelling of vowels was that there was a large number of nouns of which the nominative singular ended in and the nominative plural in ön, as Name, Namen, Tunge, Tang, Tungen, in Old English Nama, Naman, Tunge, Tungan. And as the n was in these words felt as a formative of the plural, it was dropped in the oblique cases of the singular. Hence in these words all the cases of the singular ended in and the nominative and accusative plural in ön. To the extensive declensions thus arising, all nouns ending in came to be assimilated, including feminine nouns in which this ending had been extended from the oblique cases to the nominative singular, such as honde, hand, Old English hond, dative honda, synne, sin, Old English syn, dative synne. We observe here the same instinctive struggle against the ambiguities induced by the progress of phonetic change that we have seen in the noun declension of the northern and midland dialects, although the remedial devices adopted were different. In the period with which we are here concerned, Southern English did not greatly extend the s genitives beyond their original range, while s as a plural ending was nearly confined to those nouns that had us in Old English, and to neuters, like word, in which the singular and plural nominatives had the same form. The Old English termination which marked the dative plural in all declensions, survived as ön. The genitive plural had two forms, and ene, Old English a, ena. The latter, as the more distinct, encroached on the domain of the former, so that king of kings was kingene king, instead of kinge king, Old English kynninga kynning. The history of pronominal forms, like that of the declension of nouns, exhibits certain changes serving to relieve the want of distinctness in the traditional system. These changes began in the Anglian districts, and did not, for the most part, reach the Saxon region till after Chaucer's time. The forms of the Old English pronouns of the third person, in all dialects, were, in several instances, curiously near to being alike in pronunciation. The masculine nominative he was not very different from the feminine nominative and accusative heo, also hie, he, and this closely resembled the plural nominative and accusative hie or he. The dative singular masculine and neuter was him, and the dative plural was heum. The genitive and dative singular of the feminine pronoun was hire, and the genitive plural was heora. The one form his served for the genitive both of the masculine he and of the neuter hit. The forms here cited are West Saxon, the divergences of the other dialects being unimportant. As the pronouns were most commonly unemphatic, such differences as those between him and heum, hire and heora, would, usually, be slighter in speech than they appear in writing, and with the general weakening of unstressed vowels that took place in Middle English, they were simply obliterated. In Southern Middle English, the resulting ambiguities remained unremedied, but in the North and a great part of the Midlands they were got rid of by the process, very rare in the history of languages, of adopting pronouns from a foreign tongue. In many parts of these regions the Danes and Northmen formed the majority, or a powerful minority of the population, and it is from their language that we obtain the words now written they, their, them, and perhaps also she, though its precise origin is not clear. She, written share, occurs in the Peterborough Chronicle about 1154. It does not appear in the Ormulum about 1200, which retains the native pronoun in the form yo. The somewhat later East Midland Genesis and Exodus has both words ye or ye and je or she. After 1300, sho is universal in the northern dialect and she in East Midland, but ho was common in West Midland down to the end of the century and still remains in the local speech of many districts. The Ormulum has always they, written they, but retains heore, hem, beside the newer their, them, written theire, fame. In the 14th century, they, their, them are found fully established in all Northern and East Midland writings, while in the West he, for they, continued in use. Early in the 12th century, the accusative form of all pronouns, except the neuter hit, had been replaced by the dative. Chaucer uses she and they, but his her serves both for her, accusative, genitive, and dative, and for their, and he has always hem for them. In the South, the curious form hise or is was used for them. With regard to the other pronouns, it will suffice to mention that the form ich, with ch pronounced as in rich, was general in the South, while elsewhere the Old English ich became I early in the 13th century. The Old English inflections of adjectives and article, and with them the grammatical genders of nouns, disappeared almost entirely early in Middle English. The Kentish dialect of the 14th century indeed was exceptionally archaic in these points. In the Eienbiete, written 1340, we find for instance the accusative masculine form of the adjective and article in ane gratnie djevel, a great devil, and thane djath, for which Chaucer would have written a great devil and the death. In other districts of the South, also, considerable traces of grammatical gender and adjective inflection are found quite late, but the North Midland English of the Ormolum is, in these respects, nearly identical with that of Chaucer. The article is regularly the undeclined. Gender is determined purely by sex, and the adjective, with rare exceptions, has no other inflectional endings than the final used when the adjective precedes a definite or a plural noun. In the North, where final unstressed vowels had been silent, the adjective and article were uninflected, and grammatical gender had ceased to exist before the 14th century. Among the most easily recognizable characteristics of Middle English dialects are certain differences in the conjugation of the verb. In Old English, the third person singular and all the persons of the plural of the present indicative ended in the, with a difference in the preceding vowel. Thus, luvian, to love, leran, to teach, give in West Saxon, he luvath, he lereth, and we luviath, we lereth. In the Northern dialect, this the had in the 10th century already begun to give way to s, and Northern writings of about 1300 show us, both in the third singular and in the plural, as the universal ending. The Midland dialect, from 1200 onwards, had in the plural an, perhaps taken over from the present subjunctive or the past indicative. This ending, often reduced to remains in the language of Chaucer. The third singular ended in eth in Midland English, so also in Chaucer, but the Northern s, which has now been adopted almost everywhere, even in rustic speech, is found in many Midland writings of the 14th century, especially in those of the West. The Southern dialect preserved the West Saxon forms with little change. We find he luveth, we luvieth in the 14th century. The plural indicative present of the verb to be had several quite unconnected forms in Old English. Sindon and Beoth in all dialects, Earon, Aaron in Northumbrian and Mercian. In the 13th century, Sinden occurs in the North Midland Ormolum and some southern writings. In the 14th century, northern writings have r, monosyllabic. Midland varies between aren or are and ben, while the southern form is beoth or booth. The Northumbrian dialect had in the 10th century already reduced the an of the infinitive to a, and in the Northern English of the 14th century the infinitive and the first person singular present were destitute of endings, the final though often written, being shown by the metre to be silent. In other dialects the infinitive ended in n, for which occurs with increasing frequency from the 13th century onwards. Chaucer and Gower have both forms. Their metre requires the final to be sounded in this as in most of the other instances, but it is probable that in ordinary speech it was generally silent before AD 1400. The forms of the present participle which in Old English ended in ende, afford a well-marked criterion of dialect in Middle English. The northern dialect had faland, the southern falinde. In the Midland dialect, falande or falende gradually gave place to fallinge, which is the form used by Chaucer. It is impossible in this chapter to pursue the history of early English inflections in all its details. But before leaving the subject of the development of the grammar, we must say a few words on the question how far the rapid simplification of the declension and conjugation in the 12th and succeeding centuries was an effect of the Norman conquest. The view once universally held, and still entertained by many persons, that the establishment of Norman rule was the main cause by which this change was brought about, is now abandoned by all scholars. We have seen that in the north of England the movement towards a simpler grammatical system had made no small progress 100 years before Duke William landed, and the causes to which this movement was due were such as could not fail to be increasingly effective. The intimate mixture of Danish and native populations in the north and over a great part of the Midlands must, no doubt, have had a powerful influence in reinforcing the tendencies to change that already existed. So far as these districts are concerned, it is not too much to say that the history of English grammar would have been very nearly what it actually was if the conquest had never taken place. It is peculiarly worthy of note that the southern dialect, which we would expect to be most affected by the French influence, and which, with regard to vocabulary, certainly was so, was, of all dialects of Middle English, the most conservative in its grammar. And there is good reason to believe that, even in the south, the spoken language had travelled a considerable distance towards the Middle English stage before the fateful date A.D. 1066. Only 20 years after the conquest, the Norman scribes of Domesday Book, writing phonetically and without influence from English tradition, spell local and personal names in a way which shows that the oral language had undergone certain changes that do not regularly manifest themselves in native writings until much later. And some of the charters of the time of Edward the Confessor, which exhibit modernisms that are commonly attributed to the scribes of the late manuscripts in which they are preserved, are probably less altered from their original form than is generally imagined. This remark applies especially to informal documents not proceeding from professional scriveners, such, for instance, as the interesting letter of the monk Edwin, about 1057, printed in Campbell's Codex Diplomaticus, No. 922. What the Norman conquest really did was to tear away the veil that literary conservatism had thrown over the changes of the spoken tongue. The ambition of Englishmen to acquire the language of the ruling class, and the influx of foreign monks into the religious houses that were the sources of literary instruction, soon brought about the cessation of all systematic training in the use of English. The upper and middle classes became bilingual, and though English might still be the language which they preferred to speak, they learned at school to read and write nothing but French, or French and Latin. When those who had been educated under the new conditions tried to write English, the literary conventions of the past generation had no hold upon them. They could write no otherwise than as they spoke. This is the true explanation of the apparently rapid change in the grammar of English about the middle of the 12th century. It would, however, be a mistake to say that the new conditions produced by the conquest were wholly without influence on the inflectional structure of the spoken language. Under the Norman kings and their successors, England was politically and administratively united as it had never been before. Intercourse between the different parts of the country became less difficult, and the greater freedom of intercommunication assisted the southward diffusion of those grammatical simplifications that had been developed in the northern dialect. The use of the French language among large classes of the population, which has left such profound traces in the English vocabulary, must have tended to accelerate the movement towards disuse of inflectional endings. Though this influence must remain rather a matter of abstract probability than of demonstrable fact, because we have no means of distinguishing its effects from those of other causes that were operating in the same direction. Perhaps the use of the preposition of instead of the genitive inflection and the polite substitution of the plural for the singular in pronouns of the second person were due to imitation of French modes of expression, but in other respects hardly any specific influence of French upon English grammar can be shown to have existed. In the main, therefore, the differences between the grammar of Old English and that of the English of Chaucer's day must be ascribed to internal agencies, helped to a certain extent by the influence of the language of the Scandinavian settlers. The French influence introduced by the Norman conquest had only a comparatively small effect. End of section 52. Section 53 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Changes in the Language to the Days of Chaucer, Part 3, by Henry Bradley. 3. Pronunciation and Spelling. The runic alphabet that had been used by the heathen English was, soon after their conversion, superseded, for most purposes, by the Latin alphabet of 22 letters, to which afterwards were added the 3 characters win, w, called win, thorn, th, called thorn, which belonged to the runic alphabet, and eth, differentiated from d by the addition of a crossbar. The last mentioned character was used indifferently with thorn, the 2 sounds of our modern th in thick and in this not being graphically distinguished. The u or v and the I were in ordinary Old English spelling used only as vowels, the Latin practice of using them as consonants not being followed. On the early coins, the sound expressed in modern French by u and in German by ü was rendered by writing a v with an I inside it. This compound character in manuscripts became y with a dot, and this was identified with the Roman y. Instead of q-u, the combination c-win was used in Old English. K occurs in some manuscripts, but was commonly replaced by c. Z was used, though very seldom, with its contemporary Latin value of ts. It is not necessary to give in this place any account of the changes in orthography during the Old English period. About A.D. 1000 the vowels were probably sounded nearly as in modern Italian, except that sh stood for a sound intermediate between those of a and e, i.e., the modern southern sound of a in pet, and that y, as already remarked, was like the French ü. The long vowels, which had the same sounds as the corresponding short vowels prolonged, were, at an early period, denoted by doubling, and later by a mark, about equally resembling an acute and a circumflex accent, over the latter, but this was often omitted. The consonants had, for the most part, the same sounds as in modern English, but some exceptions must be mentioned. Several consonant letters had more than one sound, and in the case of most of these, modern English retains the Old English pronunciation, though not always the same written symbol. Thus in fan, fen, even, said, seed, risan, rise, sounded rise, thinne, thin, brothor, brother, caru, care, chalk, chalk, sherp, sheep, shoal, school, good, good, year, year, thing, sengan, to singe, dodger, dog, edge, edge. The Old English sounds of f, s, thorn, c, sc, g, ng, and cg were exactly or nearly those of the letters occupying the same place in the modern forms of these words. In the middle or at the end of a word, g was sounded differently according to the nature of the neighboring vowels. In their, they, it was pronounced like y in year. But in the plural dagas, days, it had a sound that might be written gh, differing from the ch in loch, just as g differs from k. The letter H, when initial, was pronounced as at present, but in other positions it was pronounced like the German ch, either guttural as in ach or palatal as in ich, according to the sounds which it followed. It will be seen that, with few exceptions, our ancestors of the 11th century pronounced the consonantal part of their words much as we do, even when they wrote it with different letters. The striking change in the written language of England during the 12th century was, to a considerable extent, a matter of mere spelling. As was pointed out in the preceding section, soon after the Norman conquest, children ceased to be regularly taught to read and write English, and were taught to read and write French instead. When therefore the mass of the new generation tried to write English, they had no orthographical traditions to guide them, and had to spell the words phonetically according to French rules. They used ch instead of the old c when it was pronounced as in chirice, church. The sound of the Old English sc in schermu, shame, which did not exist at that time in French, was rendered by ss, ssh, sch, or sh. The French qu took the place of win. The f between vowels, pronounced v, was replaced by u or v, these being still, as long afterwards, treated as forms of one and the same letter, used indifferently for vowel and consonant. The Old English symbol sh was dropped, its place being taken by a or e. The sound of the Old English y, in the dialects where it survived, was expressed by u, and that of the Old English long u was written ou, as in French. Of course, these changes did not take place all at once. It is not to be supposed that no one ever read an Old English manuscript, and there was, for a long time, some mixture of the traditional spelling with the new one. Some few English sounds admitted of no tolerable representation in the French alphabet, and for the expression of these the native characters were retained in use. The letters win, eth, and thorn were used, though often blunderingly, even by scribes who, in other respects, were thoroughly French in their spelling, though often we find their sounds awkwardly rendered by t, th, ht, or d, and u. And in the 12th century, though the continental variety of the Roman alphabet was generally used for writing English, it was found convenient to retain the native form insular g of the letter g for those two of its sounds that the French g lacked, namely those of gh and y, as in year. A new letter was thus added to the alphabet, and though it came to be written yok, exactly like the contemporary form of z, it preserved its name, yok, until the 14th century. It may be remarked in passing that the ambiguity of pronunciation of this letter has misled modern writers into calling the author of the Brut Layamon instead of Layamon. The incorrect form, however, has become too well known to be displaced. In addition to the two original values of the yok, it very early obtained a third use, being employed, without indicating any change of pronunciation, instead of the Old English h, in certain positions, as in knicht, ibrocht, roch, for which the older spelling was knicht, gebrocht, ruch. But in the 14th century many writers substituted y or I for yok, when pronounced as in year, year, and gh in all other cases. In the 13th century the letters win and eth went out of use, the former being replaced by the northern French w. The letter thorn was retained, but although it was still called thorn in the 14th century, it seems in Chaucer's time to have been regarded as a mere compendium for th, which generally took its place, except initially. It may be noted that Thomas Uske, in the acrostic sentence of his Testament of Love, 1387, spells thin, thine, with the four letters thin. The adoption of a number of French words like joie, joy, in which I was pronounced like the modern j, introduced the consonantal use of this letter into English orthography. The Old English initial combination hl survived, written lh, in some dialects down to the 14th century, but hr was very early reduced to r. For the Old English hw, Middle English writers substituted W.H, though the H was, at first, often omitted in this combination, as in other positions, by scribes of French education. The northern spelling qua, quilk, for wha, wilk, who, which, arose from a dialectal pronunciation of Q-U as W-H, which still survives locally in a few words. From the 12th century onwards, the letter Y, when used as a vowel, was treated as a mere alternative form of I. The ormulum is written in a peculiar phonetic spelling devised by the author himself. This is based to a considerable extent on native tradition, though the handwriting is of the continental type. There are, however, some of the new features. Orm uses ch and sh as we do now, and retains the Old English form of g for the two sounds which the French g had not. A device peculiar to himself is the appropriation of different shapes of the letter g to the two sounds in god, good, and edge, edge. But the most noteworthy characteristic of his orthography is the method of indicating the quantity of the vowels. The shortness of a vowel in a syllable ending with a consonant is shown by doubling the following consonant, as in Christendom. When the short vowel ended a syllable in the middle of a word, Orm marked it, as in Taken, and very often, though not always, indicated a long vowel by 1, 2, or even 3 acute accents over the letter. This elaborate and cumbrous system found no imitators, but, as preserved in the author's autograph manuscript, it is one of the most important aids that we possess for ascertaining the English pronunciation of the time. The changes in spelling that we have thus far noticed are merely changes in the manner of representing sound. There were others that were the result of altered pronunciation. It very often happens that very considerable changes take place in the sounds of a language without affecting the spelling, even when, as was apparently the case in Middle English, there is no general prejudice against deviations from traditional correctness of orthography. Pronunciation, as a general rule, is not altered deliberately, but unconsciously. In the utterance of what is intended and believed to be one and the same vowel or consonant sound, each generation may vary to an almost imperceptible extent from that which preceded it, and if these slight changes are all in the same direction, the difference may, in the end, become indefinitely great. The normal result in such cases is that the letter comes to have a new phonetic value, and the spelling is not affected. The reason why there are exceptions to this normal course of things in Middle English was partly that sometimes two originally distinct sounds so developed as to become identical, and partly that the orthography of French supplied a kind of external standard. The history of the changes in English pronunciation down to the time of Chaucer is far too intricate to be treated here with any approach to completeness, but a few of its salient points may be briefly indicated. The first remark to be made is that the course of development of several of the Old English sounds was quite different in different parts of the country. When we compare the modern English pronunciation of home, stone, with the Scotch and northern hame, stain, we see the last term of a divergent development, which began very early, of the Old English long a, pronounced as a in father. While the northern dialect progressively altered the sound in one direction, the Midland and Southern dialects progressively altered it in the opposite direction. We cannot precisely tell how far the change in the northern pronunciation had proceeded in the 14th century, because the spelling was not affected. But in other dialects, as we know from various kinds of evidence, the sound was that of the open o, as in lord, and it was expressed in writing by o or o. The words goad, Old English gad, and good, Old English god, are both written good in Chaucer spelling, but they were not pronounced alike. If the sounds had been confused, they would not have been separated again in later pronunciation, and Chaucer never rhymes a word that has the open o with one containing the close o. The latter retained its old pronunciation, that of the French o in rose, perhaps a little modified in the direction of its modern equivalent, the o in cool. The long e, like the long o, had an open and a close pronunciation, which Chaucer also keeps apart in his rhymes. The open e comes from the Old English, Anglian air, and the close e from Old English eo. A word like cepe, to buy, from Old English cerpian, which had the open e, could not correctly rhyme with a word like kepe, to keep, from cepan, which had the close e. In northern dialects, the distinction was so slight that poets freely allowed the two sounds to rhyme with one another. In all the dialects of Middle English, the short vowels a, o, when ending an accented syllable, were lengthened, and o becoming open e and open o. In Chaucer's pronunciation, metre, meat, Old English metre, was an exact rhyme to grete, the plural of the adjective great, Old English greate, but not to grete, to greet, Old English gretan. Throte, throat, Old English throtu, rhymed with hote, to command, Old English hatan, but not with bote, benefit, Old English boat. The Old English y, pronounced u, kept its original sound in the southwest, and perhaps in parts of the West Midland, being written u when short, and ui or uy when long. In Kent it had become e before the Conquest. Elsewhere it was sounded exactly like I, and written like that sound indifferently I or y. The words fire, sin, knit have accordingly in the different localities the three types of form fuir, ver, fir, sunne, zenne, sinne, knute, knete, knite. Chaucer, whose London English was mainly East Midland, uses occasionally a Kentish form like knete. With regard to the pronunciation of consonants, there is little that needs to be said, as for the most part the Old English sounds not only continued unchanged down to the end of the 14th century, but remain so to the present day. The pronunciation of initial f and s as v and z rather came from Somerset, which sounds so strange to visitors to the south-western counties, was in the 14th century current all over the south. In fact, the Kentish Ayenbeater of Inuit of 1340 exhibits this pronunciation in the orthography with greater regularity than any other extant book. The GH sound of the letter Yog gradually changed into that of W, and this change was represented in the spelling. In the earlier of the two manuscripts of the poetical chronicle called the Brut, written at the beginning of the 13th century, the author's name appears as Lehemon, but in the later manuscript, written before 1300, it is turned into Lowerman. On the other hand, in 1340, the Kentish Ayenbeater has still forms like Zorje, sorrow, instead of Chaucer's Sorwe. End of section 53. Section 54 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Changes in the Language to the Days of Chaucer, Part 4, by Henry Bradley. 4. Changes in Vocabulary. If the Norman Conquest had little influence on the development of English grammar, its effects on the vocabulary of the language were profound. It introduced, as we have already observed, an age in which all educated Englishmen spoke French in addition to their native tongue, and for the most part wrote nothing but French and Latin. French became the language of law and government, of war, and of all that pertained to the life of the wealthier classes. Of the vernacular literature from the Conquest to the middle of the 14th century, by far the greater part consisted of translations from French and Latin. It is true that, down to the end of the 13th century, nearly all that was written in English was intended for readers who were comparatively unlearned, but even these readers could be reasonably supposed to have some degree of acquaintance with the fashionable language, for, as a rule, the man who absolutely knew nothing but English probably could not read at all. And when once more it became customary to write in English for highly educated people, authors could venture, without any fear of not being understood, to borrow freely from the literary as well as from the popular vocabulary of the French language. Under these circumstances, it is not wonderful that the English language received a large and rapidly increasing accession of French words. A few, indeed, seem to have come in even before the Norman conquest. Catchpole occurs in a glossary of the early 11th century, and proud, Old English prude, Old Norse pruder, if it be really French, must have been adopted much earlier. In the Peterborough Chronicle, written about 1154, the French words amount to nearly a score. Their character is significant. They include Empérisse, Empress, Countesse, Countess of Anjou, Court, Court. King Henry II held Mitchell Court at London in 1154. Dubian, to dub a knight. Prison, Privilège, Rente, Tancerie, the name of an impost. We are told that King Henry II did God justice and maken de pace, peace. It is noteworthy, as indicative of foreign influence in the monasteries, that we find such words as miracle and procession, and that charité, charity, appears as the technical name at the Abbey of Peterborough for a banquet given to the poor. About 100 words of French origin may be collected from the Southern and South Midland homilies of the 12th century, although these works are, to a great extent, only slightly modernized transcripts of older originals. Most of these new words, as might be expected, relate to matters of religion or of ecclesiastical observance, but a few, such as poor, poverty, riches, honor, robbery, must have been already in popular use. The North Midland Ormulum, written about 1200, is almost entirely free from French words. The author intended his work to be recited to illiterate people, and therefore strove to use plain language. But his employment of such a word as gin, ingenuity, a shortened form of the French engin, shows that, even in his neighborhood, the vernacular of the humbler classes had not escaped the contagion of French influence. At the beginning of the 13th century, Layamon uses nearly 100 French words, many of which, it is interesting to note, are not identical with those occurring in the corresponding passages of his original. In the later text of the Brut, written about 1275, the reviser has not unfrequently substituted words of French etymology for the native words used by Layamon himself. The southern version of the Ancren Riole, which is nearly contemporary with Layamon's Brut, is much more exotic in vocabulary, more than 400 French words having been enumerated as occurring in it. It appears, however, from certain passages in this work, that the women for whose instruction it was primarily written were conversant not only with French but also with Latin. We may therefore presume that the author has allowed himself greater freedom in introducing literary French words than he would have done if he had been addressing readers of merely ordinary culture. Still, it is probable that a very considerable number of the words that appear in this book for the first time had already come to be commonly used among educated English people. The occurrence of compounds of French verbs and adjectives with native prefixes, as bespoused, espoused, misipayet, dissatisfied, unstable, is some evidence that the writer was in these instances making use of words that were already recognized as English. In the writings of the end of the 13th century and the first half of the 14th, the proportion of Romanic words is so great that we may correctly say that the literary English of the period was a mixed language. The interesting group of poems, perhaps all by one author, consisting of Alisander, Arthur and Merlin, and Coeur de Lion, contain many long passages in which nearly every important verb, noun, and adjective is French. Nor is this mixed vocabulary at all peculiar to works written in the south of England. In Cursor Mundi, and even in the prose of Richard Rolle, which are in the northern dialect, there is, on the average, at least one French word in every 2 lines. The alliterative poetry of the West Midland and northern dialects from about 1350 onwards has an extraordinary abundance of words of French origin, many of which are common to several of the poets of this school, and do not occur elsewhere. The notion prevalent among writers of the 17th and 18th centuries that Chaucer corrupted the English language by the copious introduction of French words was curiously wide off the mark. In reality, his language is certainly less marked by Gallicisms than that of most of the other poets of his time, and even than that of some poets of the early years of the 14th century. It cannot be absolutely proved that he ever, even in his translations, made use of any foreign word that had not already gained a recognized place in the English vocabulary. The English literature of the 11th century is almost wholly written in the southern dialect, which was comparatively little exposed to Scandinavian influence. We find in it, therefore, only a very small number of Norse or Danish words, such as félaga, a business partner, fellow, lagu, law, huskarl, housecarl, member of the king's household, husbonda, master of a house, husband, husting, assembly of the housecarls, utlaga, outlaw. But when in the 13th century the language spoken in the North and the North Midlands again began to appear in a written form, the strongly Scandinavian character of its vocabulary becomes apparent. The diction of the Ormulum, whose author bore a Scandinavian name, is full of Danish words, many of which are not otherwise found in English literature, though some of these are preserved in modern rustic dialects. In Cursor Mundi, in Genesis and Exodus, in Havelock, in the writings of Robert Manning of Brunn, in Lincolnshire, and in the West Midland alliterative poetry, the large Scandinavian element must, even if other peculiarities of dialect had been absent, have been quite sufficient to render these works very difficult reading for natives of the south of England. In several instances, native words that were in extremely common use were superseded by Danish synonyms. Call took place of tsigan. Another Old English word of the same meaning, kleopian, remained as klepe. Nieman was displaced by take, and weopan by cast. The freedom with which words could be adopted from French to express complex and abstract notions had a marked effect in checking the augmentation of the English vocabulary by means of composition. The new compounds that arose in Middle English down to the end of the 14th century are extremely few. Individual writers occasionally ventured on experiments in this direction, especially in translations of Latin formations like Dan Mitchell's Eyenbieter, again biting, for remorse, or Wycliffe's Hammersmieter, for the Maleator of the Vulgate, and Soulhavers, for Animantia, but their coinages seldom found general acceptance. The prefixes be, for, and with, in the sense of against, were however used to form many new verbs. The old derivative suffixes, for the most part, continued in use. New abstract nouns were formed from adjectives and substantives by the addition of the endings ness, hode, and hede, the modern hood, head, and ship, new adjectives in sum, full, lich, li, and new agent nouns in ere. The ending ing was more and more frequently added to verbs to form nouns of action, and before the end of the 14th century the derivatives so formed had come to be used as mere gerunds. The suffix liche, li, became a regular means of forming adverbs. As the Old English endings ön and iche, used to form nouns denoting persons of the female sex, had become obsolete, the French esse was adopted and added to native words, as in goddesse, fiendesse, and slayeresse, a female slayer. In the southern dialect of the 13th century, there appears a curious abundance of feminine agent nouns formed from verbs by adding the suffix ilt, of which there are 1 or 2 examples in Old English, though singularly enough, they have been found only in Northumbrian. Instances of this formation from the Ancren Riole are begild, a woman given to begging, ceapild, a female bargainer, grugchild, a female grumbler, mathelild, a female chatterer, totild, a woman fond of peeping. Other words of this formation which do not imply any disparagement are fostrild, a nurse, and motild, a female advocate. Besides the feminines in esse, the 14th century shows a few examples of the practice, which afterwards became so common, of appending Romanic suffixes to native words. Hampole has trouable for credible, Wycliffe everlasting te after eternité, and Chaucer slogardrie and slogardie, sluggardry, and eggement, instigation, from the verb to egg. Several of the new words that came into very general use in or before the 14th century are of unknown or doubtful origin. Such are the verb kill, which appears first in Layamon, cullen, and the substantive smell, whence the verb, which superseded the Old English stens, stench, originally applicable no less to a delightful odor than to an unpleasant one. Some of the new words, as left, hand, which took the place of the Old English winstre, and quid, bad, have cognates in Low German, but are not likely to have been adopted from the continent. They more probably descend from non-literary Old English dialects. Boy and girl, the latter originally applied to a young person of either sex, lad and lass, are still of uncertain origin, though conjectures more or less plausible have been offered. Not less remarkable than the abundance of new words added to the English vocabulary in the early Middle English period is the multitude of Old English words that went out of use. Anyone who will take the trouble to go through a few pages of an Old English dictionary, noting all the words that cannot be found in any writer later than about the year 1250, will probably be surprised at their enormous number. Perhaps the most convenient way of illustrating the magnitude of the loss which the language sustained before the middle of the 13th century will be to take a piece of Old English prose, and to indicate those words occurring in it that became obsolete before the date mentioned. The following passage is the beginning of Alfred's homily on St. Cuthbert, written about A.D. 1000. Of the words printed in italics, one or two occur in the Ormulum and other works of the beginning of the 13th century, but the majority disappeared much earlier. Cuthbertus, se halga bishop, schienende on manegum, je earnungum, ant haligum, je thinctum, italics, on heovenan riche, mitsam almichtigum schippende, italics, on ecere blisse rixiende, italics, wuldraf, italics. Cuthbert, the holy bishop, shining in many merits and holy honours, is in glory, reigning in the kingdom of heaven, with the Almighty Creator. Beda, ses notera, italics, Engla theoda lareo, italics, theses halgan lief endebirtliche, italics, mit wunderfullum herungum, ecther je, italics, after anfealdre, italics, je wretchednisse, italics, je, italics, after leoflicere, italics, jidunge, italics, avrat. Beda, the wise teacher of the English peoples, wrote this holy man's life in order with wonderful praises, both according to simple narration and according to poetic song. Us sede soflice beda thet se eadiga, italics, Cuthbertus, thatha heves earta wintre, italics, child, an swa him his nietenliche, italics, ild tichte, italics, pflegende mit his even ealdum, italics. Beda has truly told us that the blessed Cuthbert, when he was a child of 8, ran, as his ignorant age impelled him, playing with children of his own age. Ac se allmichtiger God wolde styran faire nietenisse, italics, his jecorenan Cuthbertus durch Minegunge, italics, je limplices, italics, larioves, italics, and ascende him toan 3 wintre, italics, child, that his dislican, italics, plegan mit stethigum, italics, wordum vislice threade, italics. But Almighty God willed to guide the ignorance of his chosen Cuthbert by the admonition of a fitting teacher, and sent to him a child 3 years old, who rebuked his foolish play wisely with serious words. In the first 30 lines of Alfred's homily on St. Gregory there occur the following words, none of which survived beyond the middle of the 13th century. Andweart, present. Je deorf, labor. Je knirdnis, study. Je seligliche, blessedly. Biegen, worship. Etbregdan, to turn away. Je bigan, to subdue. Drochtnung, manner of life. Svutelice, plainly. Where, man. Je rechan, to relate. Earfest, pious. Achenet, born. Ethelborn, nobly born. Meith, kindred. Vita, senator. Jeglengan, to adorn. Swegan, to sound, be called. Wakol, watchful. Bebod, command. Herigentliche, laudably. Jesvutelian, to manifest. It is common to regard the obsolescence of Old English words after the Conquest as a mere consequence of the introduction of new words from French. The alien words, it is supposed, drove their native synonyms out of use. It is not to be denied that this was, to a considerable extent, the case. On the whole, however, it would probably be more true to say that the adoption of foreign words was rendered necessary because the native words expressing the same meanings had ceased to be current. When the literary use of English had for 1 or 2 generations been almost entirely discontinued, it was inevitable that the words that belonged purely to the literary language should be forgotten. And a cultivated literary dialect always retains in use a multitude of words that were once colloquial, but which even educated persons would consider too bookish to be employed in familiar speech. There were also, no doubt, in the language of English writers from Alfred onwards, very many compounds and derivatives which, though intelligible enough to all readers, were mere artificial formations that never had any oral currency at all. When the scholars of England ceased to write or read English, the literary tradition was broken. The only English generally understood was the colloquial speech, which itself may very likely have lost not a few words in the 100 years after Alfred's time. It might perhaps have been expected that the special vocabulary of Old English poetry would have survived to a greater extent than we find it actually to have done. We should not, indeed, expect to find much of it in that large portion of Middle English poetry which was written in foreign metres and in imitation of foreign models. But about the year 1350 there arose a school of poets who, though they were men of learning and drew their material from French and Latin sources, had learned their art from the unliterary minstrels who had inherited the tradition of the ancient Germanic alliterative line. These poets have an extraordinarily abundant store of characteristic words, which are not found in prose literature or in the contemporary poetry of a different school. It might naturally be supposed that this distinctive vocabulary would consist largely of the words that had been peculiar to poetic diction in Old English times. But, in fact, nearly all the words marked in Sweet's Anglo-Saxon Dictionary with the sign dagger as poetical are wanting in Middle English. The 14th century alliterative poets use some of the ancient epic synonyms for man or warrior, bern, renk, wie, and freke, representing the Old English beon, rinch, wiga, and freka. A few words that in Old English were part of the ordinary language, such as melan, Middle English mele, to speak, are among the characteristic archaisms of the later alliterative poets. The adjective æsele, noble, became in the form athil one of the many synonyms for man, and often appears as hathel, probably through confusion with the Old English heleth, a man. The word burde, a lady, which is familiar to modern readers from its survival in late ballad poetry, seems to be the feminine of the Old English adjective byrde, high born, of which only one instance is known, and that in prose. Several of the poetic words of the West Midland school are of Scandinavian origin, as trine and keir, Old Norse keira, to drive, which are both used for to go. The very common word tulk, a man, represents, with curious transformation of meaning, the Old Norse tulker, an interpreter. It is possible that some of these words, which are not found in modern dialects, were never colloquial English at all, but were adopted by the poets of the Scandinavian parts of England from the language of the ruling class. The disappearance of the greater part of the old poetical vocabulary is probably due to its having been, in later Old English times, preserved only in the literary poetry, which obtained its diction from the imitation of written models. To this poetry the alliterative poets of the 14th century owed nothing. The many archaisms which they retained were those that had been handed down in the unwritten, popular poetry on which their metrical art was based. 5. English dialects in the 14th century. Writers on the history of the English language have been accustomed to quote, as if it related to the condition of things in the year 1385, the following passage from Trevisa. All the language of the Northumbrians, and specially at York, is so sharp, slitting, and throating, and unshape, that we southern men may that language unneither hardly understand. This sentence, however, is not Trevisa's own, but translates a quotation by Higden from William of Malmesbury's Gesta of Pontificum, written before 1125. The fact that Higden and Trevisa reproduce Malmesbury's words without comment can hardly be said to prove anything. Still, although Trevisa's adoption of Malmesbury's statement is not, considered by itself, very good evidence as to the amount of dialectal divergence existing in his own time, it appears likely that, on the whole, the difference between the speech of the North and that of the South had rather increased than diminished between the 12th and the 14th century. It is true that the decay of the old inflections had removed some of the dialectal distinctions of the earlier period, and that greater freedom of intercommunication between different parts of the country had not been without effect in producing some mixture of forms. But, on the other hand, the development of pronunciation had been divergent, and the gains and losses of the vocabulary had been, to a great extent, different in the different regions. It must be remembered that, throughout the 14th century, strongly marked differences of dialect were not, as now, confined to the less educated classes. Nor is there any clear evidence that any writer attempted to use for literary purposes any other dialect than that which he habitually spoke. It is true that Wycliffe was a man of northern birth, and that the language of his writings is distinctly of the Midland type, but this is only what might have been expected in the case of a distinguished Oxford teacher, whose life, probably from early boyhood, had been spent at the university. Men of the highest culture continued to write in each of the 3 or 4 principal varieties of English. The dialects may have been somewhat less unlike in their written than in their spoken form, because the spelling was too much under the influence of tradition to represent accurately the divergent development of the original sounds. But in spite of the nearness of Canterbury to London, it is probable that Chaucer would not have found it quite easy to read the Ironbite of Inuit, which was written about the time when he was born, nor would he have felt much more at home with the writings of his contemporaries among the West Midland alliterative poets, or those of northern poets like Lawrence Minot. At any rate, a modern reader who has learned to understand Chaucer without great difficulty commonly finds himself very much at a loss when first introduced to the Ironbite, the Morte Arthur, or Sir Gawayne. Northern prose, indeed, is to us somewhat easier, because, owing to the loss of inflections, its language is in some respects more modern than even that of Chaucer. An outline of the distinctive features of Middle English dialects has already been given in the sections of this chapter treating of grammar and pronunciation. The following comparative list of forms of words may assist the reader to obtain a general notion of the extent and nature of the diversities of the written language of different parts of the country in the 14th century. Fire, Kentish, ver. Southwestern, vuir, fuir. East Midland, fier. West Midland, fuir. Northern, fear. Sin, Kentish, zenne. Southwestern, synne. East Midland, sinne. West Midland, sinne. Northern, sin. I shall say, Kentish, ich shall siege. Southwestern, ich shall siege. East Midland, I shall sayn. West Midland, I shall saye. Northern, I shall say. She says, Kentish, he saith. Southwestern, heo saith. East Midland, she saith. West Midland, ho saith. Northern, sho saith. They say, Kentish, he siggeth. Southwestern, he siggeth. East Midland, thy sayn. West Midland, he thy sign. Northern, thy sigh. Living, Kentish, liviende. Southwestern, liviende. East Midland, livinge. West Midland, living. Northern, levant. Her name, Kentish, hare nome. Southwestern, hor nome. East Midland, her name. West Midland, hur name. Northern, her naam. Their names, Kentish, hare nomen. Southwestern, hure nomen. East Midland, hier names. West Midland, hur namus. Northern, dire names. The English of Scotland, so far as we know, was hardly used for literary purposes until the last quarter of the 14th century, when Barber wrote his Bruce. It is doubtful whether the other works ascribed to Barber are not of later date, and the Bruce itself has come down to us in manuscripts written 100 years after the author's time. The specific features distinguishing the Scottish dialect from Northern English across the border will, therefore, be more conveniently reserved for treatment in a later chapter. It must not be supposed that the forms above tabulated were the only forms current in the districts to which they are assigned, or that none of them were used outside the regions to which they typically belong. Local varieties of speech within each dialect area were doubtless many, and the orthography was unfixed and only imperfectly phonetic. Literary works were copied by scribes who belonged to other parts of the country than those in which the works were composed, and consequently the texts, as we have them, represent a mixture of the grammar, pronunciation, and vocabulary of different dialects. Vernacular writers, especially poets, often added to their means of expression by adopting words and forms from dialects other than their own. Hence, although in the last years of the 14th century the establishment of a common literary language was still in the future, and the varieties even of the written speech continued to be strongly marked, there are few writings of the period that can be regarded as unmixed representatives of any single dialect. The tendencies that ultimately resulted in the formation of a uniform written language began to act before the 14th century closed. In London, the seat of legislative and administrative activity, the influx of educated persons from all parts of the kingdom led to the displacement of the original southern dialect by the dialect of the East Midlands, which, in virtue of its intermediate character, was more intelligible both to southern and northern men than northern English to a southerner or southern English to a northerner. The fact that both the university towns were linguistically within the East Midland area had, no doubt, also its effect in bringing about the prevalence of this type of English among the educated classes of the capital. The works of Chaucer, which in the next age were read and imitated not only in the southern kingdom but even in Scotland, carried far and wide the knowledge of the forms of London English, and the not very dissimilar English of Oxford was, in like manner, spread abroad through the enormous popularity of the writings of Wycliffe and his associates. Even in the lifetime of these two great writers, it had already become inevitable that the future common English of literature should be English essentially of the East Midland type. End of section 54.
Section 55 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. The Anglo-French Law Language by F.W. Maitland. The profound effects of the Norman conquest on the vocabulary of the English language have already been considered. It remains to notice a special cause which had its own peculiar influence on the language, namely, the long retention of French in the courts of law. The words thus naturalized have become a part of the current speech of Englishmen, and have passed into the language in which English books have been written. This long familiarity with the structure and vocabulary of another tongue had its effect on literary style, just as the long familiarity with Latin had in the case of the monastic writers. The effect of the vocabulary is certain and considerable, though it is impossible to draw any definite line and decide which words are due to the use of the French language in the courts and which to its more general use outside the courts. Again, it would require special investigation in the case of individual words to determine when they ceased to be known only to lawyers and became familiar, frequently with a changed significance, to laymen. It is to the yearbooks that we must turn to see what the language of the courts actually was in the Middle Ages. These books form a series, not unbroken, of summaries of cases decided from the reign of Edward I to that of Henry VIII, while there is a notebook of even earlier cases of the reign of Henry III. Maitland has shown good reason for concluding that this notebook was used by Bracton in writing his great treatise. Some portions of these yearbooks have been edited in recent years, but for the present purpose, the most important edition is that of the yearbooks of Edward II, edited by Maitland for the Selden Society. To Volume 1 of this series, Maitland prefixed a most valuable introduction, from which the following pages are extracts, reprinted by permission of the Council of the Selden Society. We know, quote-unquote, law French in its last days, in the age that lies between the Restoration and the Revolution, as a debased jargon. Lawyers still wrote it. Lawyers still pronounced or pretended to pronounce it. Not only was it the language in which the moods were holden at the Inns of Court until those ancient exercises ceased, but it might sometimes be heard in the courts of law, more especially if some belated real action made its way thither. The pleadings, which had been put into Latin for the record, were also put into French in order that they might be, quote-unquote, mumbled by a surgeon to the judges, who, however, were not bound to listen to his mumblings, since they could see what was written in, quote-unquote, the paper books. What is more, there still were men living who thought about law in this queer slang, for a slang it had become. Roger North has told us that such was the case of his brother Francis. If the Lord Keeper was writing hurriedly or only for himself, he wrote in French. Really, said Roger, the law is scarcely expressible properly in English. End quote. A legal proposition couched in the vulgar language looked to his eyes, quote-unquote, very uncouth. So young gentlemen were adjured to despise translations and read Littleton's tenures in the original. Roger North was no pedant, but he was a Tory, and not only was the admission of English to the sacred plea rolls one of those exploits of the sour faction that had been undone by a joyous monarchy, but there was a not unreasonable belief current in royalist circles that the old French law books enshrined many a goodly prerogative, and that the specious learning of the parliamentarians might be encountered by deeper and honester research. Nevertheless, that is a remarkable sentence coming from one who lived on until 1734. Really, the law is scarcely expressible properly in English. Had it been written some centuries earlier, it would have been very true, and its truth would have evaporated very slowly. The Act of 1362, which tried to substitute la langue du pays for la langue française qui est trop déconnue as the oral language of the courts, is an important historical landmark. Footnote: observe français, not française. Having written trop, the scribe puts a tittle over the P, which seems to show that he meant trop. The word tittle is useful. Thereby we mean, quote, a small line drawn over an abridged word to supply letters wanting, end quote, Cutgrave. It is the Spanish tilde, which we see e.g. in doña, and a footnote. But we know that it was tardily obeyed, and indeed it attempted the impossible. How tardy the obedience was, we cannot precisely tell, for the history of this matter is involved with the insufficiently explored history of written pleadings. Apparently French remained the language of pleadings properly so called, while English became the language of that argument which was slowly differentiated from out of the mixed process of arguing and pleading, which is represented to us by the yearbooks. Fortescue's words about this matter are well known. In 1549, Archbishop Cranmer, contending with the rebels of Devonshire over the propriety of using English speech in the services of the Church, said, I have heard suitors murmur at the bar because their attorneys pleaded their causes in the French tongue, which they understood not. End quote. In Henry VIII's day, when the advocates of a reception of Roman law could denounce this barbarous tongue and old French, which now serveth to no purpose else, end quote, moderate reformers of the Inns of Court were urging as the true remedy that students should be taught to plead in good French, the sort of French, we may suppose, that John Palsgrave, natif de Londres et gradué de Paris, was teaching. No doubt they felt with Roger North that really the law is scarcely expressible properly in English. The law was not expressible properly in English until the langue du pays had appropriated to itself scores of French words. We may go near to saying that it had to borrow a word corresponding to almost every legal concept that had as yet been fashioned. Time was when the Englishman who in his English talk used such a word as ancestor or heir, such a word as descend, revert, or remain, must have felt that he was levying an enforced loan. For a while, the charge of speaking a barbarous jargon would fall rather upon those who were making countless English words by the simple method of stealing than upon those whose French, though it might be of a colonial type, had taken next to nothing from the vulgar tongue. Very gradually the relation between the two languages was reversed. An Act of Parliament could do little to hasten the process. more might be done by patriotic schoolmasters. When the history of English law is contrasted with the history of its next of kin, the existence of law French is too often forgotten. It is forgotten that during the later Middle Age, English lawyers enjoyed the inestimable advantage of being able to make a technical language, and a highly technical language they made. To take one example, let us think for a moment of, quote, an heir in tail rebutted from his formidon by a lineal warranty with descended assets, end quote. Precise ideas are here expressed in precise terms, every one of which is French. The geometer or the chemist could hardly wish for terms that are more exact or less liable to have their edges worn away by the vulgar. Good came of this, and evil. Let us dwell for a moment on an important consequence. We have known it put by a foreigner as a paradox that in the critical 16th century, the national system of jurisprudence, which showed the stoutest nationalism, was a system that was hardly expressible in the national language. But is there a paradox here? English law was tough and impervious to foreign influence because it was highly technical, and it was highly technical because English lawyers had been able to make a vocabulary, to define their concepts, to think sharply as the man of science thinks. It would not be a popular doctrine that the Englishry of English law was secured by la langue française qui est trop déconnue, but does it not seem likely that if English law had been more homely, more volkstümlich, Romanism would have swept the board in England as it swept the board in Germany? Now, as regards vocabulary, there is a striking contrast between the earliest and the latest yearbooks. A single case of Henry VIII, they show us deer, hound, otters, foxes, fowl, tame, thrush, keeper, hunting. We see that already the reporter was short of French words, which would denote common objects of the country and gentlemanly sport. What is yet more remarkable, he admits, owner. But in Edward II's day, the educated Englishman was far more likely to introduce French words into his English than English words into his French. The English lawyer's French vocabulary was pure and sufficiently copious. It is fairly certain that by this time his quote-unquote cradle speech was English. But he had not been taught English, and he had been taught French, the language of good society. Even as a little boy he had been taught his mon et ma, ton et ta, son et sa. Of our reporters we may be far more certain that they could rapidly write French of a sort than that they had ever written an English sentence. John of Cornwall and Richard Bankridge had yet to labor in the grammar schools. Let us look for a moment at some of the words which, quote, lay in the mouths, end quote, of our surgeons and judges, words descriptive of logical and argumentative processes, words that in course of time would be heard far outside the courts of law. We see to allege, to aver, to assert, to affirm, to avow, to suppose, to surmise, surmettre, to certify, to maintain, to doubt, to deny, to accept, exceptionner, to demur, to determine, to reply, to traverse, to join issue, to try, to examine, to prove. We see a debate, a reason, a premise, a conclusion, a distinction, an affirmative, a negative, a maxim, a suggestion. We see repugnant, contrariant, discordant. We see impertinent and inconvenient in their good old senses. We even see sophistry. our French-speaking, French-thinking lawyers were the main agents in the distribution of all this verbal and intellectual wealth. While as yet there was little science and no popular science, the lawyer mediated between the abstract Latin logic of the schoolmen and the concrete needs and homely talk of gross, unschooled mankind. Law was the point where life and logic met. And the lawyer was liberally exercising his right to make terms of art, and yet, if we mistake not, he did this in a manner sufficiently sanctioned by the genius of the language. Old French allowed a free conversion of infinitives into substantives. Some of the commonest nouns of the modern language have been infinitives: dîner, déjeuner, souper, pouvoir, devoir, plaisir. And in the list whence we take these examples, we see un manoir and un plaidoyer. English legal language contains many words that were thus made: a voucher, an ouster, a disclaimer, an interpleader, a demurrer, a cessor, an estover, a merger, a remitter, a render, a tender, an attainder, a joinder, a rejoinder, though in some cases the process has been obscured. Were we still, quote, to pray over of a bond, end quote, we should use a debased infinitive, and perhaps it is well that nowadays we seldom hear of, quote, a possibility of reverter, end quote, lest a pedant might say that revertir were better. Even the Latin roll felt this English influence. His voucher is vocare sum, and recuperare sum is his recovery. But the most interesting specimen of our legal vocabulary of a French infinitive is remainder. In Edward II's day, name and thing were coming to the forefront of legal practice. The name was in the making. When he was distinguishing the three writs of formidon, or better, of forme de don, it was common for the lawyer to slip into Latin and to say on le descendere, on le revertit, on le remanere. But the French infinitives also were being used, and le remaindre, the to remain, the to stay out, instead of the reversion or coming back, was soon to be a well-known substantive. It was not confused with a remenant, a remnant, a part which remains when part is gone. What remained, what stayed out instead of coming back, was the land. In French translation of such deeds as create remainders, it is about as common to see the Latin remanere rendered by demeurer as to see an employment of remaindre, and it is a little more than an accident that we do not call a remainder a demur and a demur a remainder. In both cases there is a to abide. In the one the land abides for the remainder man, celui à qui le remaindre se tailla. In the other case, the pleaders express their intention of dwelling upon what they have said, of abiding by what they have pleaded, and they abide the judgment of the court. When a cause, quote-unquote, stands over, as we say, our ancestor would say in Latin that it remains, and in French that it demeures. Loquela remanet, la parole demeure. The parole demeures. The case is made a remanet. The differentiation and specification of remain and demur, remainder and demur, is an instance of good technical work. We might dwell at some length on the healthy processes which were determining the sense of words. There is, for example, tailler, to cut or carve, which can be used of the action of one who shapes, or as we say, limits a gift in some special manner, but more especially if the result of his cutting and carving is a quote-unquote tailed fee. There is assez, enough, with a strange destiny before it, since it is to engender a singular quote-unquote asset. We might endeavor to explain how, under the influence of the deponent verbs sequi and prosequi, which appear upon the Latin roll, the phrase il fut non suivi, he was non-suited, is a near equivalent for il ne suivit pas than for il ne fut pas suivi. Of our lawyers as word makers, phrase makers, thought makers, much might be said. End of section 55.
Section 56 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Appendix to Chapter 7. The Old English Song, or Ballad, Metre, by John S. Westlake. It has been thought desirable to print in this place the following account of Old English metre as adjusted on the stress system to ballads. The chief characteristic of the old popular metre, which suddenly assumes such prominence in later Old English literature, is that in each half-line, instead of the 2 beats of the rhetorical metre, we have 4 beats, 2 of which are chief beats with full stress, while the other 2 are half stress. Between every 2 of the 4 beats there is generally an unstressed sinking. Elision of the sinking may take place in any position, and is usual before final half stress. The Old English song or ballad metre is fundamentally a 4-beat rhythm, which must end in a stress. It differs from the ordinary 4-foot ballad verse in this, that a far greater difference is postulated between the force of the 4 stresses. In any natural English 4-beat doggerel, granted it be not of expert composition, we come upon the distinction of full stresses, acute accent, and minor stresses, here called half stresses, grave accent. E.g., the king was in the counting house. In Old English verse, these stresses and half stresses could not be arranged as one liked. The line had to be balanced. Fully balanced lines can be divided thus: A. Up to 2 unstressed syllables, full stress. Up to 2 unstressed syllables, half stress. 1 or 2 unstressed syllables, full stress. Up to 1 unstressed syllable, half stress. Modern English forms: the king was in the counting house. The queen was in the parlour. Old English examples: and the arme man hit becherodon, his riche man hit mandon. B. Up to 2 unstressed syllables, half stress. 1 or 2 unstressed syllables, full stress. Up to 2 unstressed syllables, half stress. 1 or 2 unstressed syllables, full stress. Examples in modern English are rare. Cf. the inner rhymed line: Jack and Jill went up the hill. Old English example: Ne weird dreolicre dead. C. Up to 2 unstressed syllables, half stress. 1 or 2 unstressed syllables, 2 full stresses. Up to 1 unstressed syllable, half stress. Examples in modern English nursery songs are extremely rare, because of the modern dislike to 2 chief stresses coming together. Old English example: that he el theodie. AC. Up to 2 unstressed syllables, half stress. 1 or 2 unstressed syllables, full stress. 1 or 2 unstressed syllables, full stress. Up to 1 unstressed syllable, half stress. Examples in modern English nursery songs are extremely numerous. And in my lady's chamber sing a song of sixpence. Old English examples: He werd wieder jon Theodland, and wurden under Theode. D. Imperfectly balanced form. Full stress, up to 2 unstressed syllables. Full stress, up to 1 unstressed syllable. Half stress, up to 1 unstressed syllable. Half stress. This form always tends to become full stress, up to 2 unstressed syllables. Half stress, unstressed syllable. Full stress, up to 1 unstressed syllable. Half stress. Or half stress, 1 or 2 unstressed syllables. Full stress, up to 1 unstressed syllable. Full stress, up to 1 unstressed syllable. Half stress. Modern English 24 blackbirds tends to become 24 blackbirds. Old English and utländische. E. Perfectly balanced form. Full stress, up to 2 unstressed syllables. Half stress, 1 or 2 unstressed syllables. Half stress, 1 or 2 unstressed syllables. Full stress. Modern English with inner rhyme. Jack fell down and broke his crown. Old English The king was wieder stark. The Old English ballad verse, in contradistinction to its modern representative, was quantitative in all 4 stresses. That is to say, a stress had to fall either on 1 long syllable or 2 short ones. According to Lachmann's original theory, which he applied to some High German ballads, but which must be applied to all Old English ballads, the stress then fell gradually throughout the length of the 2 syllables. E.g., Ach Gawayne hine var jelette, and Godes wieder sekan, Godes laie brekon. This is most clearly seen in B and E, where 2 shorts, so used, pair absolutely with final stress and half stress. E.g., Each he sette be samharan, that he mosten freo faran. And his was wieder luvode, va hea deor, svilche he were, heora feder. But at the end of the line, the quality of a syllable constituting a half stress was indifferent, the pause lending its support. A half stress could not at that place be divided into 2 short syllables, since the second would perforce have to fall too low, but only a full stress. Cf. the example referred to above. His riche man hit Mandon. It seems then that final feet, with indifference as to the quantity of the half stress, could be carried over into the middle of a half line before either a real or artificial inner pause or a change of musical melody. Wide anside, verwile the heleovode, each hesette be samharan. Alpha. The normal inner foot has a maximum of 2 unstressed syllables and 1 stressed long or 2 short syllables. Beta. Every foot is subject to complete elision of unstressed syllables, but complete elision in a whole half-line is extremely rare. Gamma. Between a full stress and a half stress, complete elision is frequent, and more than 1 syllable unusual. E.g., and God him Jehude, no sinking. Thahwilete heleovode, 1 syllable. Modern English example, when in came a blackbird. On the other hand, after a half stress, before a full stress, complete elision is practically never found. In the overwhelming majority of cases, circa 98 or 99%, 1 sinking syllable occurs, though 2 are found very frequently. The number of exceptions is negligible. Ach Gawayne hine va jelette, 2 syllables. Ne werd dreo licre dead, 1 syllable. The first foot was composed of the sinking, called the anacrusis, or auftakt, and the first stress. In the earliest form of the strophe, it would seem to have been the rule that the anacrusis of the first line of the couplet should be 1 syllable longer than that of the second, and should never exceed 2 syllables. The disyllabic anacrusis was, apparently, used to mark the beginning of a new passage. In the poem of 959, out of some 24 couplets, 13 have the anacrusis of the first line longer than that of the second. In 8 the anacrusis are equal, or both lacking. In only 3 cases is there a monosyllabic anacrusis in the second line and none in the first. E.g. On his dagum hit godode jeorne, and god him jeude, that he wunode in sippe, the fourth or final foot differs from the others in the following characteristic. No final sinking. Full stress, unstressed, was allowed. Edest, feminine rhyme, did not exist in our sense, both such syllables being stressed. Hence the line could only end in a stress, whether full or half in strength. In the falling types A, AC, C, D, the last foot usually consists of a single stressed syllable. He sette Mitchell deofris, ante legde laga vervis. A. And god him jeude. C. Sidan dene common. AC. Gif he woldon liban. D. His majes eadwardes. Cf. the modern English nursery rhymes. The maid was in the garden. Took him by the left leg, as chanted by mothers to their children with the heavy final half stress. With the ending full stress, short syllable, half stress. It must be noted that in Old English ballad verse a single long syllable is fairly often divided into full stress and a long syllable, or half stress and a long syllable, as well as into full stress and a short syllable. This may be due to the artificial stress on the second member, e.g. A. Swidost Thara Kuninga. A. Thahuilethe Heleovode. A.C. Herkom Eadward Edling. C. Ante dar wunode. Much less frequently, the ending full stress, unstressed, half stress is found in A, AC, C, e.g. A. Elfere Ealdoman. AC. Wala that wes geoflich seed. C. That he el theodige. From this last two are derived the final feet of such nursery rhyme rhythms as wasn't that a dainty dish? In the rising types B and E, the usual form is one unstressed syllable and a final full stress, which may be divided into 2 syllables. The ending with a disyllabic sinking before the final stress is rarely met with in B and E. B. And his jeferan he todraf. E. Se king wes swaswithe steark. With anapestic ending. E. Ac se uplica vrecent havath his gemünd. We have several examples of the verse form half stress, unstressed, full stress, short syllable, full stress, half stress. On there earman burig, to than leovan gode. We have further a number of clear instances of 3-beat short verses, perhaps originally meant for strophic use in conjunction with 4-beat verses, e.g. Kinges jeseon that jedon wert. It is a question whether every one of those so-called 4-beat verses without any sinkings, even between half-stress and subsequent full stress, is not to be reckoned here as 3-beat. Side by side with the introduction of this meter into literary use, there are also to be found instances of rhyme and assonance. The use of rhyme and assonance tends to destroy the old system of linked half-lines, but in two different directions. First, in proportion as rhyme and assonance grew in power, alliteration, which had originally been the connecting link between the two half-lines, diminished in importance, until eventually it was used mainly within each half-line as an adornment. Different alliterating letters occurred in each half-line, and rhyme or assonance succeeded as a bond. Hence the half-lines became independent, and the 4-beat couplet resulted. Secondly, rhyme or assonance was further used to link the full long lines into couplets. These long lines were then felt to be too long, and a simple means of avoiding such undue length was to use either a weak 4-beat half-line, or more usually a 3-beat half-line, together with a full 4-beat half-line, of 6 to 8 syllables, to make up the whole. A new line with a variable caesura, either after the 3rd or the 4th beat, was thus constructed. Examples are found in the poem in the Chronicle under 1057, e.g. Her kam Eadward Etheling to Englalonde, and Eadmund King Irenseed wes Jeklipot. But it must not be forgotten that both strophic forms are usually found in these Old English poems without the need of either rhyme, assonance, or alliteration. The strophic system seems to have been originally perhaps purely rhythmic, and rhyme, assonance, and alliteration merely its adornment. Lastly, this sung verse is found in other Germanic languages as well as in Old English. The most notable instance of its employment elsewhere is in the famous paraphrase poem of Ottfried, who expressly repudiates the solemn rhetorical metre which must have smacked to him of the worship of the heathen gods. This metre could not have been of Ottfried's own composition, since it was not only the metre of the Nibelungenlied, but the basic metre of other German ballad poems, and is identical with the poems in the Chronicle. The following examples of Frisian metric forms seem to show that these also were based on the same old Germanic metrical scheme, originally the common property of all the Teutonic peoples. It is remarkable that the old Frisian forms, which do not, of course, correspond to the Old English, but to the Middle English stage of the development of this metre, show all the specific Middle English developments. These are 1. In consequence of the lengthening of short vowels in open syllables, expansions like full stress, unstressed, originally the equivalent of full stress, become equal to full stress, unstressed. 2. The use of alliteration as an adornment within the half-line and rhyme to link the two half-lines together. 3. The apparent loss of the final half-stress in Old Frisian is only found in lines not of Frisian popular origin. A. With horne and with lude. B. Well was him an de sine high. AC. He welde das sterka fresan, rhyming with under sinne tegesa tian. C. Da dat brave red was, rhyming with ho fro dat manich fresa was. D. Tha the kenning kel thit understood, rhyming with E. Tonic was him here unbesin mod. It is probable that all D forms, full stress, unstressed, full stress, unstressed, half stress, unstressed, half stress, had at this epoch become full stress, unstressed, half stress, unstressed, full stress, unstressed, half stress, as most likely in the example above. The same tendency is found in Ottfried, in Middle High German, and Middle English. The Frisian and the English were the nearest akin, and we have in both languages a common ballad metre. Perhaps the clearly popular character of this metre explains the absence of erotic songs and popular ballads from Old English literature. Vulgar ballads of all description were in this metre originally, and what epic classical matter was drawn from them was transformed, not always without leaving traces, into the rhetorical courtly metre. In England the popular metre remained deposed in favour of its younger sister, the rhetorical metre, longer than elsewhere, and its sphere must have been exclusively the vulgar. J.S.W. End of section 56. End of The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance.